Morning, Keith.
Morning. Just bringing the members up now. Calm, and then that's us live.
Okay, thank you. So I'll wait for an indication from you, Clerk, just that we have everyone in place.
Yes, that's all the members up, Chair.
Okay, thank you, members. So I now declare the meeting open to the public online, and I'd like to welcome all of our members who are participating by video conferencing today in light of social distancing requirements. And can I remind members about the protocols regarding the use of electronic devices? Members, we have an apology this morning from Carol, and she has allocated her vote to me for this meeting. Are members aware of any other apologies? Clerk? No? Okay, thank you, members. Moving on, members, to chairperson's business. The first issue I want to address, members, is one that I think is a serious and a recurrent issue, and something that I think is absolutely disgraceful around the issue of attacks on health and social care staff. I have to say, despite having an awareness of the difficulties there, I was still shocked yesterday to see that over 5,500 attacks on HSE staff in the last 6 months. That's absolutely scandalous. 2,500 in Belfast Trust alone, and potentially a significant underreporting even at that. And I would just want to send out a message from the committee, and I will give members an opportunity to come in briefly on this as well, that this committee absolutely deplores and there should be absolutely zero tolerance for attacks on health and social care staff who are out there in vulnerable situations trying to protect all of our loved ones. I would also urge members of staff to report every incident, because I think it's only right that we have the full extent of it. And if there is underreporting, I think that needs to be addressed as well. But I want to thank Peter McNally and the Confederation for drawing this to our attention, to reiterate our support for staff and our condemnation of attacks on them, and to urge the Department of Health, the Department of Justice, PSNI, trusts, everyone who can play a role here, to do all they can to eliminate these horrendous attacks. They're simply unacceptable. So I'm going to go to committee members there. I'll check with Pam Cameron first, and then I have Paula and Colin. Pam.
Thank you, Colin. Thanks, Chair, for bringing me in on this important subject. And sorry, I've just come in partway through your comments there. Certainly what I did here, I completely agree with. I think it's appalling that this letter has even had to be written in the first place. It's completely unacceptable that violence and this poor behaviour, intimidation, aggressive behaviour is completely unacceptable for anybody in anyone's day job or daily life. And I think we have to condemn that in the strongest possible.
Thank
you, Pat. Your comments, and really stand in the entirety of our health and social care workers who have done an incredible job over the last couple of years, in particular, given the additional pressures that the pandemic has brought upon them. So I think it's disgusting that not so long ago we were clapping them and now we're attacking them. So I think that is an appalling situation, and to be rightly condemned by all of us. So thanks, Chair, for letting me in.
Thanks, Pam. Paula?
Thank you, Chair. Very much concur with both your both contributions there. I just wonder, are we going to have the Royal College of Nursing in again soon? I see that the figures are out today, around the 575 nurses who have left their post, registered nurses who have left their post in the last 5 or 6 months. It cannot be any a coincidence that this is why we're losing so many vital frontline nurses from the service when they are facing this sort of abuse, on top of all the pressures that Pam's already outlined. So I wonder, Clerk, is it time that we would have the Royal College of Nursing back to give us their own outline of what the nurses are facing on a daily basis? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that, and actually I was going to suggest as well around the staff vacancies and the workforce plan. I do think we should get RCN back in as soon as we can. So, and maybe if members are indicating agreement there, we'll talk to the clerk about how we do that as early as possible in the new year. Colin.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Chair, concur with your remarks and those of other committee members. I think it's disgraceful that our staff that are going about their day and daily work, especially in that role of helping people and assisting people in their time of need. And whilst I extend that to all of those frontline staff, could I make just a small call for those in the fire and rescue service that are often forgotten as being members of the frontline staff that this committee has responsibility for scrutinising as well. They quite often go out to calls and get stones thrown at them, get abuse and other types of attacks on them as well. And whilst we're extending it to all the staff, I just wanted to give a small shout out for them, because I know sometimes in the middle of the pandemic we forget that they are working there in the health department as well, doing their work.
Yep, absolutely, and we know subject to attacks as well, as you say, rightly say, Colin. So absolutely, that's a fair point. Okay, thank you, members, and I know members of this committee unanimously send out our support to staff in that respect. Thank you, members. On a related matter, members, later today we are taking evidence on the safe access zones bill, and it has been drawn to the committee's attention that an official has received a low-level threat as a result of the work undertaken by them on related work. To protect evidence, officials giving evidence, it was agreed that their identities will be protected at the meeting of the Health Committee today. Now, I believe the committee deplores both the threats themselves and the subsequent need to shield these individuals in relation to doing their work. But clearly this bill is in the public interest, and it's important that their evidence is heard in public session. So we thought that was the best way to facilitate that. That will allow the committee members to probe the officials' responses and contribute to the important work of scrutinising the bill. However, I have to say it is, I think, reflective of the wider concern. And if officials coming to this committee can be placed under threat to give evidence, then what must women and girls out there be facing running the gauntlet of these protests at times with little or no support? So I just think that's absolutely to be deplored. And I wonder, would committee agree with me that we write to the official to extend our support and solidarity to them, and to condemn any threats that any officials in relation to carrying out their work in health and social care would face? Would committee agree with? Yeah.
Absolutely, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, members. Members, moving on then, another issue I just wanted to pick on a small issue this week, and I thought it was worthy of reflection in Chair's business just before we break for Christmas. But it's around an issue that has been, and in fact several related issues around people who are housebound and have been struggling to get the vaccine. And I had contacted the department and the HSE and the PHA, but I was put in touch with an official, Martin, who has worked on a number of those issues and has resolved them. And it just caused me to reflect on the many hundreds and thousands of small pieces of good work that are done every day in the health service. And we don't often reflect on those. We don't have a chance. We're often scrutinising. And I'm including here members of board and department and officials, and also healthcare staff on the ground. Those many hundreds and thousands and hundreds of thousands of small acts on a daily and a weekly and a monthly basis that go unnoticed and unacknowledged at times. And I just wanted to sort of thank him for that. And he has cleared up issues around housebound right across the north for me over the past week. And I'm conscious that we are often scrutinising officials, but we don't always take the chance or get the chance to say, listen, thank you for everything that you do and that you have done and that you have addressed at times. So I just want to make that wee message clear. And then the final one today, I attended
Chair?
Yes, who's
Sorry,
that? Paula,
just where you go on, Chair, I actually raised this issue with the Health Minister in the Chamber this week, because I've had some constituents who haven't been able to get their booster because they've been housebound. Now, the Minister was quite clear about where the roles and responsibilities lie, but it would appear that there is a communications gap there. So I'm just wondering if we could ask for NI Direct to be updated in relation to the housebound, because there's no information on there at the minute about what people will do in that situation. But I very much concur with your other sentiments there about the praise for the staff working behind the scenes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And Pam?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree with Paula there. And I think just on that issue of communication, I think whilst we absolutely praise, and I wanted to actually put on record thanks even for the officials who have been involved in drafting and working around all the restrictions while they've been deeply unpopular for most people. just to thank them for, all the work that they have been doing, and hope that they get a bit of a break over Christmas as well. But it strikes me that while we're seeing a great reaction to the pandemic in recent days, and I'm talking in terms of footfall on the ground, and we understand how badly the hospitality sector are struggling at this precise moment. And it just strikes me that I've had numerous queries from people who have been unable to access hospitality on the back of the COVID cert. And there seems to be a great deal of lack of knowledge, even amongst hospitality itself, as to how this actually works, what's acceptable in terms of giving evidence, the confusion around students coming home with different vaccine cards from England or Scotland or Wales, and what's acceptable. And it just seems to be that there's a really dire lack of information has been given out. I don't see any really effective communication policy coming from the department to allow that system to work. Whilst we voted against it, it's here, it's in law, and we have to respect that. But the sheer lack of information that has been provided to hospitality, I think, is appalling. And I really think the department have questions to answer around, where is the PR campaign around the subject, and the fact that not only do customers not know what they have to provide, but actually the hospitality doesn't seem to know what they're allowed to receive in terms of evidence. So I think that's a really important matter that needs to be raised, and I would like to see us maybe writing to the department to ask for clarity and to ask where that communication strategy is, because we don't seem to be hearing it or seeing it.
Okay, members content that we write to that effect? Yeah, thank you. Okay, members, final point from me then, just in relation to that, is that I was invited yesterday and attended a seminar that the British Academy had put on around the Omicron variant. A really, really good panel, I have to say, and a really interesting discussion. But I suppose some of the key messages coming out of this was that the more that COVID-19 gets to multiply, the more chance it gets to mutate. And I think there was a general concern and a general message that there are going to be huge numbers of cases. It still does remain, and I asked the question around what percentage of cases appear to be requiring hospitalisation. That figure is not clear. It does seem that there are less cases who are hospitalised who then require oxygen intervention, but again, that's not bottomed out. But I suppose I just want to firstly send out a message to the public, just to ask everyone to redouble their efforts in their own protection and in terms of protecting those around them at this time and as we go into the Christmas period. And I just think it also would be vital that the Department of Health and the Executive are looking at whatever measures may be needed over the next period of time, because with huge amounts of people ill, that will create its own stresses and strains on the health service and even on other wider public services. But I just wanted to reiterate to the public and the department that it's important that everyone is very aware that this is a highly transmissible virus and a variation of the COVID vaccine or the COVID variant. Okay, members, I'll need to move on then to draft minutes, and I refer you to the draft minutes which are at the meeting of the 9th of December at tab 3.1. Are members content with those minutes? Yeah, content, thank you. There are no matters arising, members, from those minutes. So moving on then to our first substantive briefing. And this morning we're taking a briefing from the Department of Health officials on the Department's 2021 to 22 January monitoring financial position, and to give a brief overview of the process in relation to the 3-year budget. So I'd now like to welcome by Starleaf Bridget Worth, who is Finance Director. Can you hear me okay, Bridget?
Yes, good morning, Chair.
Also Annette Palmer, who is Head of Financial Management. Are you able to hear me, Annette?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. David Keenan, Head of Financial Planning. Can you hear us okay, David?
Yes, good morning, Chair.
Good morning. Preeta Miller, Director of Infrastructure Investment. Good morning, Preeta. Can you hear us?
I can. Good morning, Chair.
and Tomas Adele, who is Director of Transformation. Can you hear us okay, Tomas?
I can, yes. Good morning.
Okay, thank you. So I want to welcome all of the panel. Thank you for coming to committee this morning. And I would just reiterate that if we could ask everyone when you're not speaking to remain on mute, and if people have access to headsets, that normally does help with the sound. So I'll go back to yourself, Bridget, and will you give us the indicate, are you making remarks and anyone else opening remarks within the panel, or just let us know how you'd like to address the opening remarks, Bridget, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. So I'll start my remarks by covering the future budget position, and then I'll pick up on January monitoring. Preeta will then do the same with capital. David and Annette and Thomas have joined us to provide support on more detailed questioning, but they won't be making any opening remarks today. So hopefully that gives you a sense of how we're going to approach it. So I'll start off with the future budget then. And the committee will have received copies of the submissions that we made to the Department of Finance as part of the budget setting process. And so you'll be aware from that of the magnitude of the pressures that we're facing and of the amount of funding needed if we were to be enabled to deliver the full extent of our ambition. And clearly, to expect to have received everything that we asked for in those submissions was unrealistic. And I do recognise that health has been given the lion's share of the funding identified as available for allocation as part of the budget process. It would also be remiss of me not to recognise that this is a sizable increase on our existing baseline of just under 6.1 billion. Nevertheless, due to the level of non-recurrent funding we've received in the current year in particular, it does represent a much more modest increase on our opening budget for this year of 6.5 billion. And in 22-23, it actually represents a reduction of some 200 million on our post-October monitoring position, which is nearly 7 billion. And that means that with health inflation running at a recognised 6%, the funding gap to deliver our existing services next year is likely to be well in excess of £500 million. And this position has arisen, as I said before, due to a lack of recurrent funding in previous years, particularly in the current year, where, as you'll recall, just 50 million of our additional funding was provided recurrently. And this has forced us into a position over the years of funding increased level of ongoing commitments from non-recurrent sources. And just to give you a few examples of that, some 175 million of AFC pay and safe staffing commitments are funded non-recurrently in 21-22, and these must now be the first priority from our allocation. And it's a positive development that the £49 million of transformation funding that we've previously received non-recurrently has now been allocated across the 3-year period. But this will simply enable us to fund the activity that's already on the ground, and it doesn't allow us to expand that programme. And also, unfortunately, as you've spoken about today, Chair, COVID response costs, which we had very much hoped would be non-recurrent and would disappear after the current financial year, it's increasingly looking like these are likely to remain with us for some time. And just one example of that, the cost of providing additional PPE this year is estimated at around £130 million, with our overall COVID response totalling somewhere in the region of 480 million. So I suppose what all that adds up to is that the additional allocation of £713 million next year, whilst undeniably a very significant sum of money, will be insufficient for us to continue all of our existing activity. And that's before we even look at pay and price inflation. So to live within the allocated budget will therefore require reductions in spending from current levels in some areas, and that will mean that we'll be faced with some difficult decisions to determine what can be funded from the allocation available. And it also inevitably means that it will be impossible for us to fund all of our proposed rebuilding activities. Now, you'll appreciate that this has been a relatively recent development, and more time will be needed to carefully consider the impact of this. And what we can do in the short term will be constrained by what's possible in the time frame available. So in terms of next steps, we're aiming to publish a summary of the likely impact of the budget as soon as possible, with an EQIA to follow early in the new year. I'm happy to take questions on that during the session, but you'll appreciate the level of detail that's available to me at the moment is limited. So if I turn now to January monitoring, I'd firstly like to apologise to the committee for the late submission of the paper. I know you received that yesterday. I'm sure you'll appreciate there's a lot going on in the department at the moment, but with that in mind, I'll maybe take a bit more time than usual to talk you through the information in the paper. It starts with a summary of where the budget was after October monitoring, and as I mentioned earlier, the additional allocations have brought us to a total of nearly 7 billion, and that's shown in Table 1 in your papers. The narrative then goes on to provide further detail on the bids submitted at October monitoring and highlights that most of them were met. The one notable exception was in relation to trust deficits, where funding of 15 million was provided, which left us with a remaining deficit of 60 million at that time. Our depreciation bid was also only partially met, leaving a ring-fence pressure then of around about 11 million. As I'm sure you will appreciate, things are currently changing very quickly, and in this context, as the paper says, significant slippage has materialised and additional funding has also become available over and above the levels we anticipated at October. Against this, however, we've also identified significant pressures, and these continue to materialise. Table 2 in your paper shows the additional funding that's become available since October monitoring, although I should stress that we are awaiting final confirmation of the test and trace amount shown in that table. Table 3 then lists some of the pressures that will be funded from this additional funding, including the additional requirements for COVID vaccinations and the package to support increased provision of domiciliary care. Against the trust deficit of 60 million, we're now allocating 30 million. As you can see from the paper, trusts are now reporting that their deficit position has reduced to 50 million, and we're expecting further slippage in the order of 20 million to emerge over the coming months to bridge the remaining gap. Although, of course, we'll have to keep that position continually under review. The paper then provides the committee with some further detail on the other pressures being funded at this time. And overall, this leaves us with a surplus of some 30 million, subject to funding being received in relation to our proposed bid for depreciation pressures, and also to the receipt of funding expected from Treasury in relation to the change in the discount rate for personal injury cases. If those two things and those things are not funded, most of that 30 million will be required to cover those pressures. And we're hoping to hear in relation to the Treasury amount in the near future. The paper highlights, though, that if it's not the case, i.e. if we do get the funding, the Minister is considering how that money might best be allocated to support the health service through the winter, including the potential to supplement the pay settlement. You'll appreciate that I'm unable to elaborate further on these issues while the Minister is still considering the position. But as you'll see from the paper, any remaining surplus following consideration of these issues may be returned for reallocation to other executive priorities. But for now, as I've said, the picture remains uncertain. Should requirements exceed the funding available, a bid will obviously be submitted. In summary, however, at this time, I can confirm that we will be submitting a bid of 12.5 million for depreciation. So with that, I'll pass you over to Preeta and she'll cover the capital position.
Thank you. Go ahead, Preeta.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Bridget. So if I start with the budget as well, and then I'll move on into January monitoring. So with the budget, the proposed net capital budget settlement for the 3-year period is 349.9 million, 369.8 million, and in the last year, 368.3 million. Whilst the allocation in the first year, 22-23, is sufficient to meet our minimum requirements, the funding in the last 2 years falls short by 80 million and 61 million respectively. And although the overall quantum shows an uplift on previous year's capital allocations, the issue we're facing is that the funding we need for our flagship projects has also increased over this 3-year period. And when you factor that in, the residual non-ring-fence funding that we have in the latter 2 years is a reduction when we compare it to 2021 and 21-22. So the budget settlement will enable us to fund our flagship projects, our contractual commitments, and contribute some funding towards the maintenance of the HSE estate, and new strategies such as elective care and cancer recovery plan, all of which we deem to be inescapable. But to fund these inescapables, we will need to reduce our planned allocations to backlog maintenance in the latter years. And the fear is that this will exacerbate the backlog maintenance position, which now stands at 1.2 billion. And despite this, the budget settlement for everything that we must do will still fall short, and will inhibit our ability to commence significant new investments. I would also note that our assessment of what is affordable is based on profiles known at December 2021, and this position is likely to change given the inherent unpredictability of construction projects, also exacerbated by the current volatility in the supply chain and the price of materials. Turning then to our current year's January monitoring round, following the October monitoring round, we have a capital budget of 352.9 million. In this monitoring round, health organisations have reported 28.9 million of slippage, and this is primarily as a result of delays in supply chains and difficulty in gaining access to hospital sites to complete estate works. Against this, we received 16 million of bids, which included vehicle replacement, medical equipment replacement, imaging equipment, and licenses required for cybersecurity. In addition, we plan to hold $500,000 of slippage for any bids that may emerge between now and the year end, which will leave us then declaring a reduced requirement in this monitoring round of 12.4 million. And with that, Bridget, Thomas, David, and I, Nanette, we're happy to take any questions you have.
Okay, thank you, Prita. And Bridget, you'd mentioned there that there's a possible access funding of 30.5 million, and there are additional pressures. Can you provide some further information as to what those additional pressures are that you're referring to?
So, as I said, the Minister's considering a number of options with policy colleagues as to what that funding could be spent on if we don't need it for the discount rate or depreciation. One of those is the potential to enhance the pay offer. And obviously, we're also keeping the situation with Omicron under consideration in case any additional funding requirements emerge in relation to that. You'll see we've already highlighted the need for additional funding for the vaccine programmes, to enable the boosters to be fully rolled out, and that also provides for a second vaccination for the 12 to 15 age group.
Okay, and what assurances can you give us that 30.5 million won't be returned but will be deployed into health?
So, as I say, the Minister's currently considering options. I think if we conclude that there isn't, if we don't need the funding for our immediate needs, given that we know that there are pressures being faced across other executive departments, we would want to proactively return that money at this time so it could be spent wisely elsewhere. So I'm not giving you a guarantee that it will be spent, but it will be spent if it's needed. But if our assessment is that it's not currently needed immediately in the health system or can't be spent immediately in the health system, our recommendation would be that it is returned to aid with pressures in other areas.
Okay, thanks. Bridget, and you had mentioned there that the 49 the transformation monies have been secured for the 3-year rolling budget, and that's welcome. However, there's no additional bid for any additional transformation monies within this monitoring round. Why is that?
It's simply the timing of January monitoring, Chair, where we wouldn't have the time at this late stage in the year to put things on the ground, and also the issue of recurrent tails into the following year. So it is a timing issue. We absolutely could spend more money on transformation given notice and given recurrent assurances around that funding being available.
Okay, and that is certainly something of concern. And I know that the committee has already addressed the issue around workforce and those huge amounts of people who are leaving, and we've already agreed to write to the department on that. But I note within this funding, there's no there's no just I'll run through a couple of quick areas just to check yes or no in case I have missed out on something. But in terms of workforce or staffing or retention or recruitment, is there any bid in relation to that?
So not in January monitoring, no. I mean, there were substantial bids as part of our future budget submission around measures that we could take to strengthen and improve the workforce situation. Again, you know, because training programs are long commitments, that there aren't any bids in January monitoring for that. You will see there's 23 million though allocated to help to alleviate with some of the workforce issues in domiciliary care, and that was where the minister felt that immediate action
we have
was
welcomed,
required.
yes, we have welcomed that. However, I would make the more general point that given the crisis within workforce and within the staffing cohort, I think we should be looking at short-term supports and measures as to how we can, and I think that is appropriate within January monitoring, and I am very disappointed that is not reflected there. I'm also disappointed similarly with multidisciplinary teams which have been stalled. There's no allocation of money towards that. There's been nothing done, Bridget, for carers throughout this entire pandemic. Carers who are already on their knees, and yet again we're going into a period here where the department are not even bidding for money. And finally, in relation to that, daycare and centres and respite centres are not providing the service that they were providing or the service that's needed, and there's no funding for that. So I am disappointed in the lack of ambition in relation to those, and the lack of concern and awareness around those issues, which I think could be done in a short space of time. We have seen additional monies provided for staff and uplifts, so there are schemes and frameworks in place. I think that could be extended out to carers. I also think it could be extended again to staff in order to retain. And related to that, and that I'll leave that as a comment for now because I don't have time to drill into it. But related to that, it's clear that agency staff spending continues to run away, and that agency staff are on hugely enhanced pay and conditions in some ways to core staff. Is it not possible that we could look at short-term uplifts, even within the premia, within Agenda for Change, for our core staff, to pay them in a way that reflects, to provide them an uplift at this Christmas time, and in terms of the pressures that COVID is continuing to place on our staff? Could we not look at enhancements for core staff in terms of pay?
So, Chair, certainly and absolutely, as the paper says, one of the things that the Minister is considering from the 30 million that we have available to us is what we could do in terms of pay for our existing staff. That is something that's actively under consideration. And as I say, there are a range of other measures that he's considering. I'm not at liberty to comment on those until he has, gone through those deliberations, but there are a number of things that 30 million could be used for that the Minister is considering. And certainly if there are short-term measures, I'm sure that he will be looking at everything that can be done from that funding. And indeed, if it's not sufficient, a bid will be put forward at January monitoring for any extra amounts that are needed.
And are you aware of any plans to look at how support can be got to unpaid carers?
So I am aware that discussions are ongoing. I know that there are difficulties around legislative competence to make those payments. I know that those deliberations are continuing, but I don't know exactly where we are with that.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on then briefly. I'll come to Preeta in a second. I do want to say before I move away from yourself, Bridget, and I recognise there's plenty going on within the department. However, the scrutiny of the budget is not a consequential or a secondary matter, and I think it is hugely problematic that despite us mentioning this to you over the duration of this committee around the need to get papers in earlier, that we're still getting them the day before, detailed papers setting out spending. I absolutely don't think that's good enough. I have to say that to you, Bridget. It's just not good enough.
And all I can do, Chair, is apologise and try to do better next time, and I will.
Okay, listen, Preeta, I have a couple of wee quick ones, if I may, with you. You have mentioned the slippage there on approximately 28 million capital, and you've mentioned broadly where that slippage lies. But can you outline any of the projects or programmes that will be impacted by that?
So let me just pull that up. I know that we had quite a bit of slippage in our IT programs. So the main reason, again, being the issues in the supply chains. I don't think there's any impact on it's really that where they slip into the next year. And it's really to do with the slow, basically clinks in the supply chain, which is a global problem at the minute. So I don't think there's any program that's going to be necessarily impacted. It's just that the profiles slipped into the following year.
Okay, and then finally on the capital side of things, can you provide any further information on the 8.1 million bid for licences for cybersecurity? Where's that coming from?
So that's from our DHCNI, and it is really to do with that. It's cybersecurity, which is becoming an increased threat, and there is a need just to keep on top of that. And so they've put in a bid really just to obtain those licenses and make sure that we're safe from attacks.
Okay, thank you. I'll go then across to members. So at this point in time, I have Deputy Chair Pam Cameron, Paula Bradshaw, Colin McGrath and Deborah Erskine. So Pam, I'll go back to yourself there firstly.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Bridget and the rest of the panel for your attendance. It's much appreciated this morning. And I suppose just from the offset, I wanted to concur with the Chair's comments that I'm also disappointed at the lateness of the availability of the information, because really we don't have proper time to look and digest and actually drill down in the way we would want to in terms of giving proper scrutiny to what is an incredibly important topic. So that is disappointing, but I accept, Bridget, that you've apologised for that and are seeking to do better on that particular topic. I also have similar concerns around, where we are in terms of the way staff are paid, the use of agency staff. And I know my colleague Deborah will be probably want to ask you more on that, so I'll leave that to her. I think too, it would be deeply regrettable if considerable sums of the health budget money were to be returned to finance in the remaining months of this financial year. So we do need to see a contingency plan for how money that may become available as a result of further slippage can be spent in a timely and effective way. So I suppose my questions to you this morning, I wanted to ask you if the trusts have been asked to submit spending plans for additional unallocated slippage, and what types of projects can be delivered in that narrow window between now and the end of the financial year. And is there any indication at the stage of the amount that might have to be returned?
Okay, so yes, we have asked trusts if they could increase their spending. The challenge is always with the short time span left towards the end of the year that is incredibly challenging. And at the moment, they've indicated that whilst there are some small things that could be done, additional spending across the piece would be unlikely to exceed £5 million. So yes, that there are maybe, in terms of direct sort of general spending, we did have a moratorium on discretionary spending that didn't have an immediate impact on services in order to manage that deficit position coming out of October monitoring. If we were to lift that there could be some additional spending there. Yes.
Okay, and equally on the capital side, we have reached out actually a number of times to ask if there's anything that can be spent, but it's even more problematic in a way in the capital side because the lead times for procurement. I mentioned there that also we're having trouble gaining access to hospital sites to actually carry out estate works because they're already so overwhelmed. So we have tried to explore every avenue. We continue to do that. So I think our final deadline for submitting our surrenders to DOFs around the first week of January. So we continue basically to work with trustees if there's anything at all they can usefully deploy the funding on before we hand it back. And it's in the region of 12 million, Pam, that you'd ask that as well.
Thank you for that. I wonder, is there any update on where the request for additional monies for the extra 48 beds that are required at Antrim Area Hospital to cope with winter pressures going forward. If you have any update on that. And I also wanted to mention I'm deeply disappointed that there isn't more happening in terms of transformation. We know how vital that is. And in particular, as the Chair mentioned, the rollout of the multidisciplinary teams amongst primary care are absolutely vital. We know how difficult it is for the sector. We know how difficult it is for people to get in contact with the GPs, and we need to be seeing more being done to improve that service, to ensure that people can actually get to the help that they so rightly need. I wanted to ask you around the military funding arrangements, and I see there is monies within your document, £0.9 million in terms of military support. Can you explain the funding arrangements for military support, how that works, in just in a bit more detail, please?
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry. Do you want to
go
first, Preeta?
Do you want me to start with the 48 beds? So yes, we are working very closely with the Trust at the minute, looking at that. So they had, I think they had submitted a draft case, but where that's at is they're actually reviewing that to see if they can achieve better space standards for the unit that they're building, because they were looking at an interim scheme there, which would be up and running sooner than a permanent build. But basically that's where it's at. They're currently reviewing the space standards and looking at the configuration of that 48 bed unit or the two 24 bed units. And then we're hopeful that we will receive a case from them soon. And what I can say is that we are seeking to prioritise that from within our budget allocation that we've received. Okay.
And on the military support then, that is charged to us at full cost. So the MOD will charge us the full cost of deploying those staff for the period of time that they're with us. So that's 900,000, I think it's actually a rounding of 850,000, was the 80 combat medical technicians who were with us in October. Obviously, there's ongoing consideration of whether we would wish to ask for additional military support and whether that could be provided over the coming months. That's not specifically factored into the figures I've given you in the paper, but it's another thing that we may need to deploy the 30 million towards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, could you send us a breakdown just of that almost £1 million spent in Bridget just in relation to the military? But also, there has been information shared by the department recently around the workforce appeal. And there were 51,234 expressions of interest for the workforce appeal for people who were expressing interest in coming back to help out in relation to COVID and the other pressures that we know are within health. There were 30,499 new formal applications received by the department, out of which 16%, 4,936 new appointments have been made. So that means the department have on their desk 25,563 applications from people in our community willing and offering to help out to provide healthcare service within healthcare. We're also aware that nurses are telling us that they are often doing portering and cleaning and administrative tasks taken away from their core nursing role. So clearly a wide range of skills and jobs would be needed there. Have the department budgeted, or are you budgeting to take in, or how many of those 25,000 people are you actively progressing by way of assistance into the health service given the staffing crisis?
So I don't have exact figures of that, but I do know that there are a number of people from that pool who've withdrawn or declined an appointment. And that there's also been some issues with matching candidates to suitable roles. For example, some candidates were only able to do specific hours on specific days. So I would imagine that of that 20,000 that you're talking about, not all of those are still actively in the pipeline as potentially coming on as employees. So whilst I don't have an answer to your specific question, I mean, again, any additional workforce that is available and can be deployed, that is funding that we would clearly be seeking to allocate.
Well, first of all, it's 25,000, over 25, not 20,000. And any hours, I guess, in a 24-hour 7 days a week healthcare system, any hours would have to be welcomed. I don't think that should be dismissed lightly. I think nurses out there would appreciate if someone is able to give them 2 hours. Every single minute will help in the current situation, given the pressures. So tell me roughly then, you don't have the exact figures, tell me approximately how many have dropped off or how many are still on the department's desk.
I'm sorry, Colin, I probably misled you there. I don't have any figures in front of me on how many are left from those 25,000 who are still being actively processed. That's something I would have to follow up and provide to you.
Okay, well, could I ask that is provided urgently? Because clearly there are significant, and regardless of slippage, there are clearly significant thousands of people out there who have applied to the department to say, listen, I'm prepared to come back into service here or provide a service. And those need to be prioritised urgently, Bridget. We are losing staff there. We've already said 575 staff gone in a system that's creaking, and with nurses and healthcare workers who are unable to cope. We have asked too much of them, quite frankly. It's not that much to ask that the department would urgently get as many of those 25,563 people, get their feet onto the ground into our healthcare system. They have applied. They need to be recruited.
And okay, I can certainly take that message back to my colleagues.
Okay, I'm going to move on then to other members. So I'm going to Paula Bradshaw. Go ahead, Paula, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, panel, for your briefing this morning. My first question is in relation to the looks like £100,000 for research into the minimum unit price of alcohol. I very much welcome that, but I wonder if you could give me a breakdown if he's actually going to be delivering that and how that cost will be spent. I also note there's the 5.5 million for the managed quarantine service. Again, I would like some more details on that. And again, the 5 million for the mental health fund. Conscious that if this is to be delivered within three months, whether it's going to be very effectively spent. Of course, I welcome money for mental health, but it's just about how that can actually be delivered in a way that actually really improves the situation. And then I have a final one that I want to come back to at the end about the longer term budget. Thank you.
Okay, so in terms of the minimum unit pricing, the department had commissioned the University of Sheffield to do some research, and that the plan that was done in 2014. So the money is to enable us to have that research updated so that the modelling it provides can be utilised in setting an appropriate rate for the minimum unit price in Northern Ireland. In the event, obviously, that the outcome of the public consultation shows that this is the preferred option. So that is really to update that research. The £5 million for mental health. You'll recall that the Minister established a mental health fund last year. The numbers of applications, I think, to that were higher than expected, and this money was intended then to enable us to effectively fund more of those applications. So in that context, I think we would be fairly confident that it could be delivered and in a meaningful way. And then the other question you had was around managed quarantine. So that really is, so although people have to pay to go into managed quarantine if they come back from a red list country, the cost of that in totality, because we have to hire out the whole of a hotel for quarantine purposes, the amount of money that we bring in from the people who are quarantining is not sufficient to cover the overall cost of the quarantine and the security around that. So the funding for that is really to bridge the difference between what people pay and the amount that we have to pay to secure the availability of that facility on an ongoing basis, even if there's only maybe 1 or 2 people who are actually in the facility at any given point in time.
Okay, I appreciate that. I very much welcome the University of Sheffield doing that research. I know that there were leaders in this field, so that's really positive news. I suppose my final question, Chair, is in relation to this 15 million, we talked about the 75 million for the trust deficits. And I'm just wondering, going forward into the 3-year new budget, and I've raised this concern with you before, where there are commissioned services of the trust to deliver, say, 100 hip operations, and they may not deliver 100, but they don't have to give money back for any shortfall in actually delivery. Is there going to be a tighter rein then in terms of what is commissioned funded and what's actually delivered by the Trust, because you will have that 3-year period. Thank you.
And I think that's something that we will have to be looking at as we move forward. I mean, obviously in the context of COVID, the sorts of controls that we would have put around that have not been able to be operated in the same way, and it's not clear at what point during the 3-year period we will emerge from the current kind of COVID situation. But clearly, in order to live within the funding that we've got, we're going to have to look at what services are commissioned and how those are delivered. I think that the challenge will be, particularly in the short term, in the context of COVID, that it's very difficult for us to obviously apply what we would regard as a normal level of control.
No, I appreciate that, but as we're moving to the 6.5 billion, 7 billion per year, I think that we should be a lot tighter in terms of that money. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Paula. Colin, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the panel for their presentation. And maybe just as an add-on to the end of the question that Paula had asked there about the managed quarantine service, maybe just if we could get some feedback that there is some check that's being done on the scale of its usage. Obviously, you can take over an entire hotel that has 100 bedrooms, but if you're only ever using 5 or 6 of them, and that's the maximum, then maybe a slightly smaller scale hotel, or maybe even some bed and breakfast facility that could be taken over might be more appropriate and cost less money, because 5.5 million is a lot of money if it's not being fully utilised. And I maybe wanted to ask Chair as well about the test and trace funding. I just see that there's like figures of 20 million and 40 million, and it does mention about the national testing programme. Is there an assurance that any of that money that's been spent by us is about the test and trace delivery programme that's actually happening here in Northern Ireland, or are we contributing to the national programme and it's costing us, and how we get that back? Could I get some information on those, please?
Okay, so starting off with the managed quarantine, absolutely, that is kept under continual review, and certainly if it's no longer needed, or if it needs to be scaled up or scaled down, that absolutely will be looked at and reviewed. In terms then of the funding for test and trace, this 46 million that we're expecting to receive around about the time of January monitoring from Across the Water is our share of the funding. It effectively is us getting our share of the funding that's been deployed to the national programme. So where it's been difficult for us to plan is there's been a lot of lack of clarity around exactly how much that funding would be. As I say, back in October monitoring, we were being told it would only be 20 million and we were having to plan on the basis of that. We're now being told it's 46 million, but we still haven't got a final figure. So that's all playing into our uncertainty around, well, you know, obviously, if we'd have known we were getting 46 million back in October, we would have been able to plan a lot more effectively to use that funding in other ways. I mean, that's not to say that we're absolutely spending the money that needs to be spent on the test and trace programme, but we've had to plan to manage that within the allocation that we already had. If we'd have known that we were going to get this additional funding from Across the Water to pay for it, it might have enabled us to do other things earlier in the year, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and but maybe could you just detail for us maybe then a little bit what that money's been spent on? There might be an impression, and I could be accused also of having the test and trace programme is basically a call centre, and that people are interacting to, or does this include the testing element as well as in the actual testing side of it, as in getting all of the samples and putting up all the tents? And is it the whole programme altogether?
It's the whole thing. So it includes things like the use of the labs to do the testing, as well as the tracing facility that you've outlined. I mean, effectively, it's funding that we're getting as a consequence of England spending money. So we're not forced to spend it on exactly what they've spent it on, but it is a contribution in recognition of the fact that we have test and trace costs that need to be funded because they have the national programme, if that makes sense.
Yeah. but we're not spending it because we were expecting the allocation to be much smaller. So in other words, when it comes in, there'll be a gap that we will be able to spend on something else because it hasn't been spent on our programme because we weren't expecting to get it.
That's not exactly the position, because we have spent whatever we needed to do to make our programme run at the level that we thought was needed. But because we didn't know we were getting this money, we were having to use some of our other COVID money, I suppose, to supplement it. And potentially we could have used that other COVID money on other things if we'd have known this was coming.
And what's the difference then?
So the 26 million that we hadn't factored in to our October monitoring position is part of the reason we're looking at a 30 million surplus at January monitoring, if that makes sense.
It kind of makes that sort of financial sense. I think I know where you're going, but I got a wee bit lost in the middle of it.
Basically, we have received more money than we expected. So in the same way that when we spend less than we expect on something, it gives us more money to spend on something else. Because we've received more money than we expected to pay for this, we have more money that we could deploy to something else. It's just, I suppose, I'm expressing a degree of disappointment that we didn't know we were getting it sooner, because the sooner we know we're getting funding, the more effectively it can be deployed.
But how much does it actually cost? Much is it going to cost us for the test and trace if, for by the fact that you thought you were getting 20, if you're getting 45, how much of the 45 have you actually spent on test and trace?
So I would expect that we will have spent at least that much. We haven't got figures on exactly how much we've spent, because actually we haven't been asked to prove that we spent at least 46 million on test and trace in order to receive this funding. As I say, we have a right to receive it because England have spent it on test and trace, even if we spend it on, even if we haven't spent all of it on test and trace. But what I'm trying to say to you is we have spent, the fact that we didn't know we were getting this money has not impeded our ability to spend on test and trace, because we've prioritised that from our other COVID funding that we've received.
So you'll have spent 45 million on test and trace.
I expect that we will have, but I haven't got figures to actually give you a breakdown of that. But yes, I know that there's, I know enough of what's being spent to be pretty confident that we will have spent it all.
Can I ask just one supplementary question on the issue of the capital programme? Whenever I was on the committee last year, I'd asked about the possibility of an MRI scanner for the Down Hospital, which the trust has approved, the board have approved, everybody had approved, and it was sitting, I think, within the department. Do you still have that process where you have a departmental list of priorities, and that is it still a ministerial decision as to what goes on to that list? And currently, is it the case that the MRI scanner for the Down is not on that list?
I don't. So basically, we have a group that looks at equipment like that and where it's required and what's procured. And actually, at the minute, we are looking within both our January monitoring round. We'd reached out to see if anything could be purchased, and we're also looking at it as part of our budget process. But we just got the figures, so we're still working through what can and can't be funded. But it'll all go up basically through the minister to agree. Yes, so it'll be subject to ministerial approval how we spend the budget, Colin.
Okay, thank you for that, and thank you, Chair. But maybe, can I just?
I'll have to move on, Colin. Very brief remark. Just
in writing. Could we just get an update then on that situation, maybe back in writing, as to where the capital programme is and what projects are and are not on it at this stage?
So we're going to publish, Bridget, I don't know if that got published yet on the website, a high level budget paper.
It's not been published yet, but it's it's going through the approval process. So
yeah.
Depending on the minister's availability, it'll either be published this side of Christmas or in the new year.
Yeah. So we will be publishing a paper on that. Is that okay?
Thank you. Moving on to Deborah. Go ahead, Deborah, please.
Thank you, Anna, and thank the panel for their answers and for coming to us today. I totally agree with the chair. I am really concerned in terms of workforce costs, and I believe there is a real dependency upon bank nursing. And I would like to see a breakdown of staff costs, including agencies, so that we can clearly see how much is being paid out and in what fashion. I asked for figures for 3 days in October, and over 115,000 was paid out over the 5 trusts for that 3-day period. This is not the fault of the nursing staff, and to me this is poor management. And this week we've seen one particular agency announce a pay uplift. So this is only going to get worse. There is real urgency needed around this. So I would like to know, what is the department doing to rectify this so that money can be freed up in our health service? Are there discussions going on with all the 5 trusts? Are we finding out why nurses are going to agencies? And are we confident that this will be rectified within this budget?
Okay, I'll try and pick through the various bits of that. There is a working group set up to consider agency costs, and I suppose there's a number of strands to that. I mean, first of all, there are, in general, when we use bank nurses or we use on-contract agency staff, the premium we pay, we're not paying a premium in salary. We obviously do pay a fee to the agency. So there is a significant amount of the agency costs that isn't additional to what we would pay if we had permanent staff, although obviously the preference would be to have permanent staff in a lot of cases. However, there'll always be a need for agency nurses to cover things like sickness and maternity leave and, other short-term situations, although I absolutely accept that we're going above and beyond just that sort of use of agency staff at the moment. So there is a working group to consider that, although again, as with many things, it's maybe not making as speedy progress as we would have liked due to COVID. The long-term solution to this obviously is training more staff. We have over the last number of years honoured the NDNA commitment to 300 extra nursing places a year. I think we're up to 600 additional nurses in the current year. So nursing training places are, I think, at an all-time high at the moment. And obviously that's something, given the issues, that we will seek to protect as we move forward into the budget. But, the budget settlement on the face of it doesn't provide additional funding for additional training places. So that's something that would have to be, if we want to increase training places, we're going to have to reduce spending elsewhere in order to achieve that. So that's a decision that, is not mine to make.
And thank you on that. But I mean, training is one thing, retention is another. And so it's ensuring that we have that workforce that is already in place retained, and anybody that's coming through the system who have been trained, that they are retained as well, as full-time members of staff within the trust. The other thing I just wanted to raise as well, maybe you can touch on that, but another thing I wanted to raise was, it is worrying to hear phrases such as this will only fund the activity on the ground as it is. In April 2021, it was said by officials that Northern Ireland required an additional 400 million to just stand still. We can't stand still any longer. That's the point. Since I've come into Health Committee, I've heard workforce. I've heard about all the pressures. We can't stand still. We need reform. And I agree with the chair in relation to that. Where does reform fit in with the next 3 years? Is this a budget where we're still in a standstill scenario? Because to me, it looks like it in some cases.
And yes, and actually, I think it was me that said the 400 million to stand still. So yeah, and I mean, I be honest with you, it because we have had that lack of recurrent funding in the current financial year, even this, we do need that 400 million a year really to keep things ticking over because of the rate of health inflation. And if we're going to continue to give our staff pay rises, I mean, for example, a 3% pay rise plus trying to address the underlying level inflation cost us an extra 200 million. So, you know, we're going to be in a very difficult position going forward, but maybe Thomas could say a few words on the potential for reform in the future.
Yes, I mean, we have an active transformation program in response to Delivering Together, which is how we should both need to reform the health service to meet our very significant challenges. But with the current budget settlement, we don't have any room to expand that reform. We don't have any room to expand transformation and to do more than what we're already doing. And that's a significant limiting factor for us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deborah. And going on to Jerry, and then I'll have our Leah. So go ahead, Jerry, please.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, panel. Apologies, I had a few connection issues on my end, so apologies if the first two questions have been addressed. The report talks about £200 million COVID response being allocated for 24-25. Is that just an expectation that new variants are going to emerge? Is that long COVID, or what is that? A second question is around the domiciliary care workers, the £23 million extra money. As the chair and others say, we obviously welcome, you know, underpaid workers getting assistance, getting what they're owed. But I submitted a question to the Minister on this, and I want to just tease it out slightly. I'd be concerned that that money goes to private organisations and the full extent of that 23 million isn't passed on to the workers. Some of these organisations are profitable, even though the workers may not be paid adequately. And there's been some assurances from the Minister in the question that he answered, and the answer that he gave to my question. But I want to tease out what assurances has the department got that this money will go to those workers rather than be pocketed or used for other costs for those organisations.
Okay, so firstly, to touch on your question around COVID, I think that's coming from the budget papers that we'd submitted. And I'm just going to be very honest with you and say our COVID figures over the 3-year period were very, very, well, they have been a very high level guess of what they might be. I think the 22-23 number, we largely based on what we were spending in 21-22 at the time. So at the time we submitted those figures, we were estimating that we were spending 400 million on COVID response in 22-23. And we then simply subtracted 100 million a year off that number for the other 2 years, because there's absolutely no way for us to reliably predict what we might need to respond to COVID on that kind of time frame. So I suppose we in our mind, we went, well, hopefully less than we're spending now. So let's put it on a downward trend. I suppose the 200 million, the reasonableness of that, if we're spending 130 million at the moment on extra PPE, we're looking at that and going, well, you know, as I say, it's very much guesswork, but are we still going to see nurses on wards wearing masks in 3 years' time? Well, if we are, then 130 million of that 200 million will be being spent on additional PPE, and, you know, a very, very rough guess. But obviously, the less we're spending on COVID response, the more money we will have available for other health services. So it will be excellent if we can make that number smaller by the time we get to 24-25. Oh, and then your second point on the domiciliary care. I mean, you're right in saying that the department can't mandate that is passed on to workers, but I know that my colleagues are saying that they are seeing evidence of that additional funding already, seeing some providers offering rates of pay in excess of £11 per hour. So we are seeing evidence of it being effective. I suppose we can't guarantee, because we can't force them to do that, but we are seeing evidence that it's being successful. And ultimately, you'd like to think that if they're going to run a successful business and they need to attract and retain staff, that they would use the funding to do that.
Okay, I think it should be seen as a service rather than a business, but I'm not getting into a big discussion about that with you. And just on that £200 million, If that is reduced, can that be reallocated? Is that money there, or is it money coming for 24-25 for COVID?
So, I mean, I suppose when we look at our 24-25 allocation, we expect that the response to COVID is something that we will have to fund out of that. So the less we have to spend on the cost of COVID, the more money we have left for other things.
Okay. Final question. I was reading the papers last night, and I was really, really concerned, dismayed, to be frank, about the section about the response to the DOF budget. And there's a section of areas that are being looked at, considered, whatever language you want to use. But in it mentions possibility of prescription charges, domiciliary care charges, early years registration charge, and others. The document says does not represent a definite direction of travel, but to me it definitely does, and it indicates a direction of travel that will lead to the destruction of the NHS, the dismantling of it, and people who really can't afford and who have paid in the NHS for decades being forced to pay. So I'm really concerned about that, and I want to know where that came from. I'm presuming it didn't come from the minister, but what level of discussion were had in the department amongst this, and it's a very, very deeply concerning document.
Okay, so we were asked as part of the budget process to put forward a range of measures that are currently super parity to England, and we were asked to cost those by the Department of Finance as part of our response to the budget, and that's where that has come from. My understanding is that the executive had discussions around whether any of these things would be implemented, and that if they were to be implemented, that would have been set out in the minister's statement on the budget. But obviously it's still a draft budget, so I can't comment on whether these are or aren't likely to be introduced in the future, but that's the context in which they were put forward. They weren't necessarily put forward as, in fact, they were definitely not proposals put forward by the minister.
Thanks. Just quickly, I presume that, but
very briefly, Jerry.
Explanation on it, and to me, it suggests a very worrying direction of travel that should be and will be sort of fought against if implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Orlia. Go ahead, Orlia, please.
Yep, thank you, Chair, and thanks to Bridget and Prita and Tomas for coming along today. My first question is on the January budget, and then I have two quick questions just on the document that Jerry had referred to there around the 3-year multi-year budget. So my first question was the issue that Paula had raised around that £5 million mental health fund. I'm assuming, Bridget, that's the fund that the minister released. That was around it was like a support scheme for the community and voluntary and the charity organisations to bid for small amounts of funding. And if that is the case, does that mean that there's been no bids in this budget for any statutory services, for any CAMHS mental health services, for any addiction services?
Okay, so I think we had some bids met earlier in the year for mental health, and again in the context of the issues we have around putting more services on the ground when we don't have the funding for them in the future. We did have bids for mental health at the June monitoring for things that could be delivered in year on a non-recurrent basis, and those were all met at that time. So it's in that context that we're not seeing additional bids for statutory services coming forward now.
Okay, but I don't fully understand that, because I'm just obviously some of the feedback that we're receiving. I mean, we all know that the mental health services, statutory and community, are under unprecedented challenges, at the minute. So I would just be a wee bit concerned there wasn't any bids that was put in for the statutory services. But I'll move on then that brings me on to my next question around the multi-year budget and the preparations that are underway for that. And in your document, you had referenced the mental health strategy, and then the funding that would be required for those first 3 years within that strategy, which is good to see. And again, I know that's only a drop in the ocean as to what's required over the 10 years, but there was no reference of the substance use strategy, and I'm just wondering why that wasn't referenced in that initial document. Because the Public Accounts Committee is actually, we're meeting today to discuss a report on addiction services. So that is a massive issue, and it's a massive funding requirement that's going to be required as well. So I'm just wondering why that wasn't there, why that wasn't referenced alongside the mental health strategy. And then my final question was around the section where you had described, you had listed some drugs and therapies that would need funded, and there was a list around cancer, MS, bowel disease, HIV, and there was no reference to pulmonary fibrosis, the medication that's required for pulmonary fibrosis. I know that Pam, she's the chair of that APG. There's been a recent review done from NICE, and I'm just wondering why those drugs weren't factored into that list. Thank you.
Okay, so firstly on the substance abuse strategy, I mean, we had to pull together those initial figures very, very quickly. And so what we included there were the 3 strategies that had been published. We flagged at that stage to the Department of Finance that this was not a complete list of everything that we required. And indeed, I think you received a letter then from the Minister around about October time that outlined that we'd now fully costed all of our rebuild actions. And at that time, the substance use strategy was factored in and submitted to the Department of Finance. So it was in our figures that we eventually submitted, but we just didn't have the figures available. I think we were asked very quickly to produce an assessment of how much we needed for health, and we were only able to factor in the figures that we had available to hand at that time. So it wasn't a reflection of any lack of importance or anything like that. It was simply just those 3 strategies were published and the numbers were there and available to us. In terms of your second question on the drugs and therapies, that's not a comprehensive list. It was a list of the kinds of things that we would need to fund from this funding. So the idea of asking for additional money for drugs and therapies is that it will cover things that we know will be needed, things that are in the, actually in the pipeline, but also it's a general amount in recognition that drugs and therapies are continually developing and that new ones will be coming online all the time. So it's not a comprehensive list, so it doesn't preclude other therapies being funded.
No, that's fair enough, Bridget. And then just quickly, Chair, Colin had made a point earlier on about following up in writing around one of the issues that he had discussed. And I'm just wondering if we are getting written feedback from the officials after today. It would be great, Bridget, if you could provide in writing the last time we spoke about that stress test that officials were working on around the percentage share of the health budget that's going towards mental health. I'm not sure. I'm hoping that work's obviously ongoing to keep check on that. But if you could provide that in writing as well, where you're at with that wee piece of work, that would be fantastic.
Okay, thank you, Arlia. And so that's all the questions. If just on another point there, Bridget, as well, the reform of adult social care proposals were promised to be out this year by the Minister. So are you aware, or can you send us information around what funding has been set aside for consultations in relation to that, or for any future proposals?
Certainly can provide that to you in writing. In terms of the future proposals, there are figures factored into the budget figures we submitted to the Department of Finance. I think there may be in the region of 30. There was some quite significant sums factored into the proposals, but yes, if it, in terms of the consultation in particular, I wouldn't have the numbers available, so it would probably be useful to follow up in writing on both of those points.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for your commitment there to send information on to the committee in relation to a number of those issues. So listen, I want to thank you for coming to the committee there this morning, and we will of course see you again in due course, given that budgeting is, and scrutiny of budget is, a key priority, and the committee are very determined that we will seek to improve how we scrutinise the budget going forward. So I appreciate your commitment on that, Bridget, and I look forward to that as well. Okay, thank you.
Any information in particular that would be helpful that you got in our papers, we'd obviously be happy to engage with the clerk to make sure that we make the information we provide to you as useful as we possibly can.
Okay. Thanks for that. Okay, panel. So thank you, and we can go ahead then with the rest of our meeting. We can let you go. Thank you for that, and I wish you all a happy Christmas. And please take care. Please keep safe over this Christmas time.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Okay, members. I'm going to take a short break there, I think, before we bring the next panel online. So we'll just take a 10-minute break and we'll resume again at 11 o'clock, members, please. Thank you. Hi, so I just want to check, Clerk, are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, able to hear you, and that's us back on again, Chair.
So we're back online and we do have officials online as well.
We do indeed, yes.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, members. Then we resume in at item 6 there, which is a departmental briefing on Brexit. I refer members to tab 6 of your pack, and officials are here today to brief and update the committee on Brexit related issues. I'd like to welcome via Starleaf Kathy Harrison, who's Chief Pharmaceutical Officer. Good morning, Kathy. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, I am. Chair, can you hear me?
Yep, hearing you loud and clear, Kathy. Thank you. Emer Smith, who's Director of Medical Supplies. Can you hear me, Emer?
Thank you.
Yep. Patricia Quinn Duffy, who's Head of Healthcare Policy, EU Future Relations, Healthcare Access and International Relations Directorate. All important elements of the briefing as well, Patricia, so worth mentioning in full. Patricia, can you hear us okay?
I can, yes. Can you hear me all right, Chair?
Yes, we are indeed. We also have David Wilson, who's a Senior Principal in the Safety Strategy Unit. Can you hear me, David?
Yes, I can, Chair.
Fiona Taylor, Principal Pharmaceutical Officer, Medical Supplies Directorate. Can you hear us, Fiona?
Yes, I can hear you.
And Avi McCabe, who's a solicitor within the Medical Supplies Directorate. Can you hear us, Avi? And is that the correct pronunciation of your first name?
Yes, I can, and yes, it is.
Thank you. Okay, listen, you're all very welcome, and thank you for coming to our committee today. This is an issue clearly the committee have wanted to keep under scrutiny, and we value your appearance in that context. I'll go back to yourself, Kathy, but if I can just say before I do go back to you that if people have access to headsets, that's usually a help with the sound. And absolutely, if people can ensure that they're on mute when they're not speaking or contributing, that will definitely help with the sound. We get a lot of feedback if we don't have that in place. So, Kathy, I'll go back to yourself and kind of outline for us how you'll do opening remarks, and then we'll go to members' questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I last updated the committee on this subject on the 24th of June this year. And today I'm going to provide an update. I'm going to focus mainly on the medicines issues, which are the most pressing currently. And then I'll pass on to Patricia, who will update on the other issues that she's responsible for. And Chair would be very happy to take questions after that. So if you're content, I'm going to start with just a quick summary of where we are in relation to medicines and the journey we've been on in terms of the last year and particularly since we last met.
Thank you.
Okay, so just a very quick recap, because there has been a lot going on in relation to medicines that everyone will be aware of. First of all, the Northern Ireland Protocol came into effect in Northern Ireland on the 1st of January of this year, and under the protocol, Northern Ireland continues to follow EU laws and regulatory processes for goods, and that includes those for medicines and medical devices, unlike Great Britain. And under the Northern Ireland Protocol, medicines that are moving from Great Britain, where the majority of our medicines come from, into Northern Ireland would be handled as though they were entering the EU and from a third country, and as such would be subject to additional importation checks, including batch testing and other checks. In addition to that, medicines used in Northern Ireland must, under the protocol, continue to comply with the EU acquis, which means they have to comply with all EU regulations. And in terms of packaging of medicines, the EU Falsified Medicines Directive would require medicines used in Northern Ireland to have specific additions to their packaging in relation to anti-tampering, security, and a unique barcode. Again, issues that are no longer required in Great Britain. In addition to these issues, there were also new licensing arrangements that the protocol introduces that we have started to see implications of this year already, and they relate to two big classes of our medicines, mainly our new and innovative medicines, including cancer medicines that are licensed under centrally authorised procedure, and that means in Northern Ireland we will follow and wait for the access to those kind of medicines is determined by the European Medicines Agency, timelines, and also the conditions that they put on licenses, whereas in GB they will follow MHRA. And the other big class of medicines is our older medicines, mainly generics, but some older branded medicines as well, and new licensing arrangements that require are leading to companies having to license medicines specifically for Northern Ireland and split packs. So split packs into GB licensed and Northern Ireland licensed. So from the beginning of the year, Chair, you will know, and from our regular updates, that we were very concerned about the issues relating to medicines. And we recognised, and the industry recognised from the beginning, left unmitigated, the protocol would have a major impact on our supply chain into Northern Ireland, and that its full implementation unchanged would require the pharmaceutical industry to change supply routes and also their manufacturing processes to handle the additional importation, packaging and licensing requirements. And recognising this, the EU Commission and UK Government agreed a grace period for this year to allow industry more time to implement the protocol. That grace period was due to end on the 31st of December this year. Now, bringing us up to date a little bit, on the 21st of July, the UK Government outlined its position in relation to the Northern Ireland Protocol in the command paper, and that called for significant changes. And one of those changes was to actually remove medicines because of the complexity and the multiple issues relating to medicines that had been identified, to simply remove medicines completely. And a few days later, the EU published a non-paper where they put forward a number of proposed solutions for medicines. Now, companies must notify the Department of Health and Social Care formally if they wish to discontinue from the UK market or any part of the UK market, including Northern Ireland, and they have to give 6 months' notice to do so. And in June, when we last spoke, that was marking the beginning of a critical period for the industry, because they had a 6 months left until the end of the grace period, and many suppliers were finalising their decisions. And at my last update, I advised the committee that the number of discontinuations at that time in June was very low, but that we would keep it under review. And this situation changed in the weeks that followed, and by midsummer there were thousands of potential discontinuations notified to the Department of Health and Social Care. Now, the main reasons that were cited for those are the areas that I had identified earlier: the additional importation, packaging and licensing issues that the protocol would introduce should the grace period have ended on the 31st. Now, the other issue in the command, another issue in the command paper was that a standstill period was proposed. And actually on the 6th of September, Lord Frost announced that there would be a standstill period that would have effectively extend the grace period and remove that cliff edge of the 31st of December. This was very significant for us in relation to the discontinuations, and it allowed DHSC to reach out to companies and to ask them, would this have an impact on their decision? And I'm pleased to advise the committee today that the number of discontinuations is quickly decreased, and that most companies now are waiting to see what the overall outcome and the long-term solution from the EU negotiations will be. So we are not facing a major crisis in relation to discontinuations at the end of the year. Now, bringing us a little bit more up to date then, on the 13th of October this year, the EU Commission published an updated non-paper on medicines, and this replaced their paper of the 26th of July. Now, that paper set out in there what the EU considered to be really long-term solutions, and indicated that they were willing to move and change their own laws to make some major changes in relation to medicines to address some of the risks that had been identified. I have to say that the EU proposal did address a number of issues, and there were, for example, location of regulatory compliance functions, some issues around importation checks as well, and also it allowed some concessions around falsified medicines on a short-term basis. However, I have to advise the committee that in our view at the time, the non-paper did not really provide all the detail that was needed just to simply agree the paper at that time. And you'll be aware that negotiations have been continuing, and intense negotiations. And the main concerns that we have for our supply chain in Northern Ireland are, we really need a solution for medicines that doesn't just address short-term issues, that really provides us with long-term stability, and that will ensure that we continue to have access to medicines on the same basis as the rest of the UK. And by that I mean the same medicines within similar timelines. So there were three main areas of concern that I'll just very briefly touch on. One relates to that class of medicines that I mentioned, the new and innovative medicines. Now, they are licensed under what's called a centrally authorised procedure. And the EU proposal did not provide clarity on how we would mitigate the risk that has emerged this year, and we've had examples of, whereby the MHRA were able to license medicines faster and have medicines on the market in GB quicker than we could access similar medicines through the EMA. And there's the main issues in relation to these products are any difference between timelines and the licensing procedures, and also the conditions of the licenses between the EMA and MHRA is problematic for us. And also there's a need for these packs to be specifically packaged for Northern Ireland in English-speaking packs, and the English-speaking population of Europe is small. So we have discovered this, Chair, just this year, that the implication of that is that larger populations get their medicines packaged first. And it means, and when we're talking about really highly innovative cancer medicines, weeks and months make a difference in terms of access. The other area of licensing really relates more to our older medicines, and particularly our generics. And the EU proposal also didn't really fully address our concerns around how we would handle differences in licensing for Northern Ireland and GB in this area. And this issue is important because any divergence between the MHRA authorised packs for Great Britain and the packs that would be used in Northern Ireland would require industry to effectively have to create a new separate pack for Northern Ireland. And this, we know, is one of the main triggers for companies to reconsider supply into Northern Ireland, and because of our relatively small market, and could lead to discontinuations. And the third area, briefly, is in relation to how the non-paper identified the need for some single market protections. So we welcomed the recognition in the paper that medicines that were destined for Northern Ireland wouldn't be subject to certain checks, but then there was a confusion in the paper that those medicines would still have to comply with EU packaging and still effectively comply with the EU acquis, even though they couldn't move into the single market. And also there was some clarity needed on terms of inspections, etc. Now, all of those issues have been considered in the negotiations, as I understand it, Chair. Those negotiations we are not involved directly in, but we have regular contact with our team in the Department of Health and Social Care. Now, throughout this year, I can advise the committee that there has been, we have worked successfully, I believe, in my department with the Health Service and with our Department of Health and Social Care and MHRA to really minimise the impact of the protocol to date in Northern Ireland on our supply chains. But now we really do need to see an agreed solution, and a solution that comprehensively covers all of our issues, and that's important to provide long-term stability. Thank you, Chair. I'll hand over to Patricia.
Thank you, Kathy. Okay, Patricia, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just to update you on the other elements of the EU exit around people and services. From our last meeting in July, I have appeared in front of you a couple of times on various different issues, one of them being the amendments to the Persons Not Ordinary Resident regulations, which was to implement the Swiss Convention, the Convention on Social Security Coordination between the UK and the Swiss Confederation. So that came into operation on the 1st of November. I also would like to update you on the UK and Ireland MOU. I had advised the committee previously that the MOU had been signed on the 18th of December 2020, and that the UK and Ireland were reviewing the MOU in terms of the trade and cooperation agreement to ensure that the various different elements give the best options for people within the common travel area. That has been completed, and there has been an exchange of letters between the UK and Ireland on the 26th of November. And basically the summary of it is that the CTA healthcare MOU is important to maintain. However, the provisions within the Trade and Cooperation Agreement will take precedent, except for in a number of areas. One of them is the eligibility documents. Obviously within the TCA, it's the EHIC and GHIC that would be used, and also documentation like the S1 and S2 type certificates. However, there has been a tradition between the UK and Ireland to accept other documents, so it's to ensure that those documents can continue to be accepted. The other is that frontier workers who reside in the UK that work in the Republic will be able to apply for means-tested full eligibility patient access to the Irish health system. And also the other area was around assisted reproductive services, where the person, an Irish resident who is a frontier worker in the UK, will be able to access assisted reproductive services on the same basis as the citizens where they work, because there are differences right across the UK with that provision. The next area then is on the rest of world issues, and I provided briefing to the committee on the 14th of October around the LCM for the exchanges in the Health and Care Bill to the Healthcare EEA and Switzerland's Arrangements Act. The legislative consent motion was passed by the Assembly, as you well know, on the 15th of November. The MOU that underpins this, we have been working diligently on getting this across the line, and the expectation is that within January, early February, this MOU will be completed, and we'll share with the committee at that time. This will provide the mechanisms by how the engagement and the processes for international treaties around healthcare will be managed within the four nations. And Chair, I did feed back the comments from the committee around how Northern Ireland can influence which countries may be in the process of getting reciprocal healthcare arrangements or other healthcare arrangements. So that is now part of the discussion that we're having on the rest of world arrangements process, which is starting to move forward, and we'll see more of those coming in the years to come. The next thing that I would like to update the committee on is around the Republic of Ireland reimbursement scheme. This was launched in June and started on the 30th of June for a 12-month period. This is just to give the committee an update on the amount of applications and reimbursements that have been carried out since the 1st of July. To date, 2,501 applications have been issued to the end of November. 1,418 have been received. Of those, 1,139 have been approved. This is an estimated cost of £7.9 million in reimbursements. This is an estimate because it isn't the actual cost as yet. It's an estimate on the types of treatments that are being put forward. In terms of those treatments, over 1,000 of those have been orthopedics, hips and knee replacements, foot and ankle surgeries. About 68 have been ophthalmology and 25 general surgery. So the vast majority of these treatments have been orthopedics. There have been a few other types of treatments that have been in smaller numbers. In terms of reimbursement to date, there have been 281 claims received and 218 of those have been paid, with a full payment out to date of £1.2 million. The next point I'm moving on to is around immigration. You obviously know about the new points-based immigration system that came in January, and the Migration Advisory Committee is currently working on a review of the end of free movement in adult social care in the UK. They have been engaging with the department, with the Northern Ireland Social Care Council and other stakeholders in Northern Ireland. They're due to report by the on this issue in April 22. But they have felt that there are some concerning issues that they have actually made initial remarks in their annual report, which was published yesterday. This states that they feel that there has been both direct and indirect effect of the end of free movement on social care, because initially the direct effect is that care workers can no longer be recruited from the EEA as they're not covered by the new skilled worker route, although senior care workers can be. The indirect effect is that there's increased competition from other sectors within the UK. They have recommended that the government make care workers and home carers immediately eligible for the health and care worker visa and to place the occupation on the shortage occupation list. Now, this is an issue in that the minimum salary when that is done is £20,480 per year, equivalent to a £10.10 per hour for a full-time worker. The issue is that that is still on the cusp and potentially more than some of the care workers would be receiving. The MAC has recognised that this isn't a solution for all employers, as being registered to be a sponsor is costly and some smaller providers may not be able to do this. They have also
sorry, Patricia, I just want to come in. So just for clarity, those are British government. We have raised these at committee before long ago around the difficulties these would be likely to cause, and these are British government measures. This is British government's immigration policy. This is in a way outside of Brexit. This is a decision by Britain.
Yeah, yes, it is, and I think the immigration policy around yes, it is a slightly different, but it's because of the end of free movement this issue, which is a direct outworking of Brexit, that this review has been carried out, and the MAC has recognised that it has had an impact and has suggested in their annual report published yesterday some remitting provisions for the UK government. They then have to make a decision as to whether they implement those or not, and the full report will be in April.
Okay, so is that you, Patricia?
Just in final is to say that the common frameworks, we're giving evidence after this meeting on the 3 common frameworks that are within health. And it was just to say that recently we have made some differences within the department around EU exit. As you've noticed, I'm now in the Access to Healthcare and International Relations unit. This really is to split the work that is working on the Northern Ireland Protocol that Cathy and Emer are taking forward into 2 separate pieces. So in the future, it will be that we'll be coming under the Access to Healthcare and International Relations as business as usual and new ways of working, rather than as part of the EU exit programme, because we're really now in a business as usual scenario for these.
Okay, well, just to be clear for members, we'll deal with the issues around Brexit first of all, and then we'll go to the frameworks separately, and we'll take questions separately, just so we don't get that crossover before we have the briefing. So I'll go back in the first instance, then back to yourself, Cathy, with a couple of questions, please. First of all, I will say that in relation to, and I know myself and yourself, Cathy, have been meeting on this issue for quite a long time. I have been always on the record as saying, long before Brexit came about, that it was going to have a massive impact on the delivery of health and social care and medicines and all of that. The protocol then is in my mind, a necessary outworking of that. And I fully support that whatever issues there are within the protocol should be addressed. However, it is important for me, and I think it's important to record the fact that, you know, we are talking here about issues that are arising from Brexit and the protocol then which flows from that. I do welcome the fact that there's ongoing negotiations, and I welcome some of the mood music that's coming out of the talks between Maroš Šefčovič and David Frost, because I think that's important. And I have always said that I believe that it's in the spirit of negotiation that these issues can best be addressed, and that it is not in anyone's interest that we see any kind of acrimony or things being done in a way that would create any further problems in relation to medicines or in relation to healthcare or indeed any other area of work. And I also really do think that it's useful that cliff edge that you talked about there, Cathy, has been removed. And finally, just I suppose before I go on to questions, there is something rather unbelievable about anyone at this point being surprised that not everyone in Europe speaks English. Nor indeed that those who speak the most languages would be prioritised and that English wouldn't be the first one done. And I think there's something actually rather sad, and it actually rather sums up Brexit in a way, that those realisations are now coming home to roost. And what else would you do? Only start with the people who speak the most language in terms of any given language. So I just think that's a kind of a bit of a reflection on the overall issue. However, in an appearance recently, Cathy, in the TEO committee, Maroš Šefčovič said that he wanted agreement on medicines as soon as possible, and that he was willing to move, and you have referred to this, he was willing to move, and the EU were willing to move unilaterally to change their laws to ease medicine supply. Do you welcome that development and commitment?
Very much so, Chair. I think that I think really as the year developed, I think the issues around medicines became clearer and clearer, and also I think some of the solutions needed as well became clearer and clearer. And I think that is reflected in the negotiations. Very much welcome negotiations, the negotiations that have been taken. Obviously now I have to say we have to see the detail of the outcome. It isn't simply good enough just to have words said, such as creative solutions, final solutions, comprehensive solutions. to be blunt, I need to see them, and we need to have a look at the detail, and we need to understand the implications for our health service here. I need to get my legal advisors to say, yes, this meets our needs, because I will have to give my minister assurance on that, and he will have to give assurance to the executive. So I think that the sooner we can see the detail, and the EU negotiations, the revised proposal from EU has not. We haven't seen that yet, and we do need to look at it. And also, advisors need to get into the legal text of it as well. So very welcome, but would like to see the detail.
Okay, thank you. And your paper does include, following on from that, your paper includes an in-depth analysis of the EU non-paper on medicines. Why is there no similar analysis of the British government paper?
Well, I suppose the proposal that's put forward is the EU paper. The command paper was quite simple, just simply remove medicines from the protocol completely. The proposal that is on the table, I suppose, was the EU proposal, and that is what is being negotiated on. I understand, Chair, but no particular reason why we have focused on that, and that is what our analysis has focused on.
Okay, well, I think that's interesting. Given this is a bilateral process, I think we should expect that we here in the North will be applying equivalent scrutiny to how the British government are engaging in this, in our interests, in terms of the work they have to do, as well as the EU. So I think that's an important point. And then again, a related kind of a point in relation to that: have the EU Commission been coordinating with you on the medicines and with the department on the medicines issue to date?
We have no direct contact with the EU Commission.
And have you sought to make any direct contact with them?
That there is no route for us to have that contact, Chair. The negotiations are undertaken on Northern Ireland behalf by the Cabinet Office and their nominated representatives.
And do you think, Cathy, is that an appropriate approach given the complexity of our situation here?
It has been very, very important for us to feed in with examples of exactly what's happening here in Northern Ireland. Chair, we've had the opportunity to do that. And, I have to say that we've had very good engagement with those officials involved in the negotiations.
Okay, thanks, Cathy. I'm going to go then to Patricia. A couple of questions, Patricia, for yourself. You'd mentioned there the MOU, and Patricia, it's a bit concerning. Were you in effect telling us that the MOU between ourselves and the 26 counties will be superseded by and potentially undermined and essentially not worth the paper it's written on as a result of the other overarching frameworks around all of these discussions?
No, it's felt that it is important that it still exists and it still is there. What has happened is that the mechanisms for monitoring and assessing the process will be under the Trade and Cooperation Agreement, and all of the bits that are not in the Trade and Cooperation Agreement that are more, I suppose, more equivalent and more easy to operate in practice from the MOU are the ones that are the exceptions. Both the Irish and the UK felt that the MOU was important to exist because of the CTA and the historic nature of arrangements anyway, and to ensure that if there was anything within Europe that changed, that the MOU itself was still there, and it covered all of the elements that are within the TCA, plus a few other additional elements between the UK and Ireland, particularly around evidencing eligibility.
Okay, and in relation to the dual registration issue, which we have discussed in the past, Patricia, is there an update on where that's at currently?
There hasn't been very little movement on the professional qualifications element, because it really is in the for the regulators to negotiate anything with it between the within the CTA. Some of the regulators, we understand, don't have the legislative parameters to implement issues within the Republic. So there are some issues that are being worked at through BEIS and the Irish government. I understand that there's a plenary being held this month, so we may have slightly more detail as to a work programme to get things moving more comprehensively within the CTA on dual registration and registration processes for professionals within the islands.
And has that been raised at the North-South Ministerial Council, Patricia? Because clearly this is potentially, and maybe already is, creating a border on the island of Ireland as far as healthcare staff are concerned.
It has been raised. For most people that work in the private sector, they would have already been dual registered. It was more for people that worked within the health systems, as in the trusts and within the HSE in the south. The dual registration was more relied upon on the temporary and occasional within the EU system. Most people have been dual registered now that work within the systems, but it is an ongoing registration process. So we do need to find a longer term solution, and we are aware, and both within the South and the UK, there is a willingness to make those amendments, but it's how long that's going to take, with legislation having to be changed, particularly in the Republic.
And clearly we are currently in the teeth of a major workforce crisis across health and social care, so time is clearly of the essence in relation to that. Okay, I will move on then just to the issue of, you'd mentioned about the reimbursement scheme, 2,500 applications issued. Yes. Just briefly, can you tell me how that compares to the comparable period last year?
With the other scheme, we probably would have had about a similar amount, but I do believe that there's probably been more applications to this new scheme. I can send the committee the reports from the Health and Social Care Board on the reimbursements on the old Cross-Border Healthcare Directive scheme. I don't have them to hand at the moment.
Thank you. And you did, Patricia, outline some of the difficulties around the British government's immigration policy and the impact that's having on social care. Can you give us a number on how many, or what the assessment is on how many staff that's impacting, potential staff that we are not able to recruit?
The number of EEA staff members within the social care network is around 7%. So it has stayed stable since exit was announced. It hasn't really changed from that. So it's a not insignificant amount of people that we're losing access to within the social care context.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that. That is concerning as well. But anyway, I want to get to other members, so I'll give that some thought. But I will move on now, and I'm going first of all to Deputy Chair Pam Cameron, then Paula, then Alan at this point in time. So Pam, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Kathy, Patricia, and the entire panel for your time here today. And thank you for the briefing, which it does give us a better understanding of the current workload facing the department as a result of the protocol and the uncertainty of ongoing negotiations. And obviously the core problem with the protocol is the deep uncertainty that provides, and the recent decrease in the number of suppliers indicating an intention to stopping serving the NI market is welcome, but this is likely to just be a short-term effect of the current impasse with the negotiations, we understand. And obviously medicine should not have been in the scope of the regulations at all. It is perverse that EU should dictate the labelling requirements of products marketed in Northern Ireland, particularly when the same products are already banned from entering the Irish Republic. And I agree with you, Kathy, that solutions are needed, and permanent solutions. So a couple of questions for you. I wanted to ask if you could provide a breakdown of the staffing and budget complement assigned to the two directorates set up to take forward the issues within the department. And my other question, I think you probably did touch upon it, Kathy, was in around how the department has articulated the concerns about the gaps in the European Commission's most recent paper. Thank you.
Okay, in terms of staffing, we did make some recent, we made some changes during the year to recognise that we needed to put additional resources into this area. There's been a high level of uncertainty here, so we've had to manage quite a large programme of considering a range of contingencies, and that required quite a lot of work. At the moment, I'm the senior responsible officer for all the medicines and medical supplies work. But I'm pleased to say that Emer Smith and Chris Matthews were appointed as 2 new grade 5s and lead 2 grade 5 groups. Pam, the details on that, if you don't mind, I can come back to you with the exact details to the committee, like on the organogram, in case I leave anyone out. But we've got grade 7 staff. We've got all of the different officials levels. Also, we have dedicated legal advice in the team. Avi's on the call here, and also we have a very good blend of skills. We have pharmacists, economists, experienced senior civil servants, and also our legal advisor. So we've really tried to pull together the right team to help us, Pam, but it has needed additional resource to be dedicated to this. Your second question about how we have raised our issues in relation to that, we have formal communication between ministers, between our minister and Minister Argar, regular meetings between them, and also opportunities to put in writing specific issues in relation to our concerns, and also the regular updates as well to the executive in relation to issues that have arisen, but good lines of communication with DHSC and able to raise concerns on a regular basis at official level and also ministerial.
That's great. Thank you for that, Cathy. I want to also ask you around if you could give us more detail around the number of firms who've indicated a commercial decision to leave the NI market. Are those whose authorisation will soon run? Is that in tens, or is that in hundreds? And could you tell us which products are most exposed, if that's appropriate? And has the department been forced to examine alternative supply routes?
Okay, the numbers have reduced dramatically, and but the information is sensitive, so I can't give you any information about individual companies. And there are still likely to be some discontinuations. But are not quite what in those cases, and they are low numbers. We're able to risk assess them, and there's a formal risk assessment process. So some of the medicines, for example, aren't used at all in Northern Ireland and have never been used. So we're not concerned about those. But in some cases, then for prescription only medicines, there will be other contingencies considered, so that if we need to, we will intervene and make sure that we can continue to get those medicines. Now, with the numbers that we're talking about now, those interventions, I believe, will be possible. Obviously with very larger numbers, it was going to be more difficult to have those interventions, but they'll be able to be targeted interventions on the discontinuations that will proceed. Thanks.
Thank you, Cathy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Pam. Paula, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, panel, for the update this morning. I just want to start by thanking Cathy for her very prompt response to a concern raised with me by a constituent whose very ill son's medicine has been discontinued. I really appreciated the work of you and your staff in relation to that. And I suppose my first question then relates into that, Cathy, in terms of the concern for those people who are long-term users of medication. Maybe they're old, vulnerable, isolated, or have very, very sick relatives. And I just wonder how the department can improve its communication or channels for those types of queries going forward, because it is complex. And a lot of the briefing this morning, you'd have to really concentrate to follow it on it. And I say there's people who maybe just find it a little bit more difficult to navigate the system at this point. First question, thank you.
So in terms of medicines issues, I mean, at the moment, the medicines market is quite stable. And, we always prior to EU exit, we always had issues that arose in the supply chain, because now, and I think I've advised the committee before, we have a global pharmaceutical market, and, any disruption at all, and you can imagine in pandemic, there have been issues, that have arisen in the last couple of years, but there are always, now we have tried and tested mechanisms in place to deal with those. So that means it should never really get to the patient. The patient there should be an intervention made, before the patient becomes affected. Now, sometimes there's short-term issues like, which are down to, issues within the supply chain. They're not actually shortages. They might just be slight interruptions in deliveries coming in or issues like that. But where we have a medium to longer term disruption, our prescribers in the service are advised, and they are advised then, exactly what to do. Might be to switch people on to another strength or another product, if needed. And we also have other things that we will do, where we will allow pharmacies to make certain changes without having to go back to the GP. As well, we use certain protocols, so we can authorise those as well. And there's other interventions that we make as well, more at government level, and that is to prevent medicines leaving the UK market that might be in short supply. So to prevent the export or the sale of those medicines by companies that's their business to sell to other countries. But so that we have a list of those as well. But the issue around when we have an issue escalated to us, we will deal with it promptly. If it's appropriate, if we need to make an intervention at our level, and quite often the issues are sorted out, lower down in the service, to be honest, before it comes to us.
No, I appreciate that, and I suppose the concern for me as an elected representative, this is the first time I brought one to you. A lot of times I go to community pharmacy, and who again are very prompt in their response, but it does happen probably a lot more than I would like. And I suppose the wider issue was more around, the positive message that you're sending out today. That's not being reflected then in the constituents who come to me, who are saying, I'm really concerned about Brexit. What's this protocol about? And that's probably just as say there's people outside the bubble, so to speak, who are concerned, about what their medicine will look like in the future. But I'll move on. I suppose the second point is maybe more for Patricia then, and that's around the Republic of Ireland reimbursement scheme. And the last time you came to committee, I asked you, why if private hospitals, independent hospitals in the south can be reimbursed based on a tariff, then why can independent hospitals in the north not avail of a similar scheme, now that it's not actually an EU directive? I had an incident there recently where a constituent went totally private in the south, and the bed beside them was somebody from Northern Ireland, and they were getting part reimbursed for the cost. And I suppose it's how you're managing the system, where we're not having, three people. Sorry, and there was another person in the ward for a different procedure, but they were actually referred from a trust here. And I'm just wondering how you can ensure that there is actually a fairness and an awareness around how people can avail of services in the south, but also this whole issue about why can independent hospitals in the north not also avail of the service. Thank you.
In terms of the Northern Ireland element, the scheme that we have at the moment was an administrative replication within a constrained geographic area of the Cross-Border Healthcare Directive. So it was taken that we would, for a 12-month period, reintroduce that to help with waiting lists through the Minister's programme for addressing those. So this year, it is something that we have to consider, and we are considering the longer term procedures and longer term solutions. So yes, we have to look very much at the Northern Ireland situation and the rest of the UK. Now, as part of that, in terms of the mixed economy and how people are arriving at their surgery, there are very different routes that people can take. Obviously, part of the scheme for addressing waiting lists is to purchase operations within the private sector. So that would be both north and south. So those patients may well be on the waiting list. but those patients are being treated within the clinical and wait list times. Obviously, people that want to be treated sooner are going privately, and that would either be within the Northern Ireland or UK or even further afield economy of private healthcare treatments. Obviously, the reimbursement scheme is giving an option for people who may not be able to fully pay for an operation privately to get some of their reimbursement to the cost of the healthcare in Northern Ireland, and then the option for someone to go fully private. We have information on the system on the internet, so to provide some information about the Republic of Ireland reimbursement scheme, and a lot of the surgeons as well will advise patients of their options. I know that consultants will tell people. The issue is that to date, most of the treatments have been orthopedics, but it is not an orthopedics system. It is for any treatment that you've been diagnosed for. So if you have a consultant, you need anything else, an operation for anything else, and you wished it to be done sooner because of waiting lists in Northern Ireland, I think that is a message that we probably need to reconsider particularly for our new system that we come up with, because it has been monopolised by orthopedics, as you can see by the numbers I said today.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, and these patients were orthopedics, and I suppose the grievance from the constituent was that lying in a bed beside somebody who had a near identical procedure, and then whenever he said, well, can I actually claim this back? And I said, no, it can't be retrospective. So yes. I'm just wondering, is there any option around that, or is it...
At the moment in the scheme, it is difficult to manage. I mean, the scheme at the moment is that it has to be authorised. With the person, I know that it is upsetting around the funding. The problem is the person in the bed beside them has probably waited for 5 years on that treatment, on that surgery, so they have waited on the waiting list. And if they had have waited on the waiting list, they probably would have been able to get their treatment done, but they may have had to wait in discomfort in a lot of cases for a number of years before they had their treatment. So
I have to move on.
It is kind of, sorry.
No, thank you very much, Patricia and Kathy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Paula. And moving on then to Alan. Go ahead, Alan, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I can't help recalling that a number of Northern Ireland parties did campaign and call for the full implementation of the Northern Ireland Protocol. The bottom line is the protocol as currently stands has the potential to provide a serious threat to the healthcare of the citizens of Northern Ireland, and the disappearance of a number of certain over-the-counter products that we have trusted and depended on for self-care for years will cause concern for many. And I know when I personally have been highlighting some of these difficulties over recent months, I've been accused of scaremongering. But notwithstanding the practical difficulties that there will be, can I ask the panel if there will be financial implications for our health service in terms of hospital drug use and GP prescription supplies? And Kathy earlier, and quite understandably, welcomed movement from the EU. I would assume that the department's first preference would be the UK command paper solution of completely removing medicines from the protocol. Thank you.
First, on the issue of financial implications, it is something that we identified that we needed to be mindful of at the start of this, because obviously any difference between a Northern Ireland and a GB market, we're effectively creating a new Northern Ireland medicines market that could be associated with additional costs, for a smaller market. Now, because of the grace period and the standstill period, we have not seen and we don't have evidence of that at the moment. And we have done some monitoring in both our secondary care medication prices and also in primary care. And the monitoring that we've done has not shown a link between, this year, any specific changes in terms of price, but it's something we need to see now what the solution that is agreed, hopefully, actually presents. And then that's one of the point I made earlier. We really need to look at the detail and understand what it will mean for industry. But I think there will remain a risk that our prices could be different, but there's no evidence of it at the moment. But it is something we need to be mindful of, and we'll continue to have to think about and put in terms, consider mitigations if needed.
In terms, Kathy, of your departments, you did say earlier that you welcomed, and I quite understand, we all do, welcome that movement from the EU negotiators around medicines, but can I take it as a given that your department's first preference would be the UK command paper solution of completely removing medicines from the protocol?
Well, that as a solution, that would make a lot of the issues disappear, possibly in the short term. But in terms of longer term, I think an agreed position is much better. And the reason for that is that in pharmaceutical industry that we rely upon, they are operating in GB and in EU. And they don't want to be in a position where one or the other will take unilateral action, and it means that it puts the industry in a difficult position. So they've been fairly consistent on that matter, that an agreed, negotiated position is much better, that provides certainty and stability. The fact that the medicines were that the recommendation in the command paper was so clear, I think highlights how serious I think everyone needed to take that issue, the medicines issue, at the time. Sorry, go.
Are you saying then that that solution of completely removing medicines from the protocol is actually not the best solution then for us in Northern Ireland?
I'm not the negotiator, so I can give you my view as Chief Pharmaceutical Officer. I think what we need in our health service is stability long term. And the best way and I have engaged on a regular basis with a large number of stakeholders from the industry this year. And the message that comes through time and time again is agreement, surety, certainty, and long-term stability needed. So I think that's where I would like to stay on that, if you would forgive me. I'm not going to get pulled into the political question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, but fair play for Traian Allen. You certainly give it a good old go there.
Why not?
So listen, just briefly, Kathy, sort of on the back of that discussion, are there still ongoing kind of changes being made within the stakeholders, within the industry, in recognition of the new reality that Britain has left the European Union and things will be different going forward? Do those that we have discussed before, where the industry are already working on new supply lines and routes and surety and all of that, does that continue apace?
So there's the general view that industry have given me is that they've put on hold plans for major changes. Most companies, some companies had gone further, and they are already implementing some changes, but in most, I think, generally, and obviously, I think the best thing, you may wish to speak to industry at some point directly. I'm not their representative, but I can just relay their views that they've shared with me, and that is that they would like to see clarity in terms of medicines. They'd like to see guidance issued, and they would like to, which would avoid the need for them to make any major changes, or at least make well-informed changes, Chair. Because at the moment, obviously, this uncertainty has been very difficult, and businesses need certainty.
Yeah. Thank you, and I certainly wouldn't want to drag you into the political realm around all of that, but I do generally support and I have been on the record quite frequently as saying I agree that certainty is needed, clarity is needed, and that the best way to achieve that, I think, is with negotiation and agreement and consensus. And I welcome and any steps towards that. Just in very general terms, do you assess the mood music at this point in time as being positive, and that these issues are being seriously looked at in real time as we speak?
I think the issues are being taken very seriously, which is a good thing. I think all of the complexities are understood. The ultimate outcome is outside of my control. But the final thing what I would say is that, that our starting point at the start of this year was that we wanted to maintain supplies of medicines into Northern Ireland and ensure that people in Northern Ireland had equitable access to medicines. And I have to say that principle has held us in good stead. And I think that we must continue to sort of hold on to those principles, because any proposal that is put forward must deliver that for us in Northern Ireland, and provide us with that long-term stability for our health service and patients and citizens. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So listen, that's the indications from members in relation to that section. Could we move on then to the common frameworks? And can I go back to yourself or Patricia, who's dealing with the opening remarks in relation to the common frameworks?
Chair, that'll be me. I'm being joined by two other colleagues.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Patricia. Well, then, sorry. Yes, I must. So we can then let Kathy and co go. So, Kathy, I just want to thank you for coming along to today's meeting and for your ongoing engagement with the committee, and indeed your work in relation to this very important area of work. And I want to wish you and all your staff who are now leaving the meeting a very happy and a very safe Christmas at the present time, and I wish you and your staff all the best for now and into the new year. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So we are then going back to Patricia, and Patricia is now being joined by Joan Hardy, who is Principal Officer within the Secondary Care Policy and Legislation and Secondary Care Division on Organs. Are you able to hear us okay, Joan?
I am, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, hearing you loud and clear, Joan. Thank you.
Lovely.
And Alistair McInes is Principal Officer with the Health Protection Branch 1, Bloods. Alistair, can you hear us okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Both loud and clear, yes. Thank you very much.
Crucially, can you see me this time? Because you couldn't last time.
we're seeing you loud and clear also,
good.
Alistair, in the flesh and in Hale and Hardy. So that's great. So good to see you, good to hear from you. And I'll go back to Patricia then for some opening remarks, and then we'll go to members. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. There are currently 3 common frameworks which are with the Committee for Scrutiny, and I would like to thank the Committee for inviting us to present further information on these common frameworks to you today. The 3 frameworks are the Public Health Protection and Health Security Framework, Blood Safety and Quality Framework, and the Organs, Tissues and Cells, apart from embryos and gametes, Safety and Quality Frameworks. I'm joined by Alistair McGuinness, who will provide more detail on the Public Health Protection and Health Security and the Blood and Safety Quality Frameworks, and Joan Hardy, who will provide further detail on the Organ, Tissues and Cells Framework. I'm going to take you through the general framework structure and process in general, because all of the frameworks are basically on the same principles. The UK government and the devolved administrations agreed to work together to establish common approaches in some areas that were governed by EU law, but that were otherwise within the areas of competence of the devolved administrations. The frameworks set out a common UK approach on how these policies will be operated and governed. There's a set of principles that the Common Frameworks Programmes works to, which are necessary in order to enable the function of the UK internal market while acknowledging policy divergence, ensure compliance with international obligations, ensure the UK can negotiate, enter into and implement new trade agreements and international treaties, enable the management of common resources, administer and provide access to justice in cases with a cross-border element, and safeguard the security of the UK. The frameworks respect the devolution settlements and the democratic accountability of the devolved legislatures, and will be based on established conventions and practices, including the competence of the devolved institutions will normally not be adjusted without their consent. Maintain as a minimum equivalent flexibility for tailoring policies to the specific needs of each territory, as is afforded by the previous EU rules and lead to a significant increase in decision-making powers for the devolved administrations. Frameworks will ensure recognition of the economic and social linkages between Northern Ireland and Ireland, and that Northern Ireland will be the only part of the UK that shares a land frontier with the EU. They will also adhere to the Belfast Agreement and facilitate any requirements under the Ireland-Northern Ireland Protocol in the EU Withdrawal Agreement. Within the framework process, the frameworks have been developed through a multilateral engagement on the detailed policy development, which has resulted in outline frameworks. These have been reviewed by an independent panel, summaries shared with stakeholders for comments, and further detailed policy scrutiny, resulting in the provisional outline frameworks. These frameworks were approved by Minister Swan in December and 2020 and were subsequently agreed by the Joint Ministerial Council for provisional confirmation. During 2021, the frameworks have been updated to reflect technical issues and proofing considerations, and these on the whole were small in nature and did not change the impact significantly of the framework policy and have not raised any concerns. The major issue of concern, however, was around the definitions and inclusions of references to the UK internal market and the Northern Ireland Protocol. These definitions are a matter for all common frameworks and have been agreed for inclusion in all of the frameworks by an urgent procedure at the Executive on the 16th of November 2021. The frameworks are now at the stage of parliamentary scrutiny. The comments that the committee will make will be considered along with the comments from all of the devolved parliamentary scrutiny. These will then be included in any final version, which will be sent to the ministers in the 4 countries to agree and approach and sign up to the final framework. How the framework works is that it consists of 2 interlinked documents: the outline agreement, which details the principles and processes for the 4 countries to follow when developing policy, and a concordat, which will set out ministerial commitments under the framework. The frameworks set out a process by which any administration can suggest changes to the standards and how such a proposal will be collectively considered before one of the administrations introduces a change. It will allow for divergence by 1 or more administrations as required in order to respond to needs such as location-dependent health concerns. Where 1 or more of the UK Government, Scottish Government, Welsh Government or Northern Ireland propose to change rules, that the policy has a regulatory impact for the rest of the UK, or where the rules in Northern Ireland change in alignment with the EU, the framework is intended to provide governance structures and a consensus-based process for considering and managing the impact of these changes. All 4 governments will retain the ability to diverge from generally harmonised rules. When it is considered that this divergence is not acceptable by 1 or more of the governments, every effort will be made to address disagreements at the lowest possible level. Only when opportunities for avoiding a dispute at the policy level have been sought will the dispute resolution mechanism be engaged. I will now hand over to my colleague Alistair McGuinness to take you further through the 2 policy documents on the common frameworks.
Thank you, Patricia. Okay, Alistair, go ahead.
Chair. So, well, Patricia's explained the background there. So I'll start with the Health Protection and Health Security Common Framework. It sets out the administrative arrangements for the 4 UK nations to discuss both health protection, which is protecting populations from health threats such as communicable diseases, and health security, which is minimising vulnerability of populations across geographical borders, geographical regions and international boundaries. It's accompanied by a memorandum of understanding that sets to strengthen UK-level cooperation on health protection and health security in areas such as public messaging, training, research, and sharing expertise. Dr. Jerry Waldron and I briefed the committee on the 1st of July on the Health Security EU Exit Regulations 2021. And by way of reminder, among other things, the regulations establish the Health Protection Committee. They require the 4 UK nations to carry out epidemiological surveillance on their own territory and to share the information collected with the UK Health Security Agency. They then provide for the UK Health Security Agency as the UK focal point to share information with the EU under the health and security element of the Trade and Cooperation Agreement. So in short, the regulations establish the legal basis and formal reporting route for certain diseases or health matters to be shared with the European Union as part of an arrangement to enable access to certain EU health surveillance functions with the UK where there's a cross-border threat to health. So that's the health security element of the framework. It has a legal basis. The framework and the MOU set out the administrative mechanism for this engagement to take place at operational level. That's through the Health Protection Oversight Group at health protection agencies, and then the Health Protection Committee, which is led by departments. And where there's a disagreement, the framework sets out an escalation mechanism through senior officials, through chief medical officers, and ultimately through the ministers. And all of these arrangements recognise that health protection is a devolved competence and that ministers across the UK are able to legislate in this area according to the needs and requirements of their own jurisdictions. So far, I mean, in practical effect, we are in fact running this framework already. So there have been 2 meetings of the Health Protection Oversight Group and 1 meeting of the Health Protection Committee, albeit thus far we've been doing administrative arrangements, agreeing terms of reference, agreeing chairing arrangements. So it's still in its infancy. I'll go straight to blood unless you want to pause for questions at this point. Straight to blood.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Alistair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And again, as with the other frameworks, the Blood Safety and Quality Framework sets out the process by which any administration can suggest changes to the standards and collectively consider a proposal before one or more of the administrations introduces a change. So it allows for divergence by one or more administrations to respond to location-dependent health concerns. And the aim on blood is that we maintain a compatible minimum set of safety and quality standards. And that makes it easier for blood and blood components to continue to be shared across the UK. So the scope of the blood quality framework, blood safety and quality framework, it sets the standard for the safety and quality of blood and blood components, sets technical requirements for blood and blood donation and traceability and notification responsibilities, sets out standards and specifications for the quality system for hospital blood banks and facilities, and addresses quality system standards and specifications for blood establishments. For us, that's the Northern Ireland Blood Transfusion Service. And the idea is that it's a non-legislative agreement which allows for maximum flexibility to adapt the framework and sort of maintain goodwill across the 4 administrations. And again, in common with the other frameworks, the idea is that ministers ultimately retain responsibility for their own areas. The practical outworking of the blood framework then is there are regular meetings with blood safety officials around the SABTO, the Advisory Committee on Safety of Blood Tissues and Organs meetings. So we meet regularly there. And that structure provides the informal structure for any proposals to be informally discussed and escalated through the normal processes to the point where formal proposals are put to ministers. In many respects, I mean, this is basic policy-making process. The real difference here is that, as with the other framework areas, this is an area where for many years, the 4 UK nations have not been able to develop their own policies. So in some respects, it's bringing the normal process into an area we haven't done it before. And I suppose really just to conclude, just to highlight an area that will be of particular interest to the committee, is that while blood policy is devolved, Northern Ireland must still follow EU law. And that really means that where the EU plans to make changes, and we know that they are considering changes on blood safety and quality at the moment, Northern Ireland will be obliged to maintain parity with the EU. And that means that we will be introducing a change into this framework for the other UK nations to consider. And that is untested territory so far. And I'll pause there and pass to Joan.
Okay.
Yes.
Briefly, as brief as you can, Joan. Listen, but keen to hear your briefing, but as brief as you can make it, please. Thank you.
I will, surely, Chair, and thank you for the chance to brief the committee on this framework for organs, tissues and cells. My colleagues Patricia and Alistair have already covered the background and the mechanics of the document, so I'll focus on how this actually relates to organ donation transplantation in Northern Ireland. So the scope of the framework encompasses elements of the EU Organs and Tissues and Cells Directive and implementing acts, and they set the quality and safety standards. They cover the procurement, testing and processing, organ and donor characterisation, transportation of organs, traceability requirements, and notification of serious adverse events. So maintaining a compatible minimum set of quality and standards across the UK will make it easier for organs, tissues and cells to continue to be shared. So there's 2 relevant EU directives relating to these, and although organ donation and transplantation are transferred matters, the legislation is UK-wide. Well, the Human Tissue Act covers England, Wales and Northern Ireland, and then there's also UK-wide legislation as a result of EU exit. So clinical guidance for organ donation and transplantation is produced by the relevant medical royal colleges, NHS Blood and Transplant, which is NHSBT, and the Human Tissue Authority, and they would take into account any legislation. And as Alistair mentioned, the EU will be amending directives next year, and they may need to be transposed into legislation. We haven't had sight of any potential changes. And as this is a new area for GB in Northern Ireland, the Executive Office is considering how divergence will be managed, and colleagues in Westminster are also considering who would be responsible for making any necessary changes to the Human Tissue Act or any other legislation, so we don't know that at present. As you'll be aware, organ donation and transplantation is managed on a UK-wide basis by NHSBT. The only solid organs transplanted in Northern Ireland are kidneys at the City Hospital, and other organ transplants for Northern Ireland patients are carried out in other parts of the UK, as we don't have the number of patients here to sustain a transplant service for those patients. And in addition to deceased donations, we have a very good live donor kidney transplant service in Belfast. There's also an income generation that allows patients from the south to come up to Northern Ireland to have their live donor kidney transplant here. So as organs are moved around the UK, it is therefore preferable that there are compatible systems in place for such issues such as tracing. On occasions, if a suitable match for an organ cannot be found in the UK, NHSBT will liaise with their EU countries, and that includes the south, to offer the organ to one or other of their patients. In addition, on occasions, NHSBT has accepted the offer of an organ from an EU country when a suitable match could not be found in the home country. To date, NHSBT has not encountered any difficulties with movement of organs around any part of the UK or with EU countries. I don't have any figures for that at the moment, unfortunately. Now, with regards to donations, in Northern Ireland, we would have in the region of 50 deceased organ donors a year. Now, in the first half of this financial year, from April to September, we've had 35 deceased donors. Sorry, that's from April to September. And as a result of that, that enabled 79 patients to receive a transplant. Now, I don't know how many of those were Northern Ireland residents, but given that we only transplant kidneys here, it is reasonable to assume that organs were moved around the UK and maybe within the EU from those donors. Equally, there's no guarantee that even the kidneys are transplanted here because they are managed on a UK-wide basis, so it is the best clinical fit for those organs. So I don't know how many organs. I have asked NHSBT, but unfortunately they haven't been able to provide the information just at present. How many organs were transplanted into Northern Ireland for our patients? But as I say, there's been no problem moving organs about at the moment. So really, because of the UK-wide system and our links with EU and Europe and further afield, it is in our best interest to remain at one in the UK so organs can continue to be managed across the way. If there was any divergence, we would have to use the framework there. We don't know how quite the outcome will be if we can't agree, but the framework provides a mechanism to discuss any issues of concern and accelerate it further if we can't come to an agreement on it. So hopefully they will enable us to be able to stay on the one system. And I'm happy to take any questions that the committee may have.
Okay, thank you, and thank you all. So I have a few. I'll try to do them as briefly as possible and as brief answers as possible, please, just in interest of time. So first of all then, and Alistair, you had mentioned there that this is a return to what you had described as a more normal process. In light of that, what engagement has the department had with local stakeholders on these frameworks?
The department has had very little engagement. I mean, these are really administrative arrangements between the different governments. There has been engagement with the regulatory agencies and the blood safety, the different SABTO, MHRA, but certainly I don't believe there's been engagement with political parties except through this process or with the public.
Well, I'm not referring to political parties only. I'm referring more broadly to sector, to anyone who may be impacted, and particularly, so I'm referring to anyone. Just if we're making frameworks, surely we would be. The committee has reflected concern previously that a lot of the consultation is done across the water and may not be specific to here. So I'm just wondering, are you therefore, if this is a more normal process, are you doing a more normal level of consultation?
Again, I've come to this relatively recently. I know that there was, for the health protection and health security framework, there were events across the UK. Certainly there was a conference in Belfast. I don't have to hand who all was invited to that. On the blood safety side, I mean, this does not affect the citizen, or rather the citizen should never see the changes. It's really very much an administrative arrangement.
Okay. Well, if you could send on any detail you have around that process or that consultation that you described, that would be useful. So, are the department currently considering any areas of potential divergence over the coming period of time?
On health protection and health security, I struggle to see really why any great change will be made really by anyone, I have to say. On blood, the department is not, except to say we're aware that the EU will make changes and we will be expected to comply with those.
Okay, thank you. And then the final one, Patricia, is for yourself, and I know you have touched upon this. In fact, you have quoted it, and I will re-quote it just for clarity in my question. But given that that within the principles it states that common frameworks will ensure recognition of the economic and social linkages between Northern Ireland, and that Northern Ireland, I'm quoting from this document directly, will be the only part of the UK which shares a land frontier with the EU. So in light of the recognition of those economic and social linkages, are the common frameworks being created taking account of the All-Ireland dimension as required by those principles?
What the frameworks will do is it will allow Northern Ireland, if we did decide to do some amendments now, considering that all of the blood tissue and organs frameworks, we will be following EU law. The South will obviously also be following EU law. So it really is that there potentially wouldn't be divergence between Northern Ireland and the South within those frameworks. What the issue may be is that, outside the frameworks in terms of how we manage blood, tissue and organ movements. But again, as Jonas said, the organs are done on a UK-wide basis, and Ireland, in a lot of respects, is a donor and a provider into that system as well, because a lot of southern organ transplantation is also done in the UK, or in GB rather. So whilst it does, I think for these frameworks, you probably will find that it won't have such an impact as potentially on some of the other frameworks, which are more to do with agriculture, etc. Because those were a set of principles.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go then across to Deborah Erskine. Go ahead, Deborah, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to thank Patricia and Alistair and Joan for coming to us. I suppose the one thing I would say that is, if the protocol is not addressed, it will lead to an endless cycle of discussion and mitigation under these frameworks, and I don't think that's good for public services or the resources of the government. I've sort of three questions here which I would like to ask. First of all, is Northern Ireland constrained in any way in relation to joint training, research, education or data sharing with other UK regions in terms of public health threats or an example, because of the protocol? That's my first question.
Okay, because of the protocol on the public health and public health security, no, absolutely not.
Okay. And in terms of anything else, joint training, research, education, anything like that, it's not?
No, the protocol, as far as we can work out, and we have looked carefully, has no impact on the public health framework whatsoever. And some of the areas you've mentioned, training, research, they're specifically addressed in the MOU. This is one of the desired outcomes of the process, is that we enhance public health security.
Okay. And then to what, I think, Patricia, you maybe touched a wee bit in relation to the dispute avoidance mechanism. To what extent will that dispute avoidance mechanism include a role for the EU institutions, given that Northern Ireland's arguments will be aligned to being shackled to their regime?
The framework itself is based on the UK nations working together. It doesn't currently have a role for any of the EU institutions. How that would feed into the framework would be that Northern Ireland would have to obviously align with EU directives on blood tissue and organs. So those directives would have to be transposed. When we transpose those, we would have to work then with the rest of the nations within the UK as to how that impacts on them, whether they will transpose the same, whether they will do other areas. And if they dispute that, it's going to be quite difficult, because we have to align with the EU so long as the minimum standards across the UK are agreed. The dispute mechanism goes up as far as ministerial level, but is trying to make sure that those dispute mechanisms or disagreements are done at a policy and official level as far as possible, and that a solution is found there rather than escalating it. Okay, but it will be just very difficult, because we have to stay with EU. So we will diverge, but it's how that is managed then within the rest of the GB. And at this point in time, we don't know.
Mm-hmm. And then will the governance arrangements of the specialised and joint committees under the withdrawal agreement take precedence in terms of addressing potential divergence?
I don't believe so. I mean, specialised committees with Europe, I don't think there are any that would be in relation to the blood tissue and organs elements. I'm not sure where they feed into, but I can come back to you on that. But as far as the framework is concerned, I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deborah. Okay, Patricia, I suppose the final one I wanted, or for any of the panel, I'm not sure who, maybe it applies to, but are there any legislative changes being considered at the present time in terms of public health measures around any of these frameworks? Are any of them providing a need for legislative redress?
On the public health framework, no, we believe the legislation we put through earlier that the HSE put through earlier in the year will cover anything that's immediately foreseen and allows us to access the EU databases. On blood tissue, well, I'll say blood tissues and organs because it is all three. The EU will publish, and we will have to consider what they're looking at. So the EU will drive the next change on blood, certainly.
And just on that, Chair, There has been legislation laid last year as well around blood tissue and organs, but there's no legislation that is necessary for the working of the frameworks. Everything has been laid already and is in place that to run the frameworks. So the only thing then is the EU divergence, which we're expecting in this springtime.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Patricia, Alistair and Joan, I want to thank you for your appearance today and for your assistance with the committee in relation to these frameworks. I suppose it is I suppose something to consider, the fact that all of these linkages developed over a course of 47 years, and I have always thought that there will be considerable complexity around disentangling those all, and that will have a knock-on, particularly in our vulnerable position here where we sit geographically and socially and politically and all of that. I think that will all create challenges, but just to say this I don't think will be something that disappears anytime soon. I think there are going to be ongoing problems arising from Brexit. But anyway, I want to thank you for your attendance at committee, and I want to wish all of you a very happy, peaceful and a safe Christmas, and just to wish you well, and we look forward to engaging with you further in the new year. Thank you very much.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you, and to you.
Bye.
Okay, members, thank you for that. I'm going to move on then. I'm very conscious we have a very full agenda today, and we're doing an additional session after lunchtime, so I want to keep moving on as far as we can. So I'm going then to item 8, which is the Organ and Tissue Donation Deemed Consent Bill Draft Report. So we are now going to formally consider the draft of the committee report, members, on the Organ and Tissue Donation Deemed Consent Bill, and agreement will be sought on each of the sections. A draft of the report is contained at tab 8.1 of the pack. Do any members wish to declare any interest? No, thank you. So then, members, I'll start to go through them individually, and we can then proceed with final agreement on this report. So first of all, I refer members to the title page, the table of contents, committee powers and membership, and list of abbreviations and acronyms, which are at pages 149 to 153 of your pack. Are members content with this section as drafted?
Content.
Members content. Thank you, members. I refer members to the executive summary at pages 154 to 155 of the pack. Are members content with this section as drafted? Yep, members content. Thank you. I refer members to the introduction and committee approach, which is at paragraphs 1 to 19 and are contained at pages 156 to 158 of the pack. Are members content with this section as drafted? Content. Thank you, members. I will move on to refer members to the consideration of the bill, which is at paragraphs 1 to 37 at pages 159 to 168 of the pack. Are members content with this section as drafted? Content. Thank you, members. I refer members to the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill at paragraphs 38 to 41 on page 21 of the pack. Are members content with this section as drafted? Content. Thank you, members. I refer members to the appendices at pages 170 to 171 of the pack. Are members content with this section as drafted? Members are content. Thank you. And then, members, are members content that the minutes from this meeting are approved by the chair so that they can be included as part of the report? Are we agreed? Agreed. Yeah, members are agreed. And are members agreed and content for the committee staff to make any necessary formatting changes in advance of electronic publication? Yeah, members agreed. Thank you. So then, members, in relation to the publishing of the report, can I put the question to you that the Committee for Health is content for the report on the Organ and Tissue Donation Deemed Consent Bill to be published? Yep, and members are indicating consent again, and thank you for that. And can I seek your agreement, members, to issue a link to the report to the organisations who provided evidence to the committee and to the department? Yep, thank you, members. And members, I want to thank each and every one of you very, very much for your diligent approach to this bill and this important matter. And just to touch upon the fact that myself and Pam, as chair and deputy chair of this committee, met with some of the people involved in campaigning around this, the McGowan family, young Dahi and his mum and dad, Martin and Seth. And we also, I think at this point, it's appropriate to acknowledge the work done by Joanne, her name escapes me at the minute, but I know she was a UUP Dobson, thank you. Yes, Joanne Dobson, and many others who have campaigned around this issue. And I think it's a significant step for this committee, and more importantly, for those people out there who require an organ or a donation now or in the future. And I think it's a significant piece of work for the committee. So I want to acknowledge that. I also want to acknowledge specifically the committee staff in relation to all of the work they've done in this bill, and they kept us all informed and provided information in a way that was very accessible to us and very usable. So I want to thank Keith and all of his staff in relation to that. Okay, members, thank you for that. So we're going to move in now to closed session in order to take further consideration of the autism bill and the amendments that we had considered and looked at. So I'm going to now ask the clerk to put us into closed session, and I want members just to pause then till such times as the clerk confirms that we are in closed session. Thank you.
Hi,
yes, Keith, can you hear me there okay?
Yes, hear fine. So that's us back on and ready to go.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, members. So we're going to resume our meeting then at item 10, which is correspondence. First of all, there's only one item in terms of the main correspondence pack for this week, which is item 10.10 that I'm highlighting. There's a couple more from last week, and there's some in table papers. However, on the main correspondence for this week, item 10.10 is correspondence from Brain Injury Matters regarding the need for cross-departmental investment to support people with acquired brain injuries. Do members have any comments they wish to make in relation to that item of correspondence?
Chair.
Go ahead, Pam.
Yeah, just to say, I think we should be facilitating a briefing when it's appropriate as part of the Forward Work Programme. I think the briefing provided by Brain Injury Matters demonstrates the positive and extensive impact of the organisation's support and advocacy services. So, and it might be useful if we could maybe get an update in the interim from the department on any activities or funding in this area.
Okay, members, content we seek that update, and it is an area that I have been engaged with in myself and Brain Injury Matters, some of the events that they have run, and there certainly is a need for a sort of a dedicated focus given the complexity of the needs that arise from brain injury. So, members, content then with that? Yeah, thank you. Moving on, members, to any other comments in relation to the main pack? Is there any other items of correspondence? And then I'm going to go on to table papers. But within this week's main pack, any other items members want to flag up for comment or action? No, thank you. Members then, are members otherwise? Yeah, go ahead, Paula.
Sorry, Chair, it was just in relation to the draft cancer strategy, similar to Pam's request there. I was just wondering if we get a departmental briefing on it in the new year. Thank you.
Yep, members content. Yep, thank you. So are members otherwise content with the actions on the main correspondence list? Yep, content, thank you. In relation to table papers, members, then there's an item, there are a number of items in the pack. So in your pack at 10.18, there's a copy of a response from the Minister to the Commissioner for Older People in relation to a public inquiry into the handling of COVID-19 in care homes. So I think that was actually incorrectly put in an earlier meeting. So just any comments on that, members? Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Members, in table pack at tab 10.9, there's correspondence from the department outlining the British government has brought forward the European Qualifications, Health and Social Care, Professions Amendment, etc. These regs are being led by Westminster with the consent of the devolved administrations. The regulations fix a number of technical errors, and they will ensure that there are no redundant references to European medical practitioners within the GMC regulations, and removes the impractical requirement to update the European Commission on open internal market information alerts. So do members have any comments in relation to that? No, and I just checked, Clerk, but again, if any issues were to arise around areas like that, those would come back via committee at some point in time. Isn't that the case? So yeah, just okay, that's okay then. So at 10.20 and 10.21, there's correspondence from the Minister advising of upcoming consultations on patient group directions and clinical trials. Do members have any comments in relation to those? No, again, I think those, I actually would have liked those to have come in a bit earlier, table papers, but I'm conscious it's in relation to an ongoing consultation, so there will be a chance to engage around those. So I think that's probably okay, but it's something that I think the sooner this correspondence comes to committee in general, I think the better. But anyway, we'll move on. At tab 10.22 of the table pack, there's a response from the department in relation to GP services. I actually think in relation to this, given it's in table pack, I would like maybe to get this rescheduled for our first meeting back, because there is this ongoing concern around GP services. I think there are a number of issues kind of arising from the briefing, the quick look I've had at this correspondence. And I actually had already formatted a number of questions myself to go into the department around similar issues. So maybe if we can just bring that one forward again for another look, and it will put it then on our CLAR for next week, or for our first meeting back. Any other comments, members, on that one?
Yeah, Chair.
Pam, yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. That would be good, because I haven't had a chance to look at it properly. And I remember which piece of correspondence, but I read somewhere some reference to Encompass again, in terms of going forward and the role that will have, and I think it was within transformation of healthcare and whatnot, and the way we use the data and share the data. And I think it is really important that we do get a briefing on Encompass, because it seems to be something that should very much help us going forward. So I think we need to know where that's at. Maybe ask for even a written briefing in advance. But I do think we should be briefed by the department on Encompass on where it is, and when that's going to be rolled out properly.
Yeah, and I think I'll get you in a second, Colin. I think from memory we have asked actually that the department would provide us with a written update, and that the clerk would consider. I'll check just, clerk. I think we have that on our radar from a previous meeting, do we?
It's on our list to be scheduled. So I'll be looking at the forward work programme from January through to the middle of March over the Christmas period. So we'll look to get that scheduled in at some point.
Chair, yeah. Sorry, that's great. And I suppose what I should have said was it was the GPs that mentioned Encompass as well, and that they had a wealth of information that could be fed into that system. So I think that kind of nicely all fits together. But thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you, Pam. Colin?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, totally agree, because I think we have a really important role to play here as a committee, because the sort of people are telling us that they're having these difficulties, but yet the sector is telling us that they're doing everything they can, and they've got lots of initiatives and that everything should be going okay. So, there's absolutely no apportioning of blame to either GPs or the people that they're making up. But I think we just need to be able to listen and find out exactly what is happening on the ground in order to make sure that things work out well, and that both sides of this debate nearly know what the other is thinking. So I think getting some sort of update on it would be very, very useful.
Okay, so we'll come back, we'll retable that and come back, and members can have a better look at it in the intervening period. Okay, thank you. At 10.23 of the table pack then, there's a response from the Minister following his briefing on the 30th of September. So any issues in relation to that, members? Are members content? No. Members content there, I think, okay. Okay, I just want to highlight a number of issues from last week's pack, which we had agreed we would look at. We didn't get time to address in the meeting. The item 13.3 was the Minister's reply. Is in relation to the Minister's reply on the RQIA appointment process, and the Minister acknowledges that the review had reached different conclusions, and there's a number of pieces of information there, but they don't actually in some ways address some of the key issues, and there's two key questions that I think remain outstanding, and that if committee agree, I think we should write and ask the committee, the Minister and the Department to clarify. The first one, to my mind, is can the Minister confirm when the RQAA appointed Dermot Parsons as interim Chief Executive, and if that was before or after the Permanent Secretary issued an accounting officer letter? Would members be content that we seek that response? And the second part of it was, can the Minister confirm what evidence his department, or indeed the Permanent Secretary, had which confirmed the appointment of an interim Chief Executive by RQAA before the issuing of that accounting officer letter? And members are content with that, and this is all in relation to the whole concern around that RQAA issue. There's also a comment there in relation to the tax bill for NHS staff and childcare, and I wonder, could we check with the department, if members agree, that we query whether the department and trust are fully aware of how many staff have been affected by that tax bill for childcare. So it's just a technical question, asking them how many staff are caught up in that issue, if members are content. Thank you. And finally, members, in relation to that, there was a mistitle on the Eddie Lynch response, which means that we haven't actually had a response back to the services mobilising pathway carers feedback. That is with the department, hasn't come back to us yet, but just to note that we're still awaiting that response. So that's everything there. Anything else in correspondence, members, and table pack? Or from last week's meeting? Okay. Okay, thank you, members. Then, in terms of the forward work programme, I refer you to the forward work programme at tab 11.1 of the pack. And during last Tuesday's meeting, Paula had suggested that we write to the Speaker to advise the Speaker that the committee is not in a position to be able to take on any further private members' bill at this time due to current workload. So that was the proposal, and it was agreed that we would return to the matter to discuss it. We were quite close to the end of a meeting. So I'll seek members' views, but before that I'll maybe just ask the clerk to come in there to update us in terms of how things are looking with what we have on our agenda and on our schedule at the moment. Clerk, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just the outline. We still have to report on the autism bill, the adoption bill, Safe Access Zones bill, and the parking charges bill. In relation to, I've had a quick discussion with the Bill Office in relation to what other possible private members' bills are lined up for health. And again, these are all away with drafters at the minute. So that there is one, I think there's a carers bill. There is also a Robbie Butler bill on PTSD with emergency response. And then Orlia also has a bill. Also on suicide prevention training. Now they're all out for drafting at the minute. Some of them aren't due back until maybe mid-January. But they're sort of the three that have been identified that they could be health. There would need to be decisions on that by the business committee as well. But they would be the ones that there's a possibility of at least being introduced at first stage. Whether it gets through the other stages in time, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and in terms of the ones we're currently dealing with, Clerk, what's your view in terms of our ability to manage those?
Well, we obviously cleared the organ donation one today. In relation to the autism one, the plan is that we will have to do clause by clause on it on Tuesday the 11th. Which then means we're considering the draft report the next meeting on Thursday the 13th. And getting that one cleared off that week. Hopefully we should be in good shape with that one. In relation to the safe access zones, we obviously had to cancel the session with PSNI on Tuesday. We have rescheduled that for Tuesday the 11th of January as well. So at that stage, we will hear from PSNI. We've also scheduled in a briefing from the sponsor of that bill, hopefully on Thursday the 13th, which will allow us then to go through the process of doing our deliberations, considering amendments, and then reporting. The adoption bill, the department's due to come back the first couple of meetings in January as well, which will give us a few weeks to do deliberations and consider what amendments we want. So the car parking charges, it's out for consultation at the minute. That closes next week. So until we see sort of what responses come back in, we'll schedule some briefings probably towards the end of January on that. Listen, I'm fairly confident we can get through those. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be a fair bit of work in the month of January, but we knew it was going to be difficult in December and January to get through the bills.
Paula?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Keith, for that sort of overview. It was very, very useful. I suppose I was concerned really that, like obviously today I have no problem, I'm sure nobody has a problem with a full day, and then we were adding Tuesdays on, and I just thought that things were not maybe getting enough scrutiny time and, with fresh eyes and 100% attention, and that was the concern. It's not in any way to try and stifle legislation flowing through the Assembly at all. And I suppose the other point I would make is that there are a few bills like the period products and the CPR, some that are sitting with education, and then again some sitting with justice, that have a link over into health. And so in some ways, if we're going to be legislators, not just in terms of scrutiny in the committee, but also in the chamber, then I think it's really about workload going forward. But I have no problem with bills coming forward per se. It was more just so that we would give them the proper our full attention, as much effort as we could. We don't want to do things half-hearted or half-baked, because we want to make sure legislation is robust. Okay, so I just want to be clear about that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Colin, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm just wondering about Tuesday the 11th. Do we have a time for that meeting? And also, given that week that there's no plenaries on because we're not quite back to the following week, I'm looking at one column that's got two things in it, and the next column that's got 4 or 5. Would there maybe be some agreement to having sort of two sort of three-quarter meetings rather than one half meeting, one long meeting? Would there be a sort of value to balancing those two meetings out a wee bit, just to give us a bit of freshness rather than a full day that's very intensive? It's just a suggestion.
Yeah, I'll check with Clerk on that, and then I'll go to Pam.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to say again, we do recognise there's no plenary on at the minute that week, so we could meet a wee bit longer. It'll be virtual again, so it does give us the opportunity to have a bit more time. So we are looking at how that might split over the two meetings coming back, because we know we'll just have to sequence some things on both days because we have to get through some items. But we will look at certainly we don't want to have two full-on, very long sessions, but we will try and balance that best we can.
Thank you. And Pam?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, just saying, I have stated this over and over, that the committee pressure has been very great, and I do worry that we are very rushed, and we know, Chair, you chair very well, but we're often very constrained in terms of the amount of questions we can ask, or even we're even actually asking witnesses to cut their responses down in time in order to rush us all through. So I would definitely caution against taking on more legislation before the end of the mandate, because I think we are responsible for seeing proper scrutiny on all of these issues, and I don't honestly feel at times that we are allowing ourselves enough time. We don't even have time almost to develop thoughts around what we've just heard. It's just bang, 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 and I think that's quite challenging. And I'm also aware that normal committee business, you would be taking evidence from interested parties on all sorts of different subjects and about their concerns around health, and we haven't been doing that because we can't physically fit them. And I think that's not correct either, that people who do approach the health committee should, where possible, be allowed time to brief us on their particular issues. And I think we could be doing an awful lot more in terms of looking at transformation as well. So I think there's much more that could be fitted in. But if we continually allow more private members' bills, for instance, to come through, that will eat up all of our time and we won't be able to do the rest of it. And I am worried that, especially at this stage in the mandate, it is late to be introducing private members' bills. Ideally, you'd be taking an awful lot longer to consider each of them in their turn. So I would just caution against taking on more legislation at this stage in the mandate.
Okay, thank you. And I think those are all valid concerns. I think we will need to, in reflection of that, maybe do an informal session at an early point in the new year just to get our heads around all of that. I do think that certainly the pressure is and has been intense. I think since we formed as a committee, we have done probably significant engagement with a lot of the sectors, and that hopefully will stand us in good stead for some period of time while we're working on the legislation, all of which is very important to the people that it impacts as well. So it's getting all of that right, but I do recognise committee concerns, and I think our best way is to, and I actually do really appreciate the diligence of committee members in terms of dealing with this, and I feel we have, despite the pressure, applied really good scrutiny to anything we've done so far, but I'm keen that we do maintain that. I'm keen, like the rest of yourselves, that we do continue and that things don't get rushed, and that is requiring a lot of work and effort, but and a lot of pressure on members. But it certainly is something that we need to keep a very close eye on. I agree with that, and we will try and do some kind of a wee informal session in the new year to see where we're at with all of those pressures. Okay, thank you for that, members. And our members then otherwise content with the forward work programme, subject to what Keith has already outlined there, that they're looking at how the committee staff are looking at how they can facilitate those meetings and split them up as best as possible. Our members content? Yep, thank you. Okay, thanks, members. So moving on then to our next evidence session, which is in relation to the Adoption Children Bill, and we're taking evidence now from the Human Rights Commission, Fostering Network and Adoption UK. This is the third evidence session on the Adoption and Children Bill. I refer members to the papers at tab 14 of the pack, which include submissions from the Human Rights Commission at 14.1 and from the Fostering Network at 14.2. The submission from Adoption UK is included at 14.3 of your table papers, members. So I just check before I go to the panel members, or just check generally. Keith, do we have everyone online that we were expecting? Yep.
Yes,
So I go individually just to check sound with, first of all, Alison Kilpatrick, who is Chief Commissioner of the Human Rights Commission. Are you there, Alison? And can you hear me okay?
I'm here and I can hear you very well. Thank you.
Yeah, and you're very welcome back, Chief Commissioner. Thank you. Emily Mills, who is Policy and Research Officer at the Human Rights Commission. Can you hear us okay, Emily?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Yeah, and we're hearing you. Thank you. Kathleen Toner, who is a Director with the Fostering Network. Kathleen, can you hear us okay?
I can indeed, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And we're hearing you, Kathleen, thanks. And we're also joined by EJ Havlin, who's a Director in Adoption UK. Can you hear me okay, EJ?
I can hear you very clearly. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, and we're hearing you as well. So listen, we also have Wesley Graham, who's a trustee within Adoption UK. Wesley, is that yourself along with EJ?
It is indeed.
Okay, so listen, we're hearing and seeing all of you very clearly at this point, which is great, and thank you for that. And I will just invite the witnesses to brief us then. I'll go back in the same order. I'll go back to you for the briefing. So I'll go back to yourself then, Chief Commissioner, if you want to kick off, please, for us.
Good afternoon, Chair, members and colleagues. Very nice to see you again. I'm here again with Emily Mills, who's done a lot of the detailed work in relation to this issue. So thank you again for the invitation to address you. It's a detailed bill on which we've already commented in some detail, particularly back in 2017, and again in a shorter written submission which you have in front of you. You have other organisations here who have much more practical experience than me, so I will cede time to them, confine what I say to the bare minimum, and only in respect of the human rights considerations which we believe, if taken into account, can improve the operation of the bill. I'm of course available and will stay throughout to answer any questions you might have. So I have one general comment and two specific recommendations. First, the Commission is supportive of the proposed reforms, which follow on from the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child Committee specific recommendations, and they go back to 2016. and it was to update adoption legislation in Northern Ireland to align it with international human rights obligations. And the need for this reform has been demonstrated for some years, so we recommend expedition of the legislation. We're pleased and reassured to see the express commitment to paramountcy of the best interests of the child principle, the strengthening of the child's participation and right to be heard within the adoption framework, and the strengthening of protections available to children subject to inter-country adoption. My specific point first relates to clauses 67 and 58, read together, as they relate to same-sex adoption. This will formally amend the statutory eligibility for making adoption orders to reflect the law, to promote the best interest principle by opening the pool of potential adopters and prevent unlawful discrimination against same-sex attracted persons. And to make sure that it does achieve that aim, we suggest there could be greater clarity from the Department on what specific measures will be taken to ensure this in practice. The Commission recommends that should be done by revised guidance, which is comprehensive and takes a human rights and child-centred approach. It's important that guidance is easily accessible to the public and relied upon by practitioners. We suggest there should be an effective plan to publish the guidance and ensure staff are trained well in its application. So my second and final comment relates to clause 121 on the provision of services to children in need. In our view, this is a critical provision upon which the other protective measures are likely to depend. Clause 121 strengthens the provision of personal social services appropriate to children in need, including for the family of the child, if that would safeguard and promote the child's best interests. In our written submission, you'll see we pointed to practice in England and Wales, where supplementary regulations and guidance have been issued for clarity, and that makes sure that powers and duties are understood and their practical application is clear. In Northern Ireland, there needs to be consistency across all trust areas, so we suggest guidance should be Northern Ireland-wide and that trusts be held to account for their compliance with it. And I shall leave it there, Chair, and come back to other issues as they arise. I suspect you'll want to hear a little bit more about some of the specific provisions, but perhaps I should give the others an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Alison. And I will go then to so I'll go first of all maybe then to Kathleen Toner. Kathleen, do you want to go ahead, and then I'll go across to Adoption UK. So Kathleen, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to committee members, and thank you for the opportunity to provide evidence on the Adoption Children Bill. Really pleased to be here with Adoption UK, with whom we work very closely, and also with the Human Rights Commission, who reflected in their response to the NCRC our call for foster care regulations to be brought forward. So I'm the director of the Fostering Network here. We're a charity and a membership organisation, and currently we have in membership 100% of all foster carers and all kinship foster carers, and that's 3,057 households across the 5 trusts and the 4 not-for-profit fostering agencies. The trusts and the not-for-profit agencies are also our corporate members, so we feel we occupy quite a unique space in that our members include the entirety of the fostering family here in the north, and as such we seek to act as a catalyst for change to improve foster care and in turn improve outcomes for looked after children and young people. Like Alison, I'm conscious of time today, Chair, and I know you have a lot of questions, and I know you have our submission, so I will constrain my comments also to a number of key issues that we've highlighted. We very much welcome the bill. It's been a long time coming, and we're really pleased to see the range of measures in it which will impact on foster care. The bill will require a raft of new regulations to be put in place, and in our consultation with foster care members recently, they were keen to ensure we give the message that these new measures are adequately resourced and that regulations in relation to them are progressed quickly. And although not in the bill, we have had in place for some time draft foster care regulations. The committee and members may remember that I've spoken to you before about the absolute necessity of bringing these forward, particularly now as they have much synergy with this bill. And we're hopeful that these will be brought forward before the end of the mandate. Their introduction will progress foster care measurably, and they will introduce standards for foster care here for the first time. The bill introduces a range of new measures, including a new orders for special guardianship, and makes welcome changes to residence orders. In our submission, we also suggested that long-term foster care should be seen as a permanent option for children and young people. You will all be very aware there's a continuum of care for children and young people, and one size simply doesn't fit all. So a range of provisions are welcome to ensure the welfare of every individual child. We're really pleased to see a duty to promote educational achievement and prevent disruption of education and training, and indeed met with the Minister for Education this week with 5 foster carers who raised some of these concerns directly with her. We're delighted to see the introduction of an independent reviewing mechanism, although our consultees felt that this should go further. Also pleased to see introduction of statutory advocacy services for young people and extension of support for care leavers to include access to a personal advisor. Although we're conscious that at the minute some young people don't have access to a personal advisor, and would want to ensure that this extension will ensure that that provision is in place and that all young people who can access it can do. Introduction of fostering panels on a statutory footing is something we have long called for. And one of the things our consultees were keen to ensure is the independence of those fostering panels. Short breaks for children outside of the care system is very welcome also, and it's something we have also argued for a long time, but we would like to see this extended to other categories of children with some caveats around that. Also delighted to see care planning on a statutory basis, and in developing the regs, however, arising from this provision, we would like to see provision for foster carers to be able to contribute to care planning. In our consultation, they said that their voices were often not heard, and as the people who look after children 24/7, then they felt that that was something that was often a gap and would like to see addressed. And it has long been our position to have the Going the Extra Mile scheme on a statutory basis. So again, we're pleased to see this, but we would like to see it extended to all young people, not just those who are in education, employment or training. And we'd like to see the bill clarify the level of financial support available for this service, and that should at least be in line with fostering allowances. And happy to take any questions, Chair, later.
Okay, thank you, Kathleen. Appreciate that. And I'll go then across to Adoption UK there. If you want to go ahead, EJ or Keith.
Thank you very much indeed, and good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to give evidence to the committee. I hope that hearing the lived experience from organisations like Adoption UK and the Fostering Network builds understanding of the potential impact that this bill could have. Adoption UK very much welcomes the introduction of the bill. Everything's been said already about the length of time we've all been waiting for this, but no greater impact than it is on the adoption community in Northern Ireland. We are a charity and a membership organisation similar to the Fostering Network. We have over 800 adoptive families, members of Adoption UK in Northern Ireland. It's a huge voice that we carry, and we have consistently ensured that the voice of adopters have been engaged in these discussions in our response and the submission of the evidence that we've already provided. And I'd just like to outline that there are specific areas which the Adoption UK members believe warrant consideration, but local adopters highlighted that their support services was their core priority, that adoption does not solve the issues of young people and children who've experienced early trauma, but it is something that they need a lifelong commitment to support. And that is something that is mentioned in the bill, and we greatly recommend that that is considered. We would like to point out particularly, though, that the first in Clause 5, there is a duty recommended of assessment of need. However, it is upon request. And we want to highlight the issue that adopters are assessed by adoption agencies to consider whether or not they are the right people to adopt in the first place. And that is a thorough process, and it is rightly a thorough process. But it means that there is a consideration and a judgment made on whether they are their capacity to parent children who've experienced early trauma. And it is difficult that if there is they have to request the assessment of need for children, then that needs to be considered that it should be provided to ensure that all vulnerable children are supported. And secondly, in Clause 5 as well, is the requirement for adoption support services. There's no statutory duty to meet the needs that are identified by those services. So we equally risk an inconsistent support across Northern Ireland, which is what we have at the moment. So therefore, we want to avoid any postcode lotteries, any missed opportunities to provide vulnerable children with the support services that they need. I'd also just like to comment on Clause 6, which is the provision of information and the duty on trust to provide information of support services. And I think that it's very clear that this should include a wraparound universal support, including the support groups, training opportunities and links to any other services that they may feel of benefit. Also of note is Clause 49, the contact arrangements. There's a specific requirement suggested to allow a child to visit or stay with a person named. This appears to undermine parental responsibility of the adoptive parents in making the decision the best interest of their child. And I would just like this area to be considered. In Northern Ireland, we have the highest levels of contact in any part of the UK. And the adoption community are very, very clear on the benefits of contact with the extended family of a child. And in fact, organisations like ourselves in Adoption UK host family events so that siblings can maintain to have contact, continue that relationship in a very normal way, in a regular, a very regular and also just normalised family environment. It is not possible for all children to stay within the same family when they're adopted. That's sometimes in the best interest of the child, and it's also sometimes because they're not able to be placed together. So it's really important that consideration is given to contact, but within the context of what is in the best interest of the child. I'd also just like to say that we support the principle that any decision is considering the child's welfare throughout their life. There are lifelong implications of adoption, and it's really important that we provide the child with a harmonious and family unit, which is recommended, but that consideration is for the life of the child, not within a time-bound, age-limited criteria. Adoption UK welcomes the intention of the bill, and the adoption community are really supportive to bring positive change that's going to impact positively on their children. Wesley?
Yeah, I would just like to echo everything that EJ has said. I mean, I'm a trustee with Adoption UK, but I also have the lived experience of adoption. And this bill will make a big difference in terms of post-adoption support for for adoptive parents and for adoptive families. And it's really welcome and it's really exciting. And we support it at 100%. And the point EJ makes about assessment, you know, it's one thing identifying a need, and it's another thing then addressing that need. And if you don't address that need, you just then are left with a lot of unmet need. And there's a lot of unmet need, as we know, in the health service already. So I would just like to underline that. The other thing I'd like to point out, Chair, in terms of clause 122, the duty of authorities to promote educational achievement. As it stands, this refers to children who are looked after. We would also like that extended to children who are formally looked after or who were care experienced, because as EJ says, the needs of the child don't stop with them being adopted, and when they're adopted, they're no longer looked after officially. So we would like clause 122 extended to those children who were formally looked after or formally care experienced, so that they can benefit from this duty of care to promote educational achievement as well for them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and thank you very much, all three of you, for those for your presentations, first of all, which are very, very useful, and we appreciate having those, and for your presentation here today. I suppose I'll go back and sort of try to follow a roughly similar order. I'll go back to the Commission there, and Alison, you had mentioned around the idea of strengthening protections for inter-country adoptions, and has been raised here around the whole issue of the fact that there are, particularly in border areas, kinship potential adoptions, and at present those are being treated as inter-country. So I wonder what type of protections you think need to be considered there, and also how would that potentially impact on the interests of the child where a kinship option would be available, but it happens to be someone who's in the 26 county jurisdiction, even though they might be on the same farm or the same road as their aunt or their grandmother or whatever.
I'll invite Emily to add something to this if I leave it out. But I think as I understand it, the department is looking at not having kinship orders, but rather relying on the special guardianship orders and simply providing support through the Article 18 cash payments on a less formal basis. And that has some benefits and some disadvantages when you're talking about the sort of scenarios, I think, Chair, you're talking about. The Scottish model is formalised and statutory, and what that enables is for all of those sort of situations to be considered in advance and provision be made for them. Whether it would even be an inter-country adoption would need to be considered, or whether the special circumstances in Ireland permit something else. I would have a concern if kinship orders, as I say, are not made statutory, but are accepted as a formal arrangement and never become statutory or more formalised. And I would just draw your attention to something the UN has said about they say they encourage such carers to notify competent authorities so the child may receive any necessary financial and other support, promote the child's welfare and protection. Where possible and appropriate, states should encourage and enable informal caregivers, with the consent of the child and parents concerned, to formalise the care arrangement after a suitable lapse of time. And when you have the care of the child split over two jurisdictions, essentially, that is going to cause some difficulty, I suspect. It's going to be very difficult to put protections in place and safeguards. And certainly an informal arrangement isn't necessarily going to help that, as appealing as it may first seem. I don't know, Emily, if you want to, you looked, I think, at inter-country adoptions, didn't you, specifically?
I suppose I would just add on the topic of kinship care that we would want to consider whether the department are satisfied that there are no gaps or discrepancies in terms of the support provided through the proposed arrangements compared to the more formalised arrangements in Scotland, before we are able to respond conclusively on that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Emily. And Kathleen is looking in there as well. Yeah.
Sorry, I think Alison was going to come back on that.
Sorry, I was just sorry, Kathleen. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay.
I just wasn't sure we'd answered your question, Chair.
Well, I suppose what I'm concerned about is that there would be either a lack of protection and a lack of support, or a bureaucratic hurdle that would prove to go work against the interests of the child. So I'm just wondering, given the specific and the very unique context, and I'm aware that this is generally dealt with via a Hague Convention, but we have a very, very real, dynamic, live situation here on the island, right across the island, but very much in particular along the whole border corridor, where people live and work and marry and have family both sides of the border. So I'm just wondering, is there sufficient consideration being given to how this can be managed and putting the child's interest centre?
Not in the bill, not in the face of the bill, certainly, but it could be dealt with by way of regulations or specific guidance. But somebody does need, I think, to give proper consideration to those specific circumstances, because they don't really apply anywhere else that I can think of, really, even in the world. So something specific has to be considered. And the example you gave of a family straddling two jurisdictions, essentially, and a child may be going to school in one and being cared for in another and come under the jurisdiction of Northern Ireland or Ireland. And so that has to be given attention. And it may be Kathleen has given some thought to how exactly that could be done. I'd be very happy to come back to you in writing, because we are also looking at Article 2 of the protocol in relation to frontier workers, and we think this may well have an impact, and we'll certainly consider it in relation to what you've just said. So we can come back to you in writing if that would be helpful.
That will be indeed. Thank you, Alison. And I'll check then with Kathleen.
Yeah, Chair, a couple of points. I suppose When we talk about kinship foster care, when I talk about kinship foster care, I'm referring to those kinship foster carers who are caring for a looked after child. Effectively, social services have identified a child who needs to be looked after, and therefore the corporate parent is the trust. And those kinship foster carers, we actually do have kinship foster carers who reside across the border. And in fact, as part of our membership offer a number of years ago through the Regional Adoption and Fostering Task Force, which no longer exists in the same format, but we addressed our insurance company. And in fact, what we have are foster carers, kinship foster carers who live, I think, as far away as Cork, and we have children who are in the care of trusts in the north. And we have an arrangement whereby we can cover them legally for legal advice. It initially looked like it was going to be very complex because we thought we might have to, if there was an issue arose, we'd have to have solicitors advised in the south and in the north and all sorts of different things. But actually we've had that arrangement in place for a number of years and it works really particularly well. It's not in relation to adoption. I'm confining my comments in relation to those kinship carers who are caring for children. I think it's slightly more complex, Chair, perhaps when you're talking about perhaps informal arrangements where a child is looked after perhaps by a grandparent and they wish to formalise that arrangement as an adoption. But where a child is looked after, we certainly have arrangements currently in place that can facilitate that.
Yeah, and that is my concern. So a child goes first of all in the teeth or in the face of the crisis into really informal care with nothing arranged. That then potentially becomes a fostering arrangement. And my concern would be that there wouldn't be an unnecessary bureaucratic hurdle that would allow that child to continue on into a more confirmed adoption process like every other child would, just because of an accident of birth or an accident of where people live on a piece of land in this island here. So it's where it moves from fostering into adoption that I'm concerned and keen that we have a system in place that allows the best arrangement to be facilitated.
I think that model could perhaps be looked at though, so I'd be happy to liaise with yourselves or indeed with Alison if that would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. I'll just do another brief one, then I'll take in other members. So around the whole issue, and I know Wesley has mentioned it there, and it's been mentioned by others, educational achievement and the importance of maintaining that. And I take your point on board, Wesley, that needs to include training and third level and different elements of that, and for as long as possible and as long as necessary. But how would that look in practice, that duty to achieve? How do you see that as operating in practice, the duty to promote educational achievement?
I think that there is a lot of examples that already exist across the UK. Queen's University, for example, have a care leavers support, and this can be where they are automatically given accommodation within the halls of residence, or that they are given a named person within the university who can support them. Right down to a lower level, we in Adoption UK have a lot of experience in partnership with the fostering network, where we go into schools and deliver Let's Learn Together training so that teachers can understand how the impact of early trauma affects a child's capacity to be ready to learn. For example, a child who's experienced neglect can struggle whenever it is time for lunchtime, food time in the classroom. And therefore, it's really important that a school doesn't discipline that child in a manner that says you must go to the back of the line because you're pushing and shoving. It's like, let's deal with that in another way. So it's really informed attention, school teachers being informed, classrooms being informed about issues such as a contact visit is coming up. Therefore, the child may need extra support at that time, may be deregulated, may be upset, may not be sleeping, there may be disruption. So it's about a communication system in place, a really strong way, but it's really important that things like transitions, we know that transition times for children who have experienced a lot of moves early in their life, transitions within the school setting, this is highly disruptive. So therefore, they don't settle, for example, when they have moved into their second education level. They don't settle. It's difficult for everybody. We've all been there. However, a child may need to know in advance what school they're going to, not through a transfer scheme, not that maybe on that criteria that schools have about their selection processes, so that doubt is taken out of their mind and they can start to make connections with that school at an earlier stage. We have lots of tried and tested ways to support children in school. However, ability for children to be ready to learn will impact on their capacity to thrive and their ability to reach their full potential. So we want to make sure that there's as many things in place that supports them to remain in school as long as possible, but to also find the right path for education and training support and into employment. But, developmental delay is going to impact on their capacity to do that at an age-appropriate level. So we all need to work together, and there are multi-agency task force working on this at the moment, but a lot of them are not actively including care experienced, which is something we've mentioned before. But I think that there are lots of ideas there, and the right people are here and involved in these stakeholder groups already to make sure that we can address the needs of children.
And I think, Chair, it is very much about communication between agencies. And this particular clause, 122, is really designed to promote the educational achievements of kids, and it specifies looked after kids. But as the point has already been made, when we adopt our children, they're no longer in that looked after official category, but they are formally looked after or formally care experienced. And it's just about bearing that in mind, that their educational needs and priorities need to be promoted as well. And they're not home and dry now, as it were. And I mean, if I can relate my own example of this, our son now, when he went to university, when he filled in the form, they actually had a place on the form saying, asking, were you formally care experienced? And I ticked that box. And so they know from his background that he was care experienced at some time. So they may make allowances, or I know during COVID he got an extra grant and stuff like that. So it's about just making educational institutions aware of this and the needs that the child may have. As EJ.
Very good. Yeah, thank you. And that's interesting. And it just shows you how a very small practical measure can leverage in very practical supports. So what you don't know, you can't address it, but so that's useful. A brief one then for you, Kathleen, is in relation to you mentioned around the fostering panels and that the categories of children who are involved. You said that you would like other categories of children would be involved or considered there. Can you give us a few examples of what other categories of children you're referring to?
I suppose, Chair, this is particularly in relation to Clause 121, which would introduce a power for trusts to provide accommodation for a disabled child for the purposes of making short breaks. Currently, a child who's cared for more than 24 hours becomes a looked after child, and that can be quite distressing for parents of disabled children in particular. The reason we have suggested it be extended to other categories of children is because there are groups of children on the edge of care where they are children in need and perhaps are accessing services. So, for example, we have a service called Step Up, Step Down that uses foster carers to work with birth parents. And those foster carers do provide some short breaks for the families to facilitate family harmony, really. And at the moment, we can't do those for more than 24 hours because actually the child becomes a looked after child, and it kind of defeats the purpose of providing support to that family because that child inevitably becomes looked after, which is their greatest fear. And the primary purpose of those services are to keep the child out of care. So those children that's a service we deliver in partnership with South Eastern Trust. We have statutory services right round the edge, but we want to keep the child at home with their family and to support the child at home. And we've had huge success with that service in keeping those children at home. And so in certain circumstances, we feel that, sometimes those children, if they could stay for 2 nights, that would be really helpful. And under the current legislation, we can't do that. But under this provision in 121, we can, if it was extended to other categories of children. And we think that would be an enormous boon for those categories of children. But again, that would probably be in regulations. But that's one of the examples, Chair.
Thank you very much, Kathleen. So moving on then, I'm going first of all to Deborah. Deborah, go ahead, please.
Thank you. And that's been really interesting and really useful there to listen to some of the information that's been coming forward from the panel there. Kathleen, I think you had mentioned in terms of the definition of permanence, and can you maybe expand upon maybe the concerns that's been raised around that definition? Would the inclusion of, say, long-term fostering better reflect trends in child placements? And how does the definition proposed in the bill compare to elsewhere?
I think certainly what we see is in Scotland you have permanence orders, and it's not something we have here in England. We have different ways of approaching permanence, in that children who are in long-term foster care, and that it's been part of the care planning that the child remains with their foster care on a long-term permanent basis. There's a reduction in some of the, say, statutory visits from social workers, which in effect normalise the child's living arrangements, and it feels more like a family, so that the child's not being, having lots of social services around them. I suppose we do welcome special guardianship orders. We do feel they have a place, and we've had residence orders in place here for a long time. I think one of the parts of the discussion that hasn't been looked at is that long-term foster care can be considered a permanence option. I think when you look at permanence, there is a legal permanence and there's a sense of emotional permanence. Children who are in long-term foster care, quite often there's usually good reasons why a child can't actually become adopted or be eligible for an SGO, for example, or indeed a residence order. And that's often around support provisions and perhaps access to birth parents. So I suppose it goes back to my initial primary point about not one size fits all. So adoption isn't right for every child. SGOs won't be right for every child, and not right for every child necessarily who live currently in kinship arrangements. Residence orders aren't necessarily right for every child. The majority of children in our care system, and we've 3,500 approximately at the minute, 80% of those children are in foster care. And we haven't made any arrangements, if you like, around fostering within this bill. And what we would like to see is that long-term foster care is seen as a mechanism for permanence. In Scotland, that is an order. In England, it isn't an order. It's just a recognition, if you like, within care planning, that that's a much more secure way for a child to live within their family with less intervention, and therefore allow them to have, as I say, a more normal experience. Hope that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Deborah. And Paula, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, panel, for this update today. My first question was actually about the attainment in schools, so we don't need to cover that again. But I suppose the first question then really is a wide-ranging one, and it sort of reflects on Clause 135, and that's the duty on the trust to allow reasonable contact between child and care and birth parent and others. I'm just wondering, does this go far enough, or how do you feel about that clause really in practice in terms of the impact on the child, not just in the immediate time, but in the future? How important is it, do you think, for the child to have contact with their birth parents or not? And also the other issue around contact with siblings and the wider family. Again, how important is it for children in care to have maintain those contacts? So it's more just a wider sort of best practice around the world type question, please.
I'm happy to take that if you want to initially, and then I'm sure AJ will have something to say about it. And I'll refer really to foster care, Paula. In terms of siblings in Scotland, they have just passed legislation, not sure if you're aware, that requires sibling contact to continue to happen, and it's new legislation that's only in place maybe the last couple of months, and that's been passed, as I say, very recently, and it's been something that we've very much welcomed. Contact is one of the top 3 issues that are raised with our advice service within the fostering network, because it can be quite complex and it can be quite fraught, and it's particularly fraught perhaps within kinship families where perhaps grandparent is looking after a child and the parent of the child perhaps lives in the same street, and they're having to facilitate that, and it can be very complex. I think it goes back to what's in the best interest of the child and in terms of contact arrangements. And I suppose in our consultation, what the foster carers were saying is that we absolutely recognise the importance of this, and we facilitate it and we manage contact all the time, and not just with siblings but with significant others. So there is an issue for us around former foster carers who perhaps have looked after a child for 10 or 15 years, and children being able to continue to have that relationship, which can be really significantly important. It's around the quality of the contact, but also the management arrangements, and making sure that where contact arrangements are put in place, I think the research shows, Paula, you'll be aware, that it can be very beneficial to the children, but it has to be in the best interest of the child.
So I should have actually specified there around the siblings. I wonder what happens in the event then of potential
I just wanted to add something to what Kathleen said about contact before you leave that. In Northern Ireland, the majority of the children who are being up for adoption do come in sibling groups, and it does make it difficult to find the right families or adopters that will consider those children, and it means that we have difficulty to place children because of their circumstances, and the aim will be to keep those children together as a family unit where possible. Of course, as you say, there are families that are continuing to have new siblings after adoption orders have been granted for some of the other children, and it's not always in the best interest of the older children to be able to move other children into that family unit. It depends completely, as Kathleen says, and I'd like to completely say that everything is about what's in the best interest of the child. However, I do think that we have looked, there's a lot of research. Mandy McDonald in the social work in Queen's has done a PhD on contact. We look at models in Sydney that are looking at contact. So we have done a lot of research on this. It is a difficult area for some people when it is not quality. And I think that's the thing that you mentioned, the thing that Kathleen mentioned. It's not about contact. Contact is usually in the best interest of the child. It is their life story. It is part of who they are and an identity. And it's really important that that's facilitated where possible. However, there are times when it's not right for a child. There are certain times, it could be they're trying to move from primary school to secondary school, millions of other things going on in their life. So therefore, contact that time may have to be postponed for 6 months until it's a better time for that child. And all the adults have to be adults around the room and recognise that it's in the best interest of the child. But in Northern Ireland, that contact does tend to be with an extended family, siblings being the priority. And organisations like ourselves in the community and voluntary sector recognise that through our peer support groups. So therefore, we host those families' days so that children can come together. We host residential weekends so that children who are adopted in different families can spend time together within an extended family unit. Because we recognise that it is really important for them to know their birth brothers and sisters, and not to be a sort of stilted connection that happens on it.
Thank you, AJ. Paula, have you anything further there? Sorry.
It was quite a quick question. It was really about the personal advisors and the new children's court guardians, and I'm just wondering if there are any thoughts on whether there was enough capacity in the system to actually really deliver on these enhanced services and provision.
I think certainly at the moment, Paul, I think the services are all under pressure. And I think given that the number of children who are now looked after has increased by almost 6% since the beginning of the pandemic, then the services are under even more pressure. And I think that certainly in terms of personal advisors, we would welcome the provision to extend that to post-18, but we would want to make sure that the resource was there to enable that to happen. They're a really important part of the service, team around the child. But in common with some of the other areas, we'd want to make sure that there are additional resources made available to make that provision.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. And finally, Pam then. Go ahead, Pam, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, panel, for your time today. I have a couple of questions for Alison, if that's okay. Alison, your submission refers to the 2016 UN CRC report. Are there outstanding elements of that report that are not currently addressed under the bill? That's my first one.
Pardon me. No, there's nothing that hasn't been addressed by the bill, but what we would say is it could be clearer, and there has to be a lot of attention paid, I think, to regulations and guidance that follows. But in my view, there's nothing outstanding. I don't know if Emily disagrees with me. Do you, Emily?
No, I think you've covered it there.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. And the next question for you, Alison, is around the ask for the inclusion of specific measures to ensure non-discrimination against same-sex couples and individuals. And I'm just very curious on that, because I was wondering, is the bill not equality screened, and what warrants the specific provisions focusing on LGBT communities? I'm just wondering because is it not the case that the courts upheld the equal treatment principle and were expected to do so again should a specific issue arise?
First of all, I think I'd say it's not enough just to wait for a court to determine there has been discrimination. It's always much better, particularly when you're introducing new legislation, to provide for it in advance, so to avoid discrimination arising in the first place. The reason special measures are needed is precisely because there was discrimination. There was discrimination in the law, but also in relation to the practice. And I think really this is another one of those measures that, or another one of those points that is translate into practice, because we know that the practice was not equal. And this is a change to the law to enhance equality of treatment and to open up the pool of potential adopters for the best interests of children. So that's all I'd say in relation to that. What we're talking about is make sure this actually does work in practice, and don't leave somebody to have to sue through a court.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. And then my last one is around the progressive realisation. Could you tell us how the progressive realisation concept squares with the competing pressures facing the health budget?
Well, I think resources is going to be an issue across in everything we do, and thankfully it's not for me to make any decisions in relation to those sort of priorities. What I would say, though, is that a lack of resources is not an answer if there is a violation of rights. So it's not an excuse to say we don't have resources. You have to do what you possibly can to get the resources. And it sort of comes back, I think, to what Kathleen and EJ were both saying. The best interest of the child principle is paramount, and it's absolutely clear in this bill that it is paramount. But that's quite easily said. It's much more difficult to bring into effect in practice. And one way of ensuring that is to make sure that the child is heard, the individual child is heard, but also children who have difficulty communicating, that things are put in place to make sure that their voices are heard and that they're empowered to express their views on a range of things. And remembering that children have rights themselves. They don't derive rights just through parents or adults. And that also comes back to the court advisors. And just as an example of resources being stretched, I can tell you as a practitioner in the courts that there is not capacity at the minute to do it properly. If children really are going to be listened to and assisted through court processes, then we simply don't have the people. And those people haven't been properly trained either. And that extends, I put my hands straight in the air, that extends to people like me and my colleagues who operate through the courts and the judges. And it would be a struggle to find sufficient resources. But I think progressive realisation means that you have a period of time over which to try. It's essentially what that means in treaty speak, that as long as you're moving in the right direction and you're trying to improve within your resources and not sitting back and having resources just be an excuse to violation of rights, most states will be fine. You won't be caught wanting as long as you're trying and you're trying reasonably. But I say I'm delighted not to be a politician to have the burden of having to decide those things.
That's great. Thank you, Alison. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Very interesting session, really good perspectives on this important bill, I have to say, and that has been really useful for us. So listen, Alison, Emily, Kathleen, EJ and Keith, I want to thank you all. I want to wish each and every one of you a very safe and a very happy Christmas, and to thank you for your attendance this afternoon, and just to wish you all the best for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And to all of you as well. Happy Christmas.
Yeah, happy Christmas.
Yeah, all the best, folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, Kathy. Okay, so members, thank you for that. I'm going to move on fairly swiftly there to our next session because I'm conscious that we're well into the afternoon now. So our next session is also on the Adoption and Children Bill. We're taking evidence now from BASWA, the British Association of Social Workers here in the North, Action for Children and Home for Good. This is the fourth evidence session of the Adoption and Children Bill. I refer members to the papers at tab 15 of the pack, which include submissions from BASWA at tab 15.1, Action for Children at tab 15.2, and Home for Good at tab 15.3. Before I welcome our panel in via Starleaf, I would like to declare my own interest as having previously worked as a social worker and being on a leave of absence with one of the trusts in that role. So I will now move on to welcome, firstly, in terms of the list that I have in front of me here, is Caroline Ewart, who's National Director of BASWA. And Caroline, can you hear me okay, first of all?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you loud and clear, Caroline. We're also joined by Avery Bowser, who is Fostering Services Manager with Action for Children. Can you hear me okay, Avery?
Yes, Colin, I can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you, and we're hearing you clearly as well. Malini Colville, who is NI Lead in Home for Good. Can you hear us, Malini?
I can hear you. Yes, hello.
Thank you, and thank you, Malini. And Judith Dawson, who's a project worker with Home for Good. Can you hear us, Judith?
Hello, yes, I can. Yeah.
Okay, so listen, we're hearing and seeing all of you fine at the minute. Thank you very much. I'd like to very much welcome you all to our committee and thank you for giving your time, your expertise and your perspective to assist the committee in the scrutiny of this important legislation. So I'll just go back in terms of running order from what I have on my list. I'll ask each of you to do brief opening remarks if you can, and then we'll go to members' questions. So Caroline, if you want to go ahead there, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to thank the Chair, Colin, this afternoon, and members of committee for giving BASWA Northern Ireland the opportunity to present to you this afternoon. And I know you've already taken evidence on this piece of legislation, so I'll try and focus on the issues to hand. The British Association of Social Workers Northern Ireland is part of BASWA, the largest professional body for social workers in the UK. We have 22,000 members employed in frontline management, academic and research positions. BASWA Northern Ireland welcomes the draft Adoption and Children Bill. The association responded to the Department of Health's consultation on the original draft legislation in 2017 and was clear that review and reform of our adoption legislation was long overdue. The Department's Adopting the Future strategy, published in 2006, set out the case for legislative reform. 15 years on, the need for change is beyond urgent. The dual aspect of the bill to incorporate aspects of the Children Northern Ireland Order 1995 is also welcome, and we would encourage the Health Committee to progress this legislation without further delay. This is undoubtedly a huge and complex piece of legislation, with much of the detail left to be finalised via supporting regulations. BASWA Northern Ireland would want to ensure an opportunity to contribute to subsequent discussions to inform the development of these regulations. And due to the lengthy nature of the bill, I have no intention, you'll be glad to hear, of talking you through every aspect of the proposed legislation, but instead focus my comments on a few key aspects. From the outset, the approach of focusing the legislation on the paramountcy of the child is most welcome. And this move brings the legislation into line with the Children's Order, and the principle of no delay is threaded throughout, and we feel a very important step. In clauses 4 and 5, the issue of support and the right to receive an assessment are set out, and these were areas that we supported in 2017, and we feel they're most welcome again. BASWA Northern Ireland is of the view that a mandatory duty to provide support services assessed as needed is to be welcomed. The reality is that to do so requires additional financial investment, and I'll return to that issue a little later. The duty to provide should, in our view, extend beyond social services. It should include health, education, housing, child and adult mental health services, general practice, therapeutic services and the wider welfare system. In some areas, there are no post-adoption services at all, and this duty would bring with it a duty to establish services to eliminate the current postcode lottery. In many cases, families tell us that at the point of adoption, they do not always know what support they will need, and so someone to help navigate that would be very beneficial. We also know that adopted children have some of the most complex needs within our population, and that those needs may only become apparent over time. The system needs to be able to flexibly respond to needs over the life course. At present, whilst many of the services that are needed exist, they're not available due to exclusion criteria and/or the legal status of the child post-adoption. We would like to see all those services being accessible via the Adoption Hub. We would also note that a lot of the expertise needed is already in existence within current services. However, there's no regional consistency, and so one family's experience will not necessarily reflect another family in a different trust area. Adoption teams, for example, are not available across the board, and BASMA Northern Ireland would see real benefit in having a service which regards the whole family as the service user, rather than focusing on the child or the parent as the primary service user. However, as I mentioned earlier, its delivery will require additional resources. Delivery by the existing fostering and adoption services is simply not an option. Social workers were in crisis prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, and it's only gotten worse. We had an over-reliance on agency staff to fill the increasing number of vacant posts. As a result, social workers are leaving the profession in more numbers than ever before. Findings of a survey that we carried out in 2018 with Bath Spa University found that 52% of UK social workers intended to leave the profession within 15 months. The social work workforce is also facing a retirement bubble. 32% of the health and social care social work workforce are aged 50 or older. The average age at normal retirement on the latest year's HSE data was 61.1 years. And this indicates the potential impact of retirements over the next 5 to 10 years is likely to be very significant. Clause 12, the independent review mechanism in adoption determinations to be established, is welcome. In our original submission in 2017, we suggested this should be an independent body separate from the trusts, and we welcome that it now sits with the Department for Health. The role must have a clear remit and bring with it the necessary authority to robustly intervene to ensure best practice, prevent delay, and add value to the lives of the children involved. However, consideration will be required concerning the administrative arrangements for this in Northern Ireland, and BASMA Northern Ireland holds the view that it may be best to have a regional body carry out this function. We see this role as additional to existing services, and a truly first-class service simply cannot be funded by diverting existing funds. This will need the creation of new processes and systems, and that will inevitably mean new staff posts. We particularly welcome the setting of timescales and in clause 113, obliging courts to draw up timetables for resolving adoption cases without delay. And this is something that's been long awaited. Delay in the system is unacceptable for all involved, but particularly for the children. Set timescales will hopefully lead to improved situations for children involved in adoption cases. But consideration should be given to what measures can be utilised if timescales are not met. BASMA Northern Ireland welcomes the introduction of special guardianship orders and the greater responsibility for carers without an adoption order in clause 119. However, the association would highlight the unintended consequences experienced in England, where some saw the introduction of SGOs as a means to withdraw support from families. This affected those outside the system of care and support, as there was no longer a duty to provide assistance. However, carers are likely to still require financial support and access to a range of support services on an ongoing basis. In addition to detailed regulations, implementation of SGOs will require guidance and training within children's services, public bodies, the voluntary and community sector. There will be a need for a multi-agency approach, including all stakeholders, incorporating the Judicial Studies Board and the Law Society to ensure a shared understanding. BASMA Northern Ireland, in engagement with members and partner associations to inform its position, has led the association to endorse the position of Action for Children, and Avery is with us this afternoon. In clause 128, I wanted to highlight that there's a new article, 34DB, which sets out clearly the extension of support for care leavers to the age of 25, and it's a move that we fully support. And clause 128 to 129, BASMA Northern Ireland is delighted to see this progressive step being brought forward. For many years, parents of disabled children who use respite have called for their children to be removed from the looked after child system. We've campaigned for it for a long time, and we're really delighted that it's changing. It saw thousands of families forced into the LAC system when requiring one single night's respite, and I know you heard about that from Kathleen before, so I won't repeat the point. In clause 136 to 138, which deals with NIGALA and an extension of the organisation's remit, it will undoubtedly bring more demand to an already overstretched service. The agency has already experienced increased waiting lists due to a growth in demand, and it's important to note that additional investment in this area will be required. BASMA Northern Ireland is disappointed that clause 143 will revoke Article 181 of the Children Order. The association notes the department has decided to go for repeal despite 83% of previous respondents supporting a 3-year report, and we were one of those organisations. BASMA Northern Ireland views this as a missed opportunity to provide oversight and political accountability for a protected group in society. The Children Order Review Board has ceased to exist, and its replacement, the Shadow Family Justice Board, has not yet been sufficiently developed. We would urge members of the committee to seek to retain this requirement for scrutiny alongside the Commissioner for Children and Young People and the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. The Association's view is that repeal would be a retrograde step, and it would send the wrong signal about the Assembly's priorities in relation to children and young people. We would urge the committee to seek an amendment to Article 181, and that would be to be a 3-year cross-departmental report on the functioning of the order and the needs and rights of children. It is essential that additional funding is provided to resource the services required by the draft legislation. Children's social work services are experiencing unprecedented demand. For example, the Department's provisional children's social services data, which was published weekly during the pandemic, indicates that there were 564 looked after children.
Carolyn, sorry to interrupt you, Carolyn. I'm very conscious of time, Carolyn, and I would ask you just to make your remarks. As we do have the presentation that you've sent as well, so just please.
No problem. I will finish up now. It presents a 6% increase, with a 42% increase in the number of looked after children from 2011. Added to this is the fact that social work vacancies are currently sitting at 8.5%. This is a complex and far-reaching legislation requiring a number of new duties. It will require training, and there needs to be adequate time allowed for this. Freeing social workers up from frontline duty to undertake training will ultimately increase pressures across the system. In conclusion, the legislation is to be welcomed. The system urgently needs the reform it will deliver, and the case for review has been well made. There's much to support in the draft bill, and we would urge the committee to accept it. I thank you for listening, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. And I'll go then back to Avery in terms of fostering services. Avery, Action for Children, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief for you. I'm Avery Bowser. I'm a Fostering Services Manager for Action for Children in Northern Ireland. I'm responsible for our regional fostering service. I'm also a member of our senior leadership team. I should say that I've been a qualified social worker for 28 years. I actually started my career in family and childcare in the old Northern Health and Social Services Board, and working in a pre-Children Order environment. For clarity, I'm also a member of BASWA NI, and I've just joined the Northern Ireland Committee, although I am speaking on behalf of Action for Children today. And also for transparency, I should say that I'm an adoptive parent for the last 14 years. Again, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. I do want to keep my remarks brief to give you an opportunity to ask us questions and to be as helpful as possible to you today. We welcome the bill. We strongly support getting it through in this mandate. We're quite concerned that time is running out. We recognise that large parts of the legislation are about enabling, and all the the detailed work will come in regulation, standards, guidance, and implementation. With that in mind, we'd like to get a clearer sense of what is happening with the fostering regulations at the moment, because they do sit as a companion piece to this, and the department have been signalling that they're coming, but we're waiting. I think Carolyn's point's exactly right about the level of resource required, and that should not be underestimated, particularly, as we've seen the steady impact of austerity over 10 years on services and staff, and now a pandemic. We also have the department signalling that a children's services reform is coming down the line next year. So that's a lot to be doing in the kind of space we're in at the moment. The two key issues we'd probably like to highlight again from our presentation, and would again totally agree with what Carolyn said there about Article 181. I think we think that's really is a very big mistake, and we would share BASWA's view on that. And just actually in the comments you had there before from Alison about this progressive realization, I think that makes that even more reason why you would want to retain it in terms of tracking it, aligning it with UNCRC reporting requirements. And the other bit is, again, the missed opportunity around the Children and Young People Strategic Partnership. It was clearly signalled in the 27 consultation that this was the direction of travel, to put it on statutory footing. There is widespread support in the sector for it. There is widespread frustration in the sector that it's still not on. So again, I know this is a huge bill and it would have been a lot to put it in, but we've just had the Health and Social Care Bill go through to, put the board changes through, the integrated care system underpinning. There could have been some enabling legislation in here, and I suppose there's just a worry that it keeps finding its way onto the back burner, when actually, unlike the integrated care system, it's something that's very, very well established and would be really critical for these reforms here and the reforms in the children's system. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. And Melanie, please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, Chair and Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to give evidence today. It's great to be with you. My name's Melanie Colville, and I've led the work of Home for Good in Northern Ireland since 2016. I'm an adoptive parent to 3 wonderful children, and with me today is Judith Dawson.
Hi everybody, I'm Judith. My role is Southern Trust Coordinator with Home for Good, and this involves facilitating some information sessions about fostering and adoption, and training and journeying with people that are exploring whether they could provide a home for a child through fostering, adoption or supported lodgings. Together with my husband, we have 4 children, 3 birth children and 1 daughter that joined our family through adoption. And we also have the privilege of being foster carers for the past 4 years. So it's a privilege to be with you today. Thank you.
Home for Good is a UK-wide charity with a vision to find a home for every child who needs one. We raise awareness of the needs of vulnerable children among the church community and inspire individuals and families to consider whether they could care for vulnerable children through fostering, adoption or supported lodgings. We also work to equip churches to wrap around families and support those who care for vulnerable children. Since 2019, Home for Good has had Judith working with the Southern Trust to support them in the recruitment of foster carers. And this year, Home for Good secured an agreement with HSCNI Foster Care and now support the recruitment and retention of foster carers across all 5 trust areas. During lockdown, we partnered with the team overseeing the IRIS register by supporting social workers with faith literacy training. This year, we have journeyed with 109 households who have been considering fostering or adoption. We have a network of 45 champions, volunteers, and have connection with lots of families around Northern Ireland where perspectives have underpinned our submission to the committee on the bill. There are around 3,500 children in care in Northern Ireland, a number that has increased by 22% over the past 5 years. Each of these children are brimming with potential. We are delighted that the bill is moving forward with legislation reform around adoption and fostering in Northern Ireland long overdue. In our submission to the committee, we highlighted a number of areas that we were pleased to see and a number of aspects where we believe the bill should be amended or go further. Due to the limited time today, I want to highlight just 3 of these aspects to the committee, which we will put forward for your consideration and which resonate most strongly with the stories we hear on the ground. Firstly, we welcome the opportunity for adoptive families to request an assessment of support needs, but believe that the bill should go further to recognise that infrastructure, resources and provision must be in place to actually implement support when needs are identified. From the families we connect with, we know that they would welcome an assessment of needs, but being aware that needs can arise throughout the life of an adoptive child and young person, and therefore assessment will need to be revisited accordingly due to early trauma and loss. Secondly, we know that the majority of children who enter care have experienced abuse or neglect, and families contend with a legacy of trauma, as already mentioned, in an ongoing way. Other nations in the UK have developed national support provision to ensure that families have a recognised and accessible route to high quality support. We would love to see the bill make consideration of what could be developed in Northern Ireland. From my own experience, we were able to access this funding in England to support our children as we made the move to Northern Ireland, ensuring they were equipped in terms of feeling safe and secure with such a huge move, which can often bring added anxiety and trauma to children who have experienced care. With such targeted and funded support, my children have moved and are thriving in Northern Ireland. Thirdly, we welcome the bill's position that children should be provided with homes in a timely way and that no child should be left waiting. However, we want this to be held in tension with ensuring that the strongest matches are made for children in order for families to thrive, that there are enough families ready and waiting, and also that sufficient consideration and process is given to matching children with families. We believe the bill should be amended to reflect that these aspects must be held in tension. Overall, we believe that this bill holds the potential to improve the experiences and stories we hear on the ground of children and families, and we are grateful for the opportunity to come and give evidence to the committee today. Thank you.
Sorry, Colm, you're muted.
Okay, thank you. I had to mute as a result of Santa Claus arriving into Dungannon Square here just outside my office window, and a loud cacophony of horns and things that I thought you didn't want to hear. So on that happy note, I'll go across to members then. I'll go to committee members. So I'm going first of all to Paula Bradshaw. Go ahead, Paula, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, panel, for coming along today. I suppose the first point more so is maybe in relation to Caroline's commentary there around obviously the pressures of vacancies, etc. And I'm just wondering about, does a university degree have to be, is there work, or even just going back, to people who aren't even social workers yet? Is there a body of work that will need to be undertaken in that regard?
There is, Paula. The department actually are in the stage of finalising their workforce strategy. So it has taken some time for them to focus on a workforce review, but it has actually been done now. And I think there's a lot of helpful measures in the workforce review. It recognises that we are at a crisis in social work at this stage. We have an over-reliance on agency staff. People are refusing jobs in children's services. We have a regional recruitment process that has been started, but actually people are still refusing jobs. They don't want to work in children's services, and they're moving to an agency to take up posts elsewhere. They have recommended a number of places increase at university. So there's a recommendation around, I think it's 40 new additional social work places, but obviously that will take some years to produce those social workers into the system, but very welcome. There's a number of other measures that are contained within the report, and it's looking quite dynamically around the changes that we need in our system. We need to retain social workers. Social workers are genuinely at the point of burnout, and we need to support their well-being. We need to have a focus on why people come to work for us and what we can do to help them stay in the system once they're in it. And I think there's a real willingness to do that, but it's going to take some time for that to produce the results that we need. And but I'm glad to say that the department is actually looking at that at this stage, Paula. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, I clicked off there. Sorry, one other quick question, and it was to Home for Good. It was really in relation to your paper, and I appreciate all the submissions today, and I appreciate again that there's some recommendations in that. And a recurring theme for me is really not just about the educational settings, but the community settings and how we can best support young people of all ages, to fit in and feel part of their community as quickly as possible, integrated and stuff. And I just wonder, is there anything you feel in the bill should be augmented to accelerate that process? Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't know whether I was muted or not. Thank you, Paula. Yes, I think we're working very closely with the Health and Social Care Board and looking at some of the way we connect with community. I mean, we've got only a small niche. We're looking at the faith community, but I think there is some cross-learning there for in terms of how do we support families so that they don't feel isolated when they adopt or foster. And so we often will connect families who have got similar settings. So if they're adopting a sibling group, we will connect them with somebody who's also has also adopted a sibling group. So then they can start talking, and just that peer-to-peer support. We're not a therapeutic service, so we can't do the added therapeutic work, but we can do that just general peer-to-peer support. So we have support groups across Northern Ireland that are just connecting families and children and just being people together. You know, it takes a village to raise a child, and I think there's something we need to learn from that, and we're in conversation with that, absolutely.
Thank you, Paula and Malini.
Thank you.
Thank you, and Pam. Going to Pam Cameron there. Go ahead, Pam, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everybody on the panel today. A very important subject and very complex, so we do appreciate not just the evidence you're given, but what you've given to us in writing as well. Couple of questions for Carolyn, if that's okay. I'm very appreciative to not being subjected to the Santa racket in Dungannon, but we do appreciate, Carolyn, your lovely tree in the background. So thank you for that. Carolyn, obviously you've talked about the pressures on social workers, and we understand that it's a difficult job, and maybe the fact that the chair is a social worker and he's sitting here chairing this committee and not in social work maybe is a testament to that, and it is obviously a very stressful career choice, and it's probably difficult to encourage people to go down that route given those challenges. But I suppose I want to ask you around whether you think that the bill's missing a trick in terms of aligning the revised legislative framework for adoption with a root and branch review of staffing. That's probably my first question. And have you any can you talk to us about what options there might be there to enlist external training support to prevent the loss of frontline staff during the rollout of the bill?
So, Pam, your question is, sorry, I've totally forgotten what you've just said to me. You asked about, what was it again? I'm sorry.
You're okay. So I was asking whether you think the bill has missed a trick in terms of aligning with the legislative framework for adoption with a root and branch review of staffing. That was the first one.
Yeah, and I think it does. I mean, as I say, I think the department's workforce plan that's come forward is actually quite timely, and it does take cognizance of the fact that this legislation is coming on board. There's lots of other legislation that's coming on board, and it tries to quantify how many more social workers we're going to need in post to be able to meet existing need and or growing need over the next 10 years. So I do think that has been done, Pam, and I think we need to genuinely, I think as a collective, we need to accept that the situation is in crisis, and I don't say that lightly, but it genuinely is in crisis. And we need to take forward something quite urgent in terms of supporting staff now as well as in the future. And I know the department are very keen to do that. And I've lost my train of thought again. I mean, I think it's important that we take stock of that and move forward on it. The other point that you raise in terms of training, and I think there are lots of agencies out there who do provide training and support services for social workers, and I think we need a written branch review, as you say, of the staffing pressures. There are so many additional pieces of legislation that are coming down the track. Social workers simply cannot continue to take on more and more and more and more if they have to continue to do what they're already doing, because they simply cannot do it. You know, we know that social workers, for example, already spend 80% of their working life on bureaucratic tasks, and only 20% of their time actually seeing children and families who really need to see them. And social workers are an expensive resource. They're a highly skilled resource. And, you know, in many ways, a social worker coming to your home should be seen as a service in itself. Nowadays, often they're kind of doing a tick box. They're doing an assessment. They're so pressured. They're so under demand that their role has become quite perfunctory, and that's a danger, because then we don't see that wide breadth of an assessment of wrapping around a family and providing the support that the whole family needs. So yeah, I mean, I think that the written branch review will happen through the workforce strategy, and we know that as Avery was mentioned earlier, there is apparently a review of children's services as a whole announced. We don't know the detail of that yet, but it would be very important to find out and ensure that staffing within children's services is part of that review.
Okay, thank you, Carolyn, for that. My final one for you is to ask you, why should the independent review mechanism be regionally constituted as opposed to having distinct arrangements for each trust?
And I'm wondering, Avery, do you want to take that?
Yeah, do you want me to take that? Perhaps
that would be great, Avery. Thanks.
Yeah, I think given it's kind of my area, and that's things that we would have discussed with BASWA. Yeah, I think the problem is we're so small here that finding people who are genuinely independent is really difficult. You know, I think the potential, certainly for the 5 trusts, it would be a waste of resource to be, you know, setting themselves up separately for the relatively small number of appeals that you would expect to hear. Again, now this will be a cry from ourselves and my colleagues who are also in the independent fostering providers group, and I suspect also for those who are doing adoption as well. You know, we could all benefit from the one mechanism rather than having 6 or 7 competing mechanisms. And I think then the search for somebody or a group of people who are genuinely independent might be, you know, locally. I mean, that could actually even involve asking somebody from Scotland or the Republic to come and chair it, who would actually be genuinely independent and not have worked in the system here. I think that would be potentially a reassurance to applicants or approved carers who may be, you know, going through a process, maybe where they're being not, you know, their application was being refused, or actually they were appealing, you know, their registration being terminated. You know, so I think that was the thought. You know, I think some careful thought needs to go into then how that mechanism relates to the agency still having responsibility for their own decision making ultimately. You know, and I think, you know, I don't think there's some questions I think you need to sort out about liability, but that's what regulations are for. I think, again, you know, my appeal, and I think there's lots of points, and I was in the conversation a bit earlier, I think there's lots of detail to be worked here, but I think we need to take this as enabling. And it was always going to be progressive, because there's no way you could implement this all in one go, so it's going to have to be chunked. You know, I mean, thing like special guardianship orders is such a huge thing in and of itself, you know, and the time it would take up for this committee, to see that through properly in regulation. So, but yeah, I mean, in answering directly to your question, I think that's the reason. I think it's just acknowledging that we're quite small. I think we'd also should, in that implementation, take some more considered time to look at how it's worked in England, and really take the time to iron out the kinks and say no, and relative to our size, you know. But again, for me, this is a point for the independent providers here, is, you know, we're not very good at doing things as a whole sector. You know, we have a situation where you have the trusts kind of doing business and then we're an afterthought. But, you know, I mean, we're currently, between the 4 agencies, providing somewhere in the region of 20 to 25% of the non-family foster placements. And that's a function of the growth in the number of children in care over the last period. But also, I mean, and it goes directly to the heart of what Carolyn's talked about in the, we're going to use that crisis word, I think, in social work at the moment, and the pressures that are on there, and there not being enough people. So, you know, that impacts on recruiting foster carers, that impacts on retaining foster carers, the ability to find adopters, you know, all those pieces.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. And going then to Deborah. So we have 2 members, Deborah and Colin, left. If I could just ask for questions to be as brief as possible and responses as brief as possible while covering the information. So go ahead, Deborah.
Yeah, I'll be as brief as I possibly can, Chair. I've 2 questions for perhaps Action for Children, and then 1 for Home for Good. I'll start with Action for Children. Avery, can you maybe elaborate on the concerns around, you know, the not-for-profit stipulation around adoption agency fees? And also, my second question is how are authorities in England dealing with fears around exposure to unregulated accommodation?
Yeah. Okay, so I'll take the first one on. I mean, I was interested to see the way that had slipped into the legislation, and in one sense, I welcome it around the fees thing, and that recognising, I suppose we would have a view that there shouldn't be profit in the system, clearly, you know, and but obviously we have different fostering agencies with different status in terms of, we are a charitable fostering provider. We're part of a UK charity, one of the biggest and longest standing children's charities in the UK. In common with England and other parts of the UK, we have providers who are ultimately privately owned. Now, the ones here have a local charitable status, but they are a charitable arm of another organisation. So there are always then questions about what are the finances of that. So, is money effectively leaving the system and going into private equity at some point along that journey, which is, you've got different organizations. My problem is sometimes when we deal with the trusts around commissioning, they view the whole independent sector as expensive. But then, and in one sense it is, because it is on top of their budgets. But realistically, comparing what they would need to pay to deliver what we deliver, the cost is actually broadly similar. And that's the problem, where we don't have a very good whole system view of how we're actually commissioning and providing all this, and seeing the independent providers as kind of out there and only last minute. Well, we're clearly not last minute, because we're like 20 to 25% of the provision. I mean, our view is this goes to wider commissioning issues in the voluntary sector as well, in terms of the kind of arrangements we should have, which are much more partnership based rather than a strictly narrow kind of tendering procurement. Because one thing we don't want to do is find ourselves treating children as commodities, which I have to say in England, I think that is where we are with private fostering provision. And you effectively, children are assets to be traded in companies that have shares in them. Your other question was about the concerns about what's happening in England currently. I mean, again, this all comes down to how you present legislation. So they passed legislation to firm up things for 15s and under about not being in any kind of unregulated accommodation, but they left 16 and 17-year-olds out. Article 39, who are a charity in England, are campaigning very actively on that moment. They've actually taken the government to the High Court over it, because while the government's saying, well, we haven't made the legislation any worse, it does open the door to lots of unregulated accommodation for 16 and 17-year-olds. We're not without that issue here, because of, again, the sheer demand for that kind of accommodation, sometimes for children who are currently still got a care status or on the edge of care, maybe leaving custody. Sorry, have I lost you?
No, you broke up a bit picture-wise, but you're okay sound-wise.
Oh, yeah, my picture froze. Yeah, so, I mean, I think that's the thing to watch out for. It was one of my concerns. I heard Kathleen earlier obviously talking about, obviously you don't want disabled children and short breaks going into care, and I can see where she's going with the type of service they're on, but that needs to be watched really, really, really closely like a hawk, in terms of creating a backdoor to unregulated accommodation or unregulated placements, or effectively children going into care by the back door. I mean, it was the whole reason, going back to the children order and the issue around voluntary placement of children in care, and not letting that drift of voluntary placements when a child should actually be on an order, and that's still around today, and that's again a resource issue. I'm not having to go at anybody here in terms of poor practice. That is simply goes straight to people haven't got the ability to attend to everything they need to. Yeah, sorry.
And Chair, it was just one question then to Home for Good. Does the bill strike the right balance between operationalisation, a more effective and timely framework for adoption and fostering, and ensuring due diligence is given to ensuring outcomes are the best for children and young people concerned?
Melanie, we don't have your sound there. I think you're on mute.
Sorry, am I there now?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you.
Brief as you can, Melanie, please.
Yeah, we're pleased that it's in the bill, because we're very much about seeing every child finding a home that they need. And so I suppose getting that matching right, getting times right. We have got stories. I mean, Judith, do you want to just say one or two stories of people who perhaps have waited longer and children have waited?
Yes. Yeah, sorry, I suppose we see delays at different stages throughout the process. For example, we had a couple attend one of our recent information events that focused on older children who tend to wait longer. Coming away from that, they were keen to pursue that. But the reality is it's a long wait even for assessment to become an approved adopter. For our family, it was at least 18 months. So what we want to see is available adopters there for children that need homes at the right time. So there's delays at that stage in the process that I think again is resource based and having social workers available to carry out those assessments. So that's a really important angle to look at. And also then just children in that interim stage where assessment is being taken place as to whether adoption is going to be the best care plan for them for permanence. So at times there's delays there, and then post that in the matching process. So I think anything that can be done at each of those three stages where children can find that safety and security at the earliest opportunity possible is what we would strive for.
Could I just make a quick comment there, Chair? I think we do have a problem at the moment in timely permanence decision making. Yeah. Again, I think that's a function of resources, but I think also, and we put it in our submission, it's about what the future arrangements look like. We don't need these permanence decisions kind of hived off into one for residents, one for adoption, one for SGO, one for long-term fostering. We need robust panels in the trust that can actually do that and do that early and be empowered to make child-focused decisions.
Yeah.
Can I just add just a really quick point to say that I was talking earlier about vacancy rates within social work sitting at 8.5%. We know that actually the rates within children's services are very skewed. So the overall rate is 8.5%. Within children's services, the rate is about 30%. 30% of social work posts are vacant. They don't have a social worker in them. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you. And Colin, then finally, in this section. Colin, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the panel. Just look, it's a quick question in recognition of the fact that we've got a very short period of time left in this mandate in order to try and get this bill through. And I know in discussing with a number of people in the sector that there would be an urgency, obviously, to get it in, to get it passed, and then maybe using some of the regulations that flow from it to sort of finalise some of the details that are there. maybe just, and obviously I don't want to put you on the spot because you want to see as perfect a bill as possible, but I mean, would you be broadly content with what's there at the moment and seeing it in so that it actually flows and happens? Or would you be saying, no, look, we really, really, really need to get it done right, even if that means bringing it back in again in the next mandate?
Do you want to go first, Carolyn?
I will do, and I would say that we would support the bill at this stage. We want to see it getting through. Case has been, well made, and we've waited a long time, and we're quite happy to work with the department on sorting out regulations.
I would echo that. I mean, the whole spirit of our submission was to say we need to get this done. That's why we went only for a couple of things. And I mean, honestly, I think if something was so difficult, just don't do it at this stage. Just drop it all together. If it doesn't unpick the whole bill, just drop it out and pick it up again later. I mean, Home for Good obviously speak for themselves. Speaking as an adopter as well, I mean, this adoption part, it has got to be got across the line. And I think if it doesn't get this through this time, there will be such a cry of exasperation from the sector. Because there's the other thing, there's this whole raft of stuff with guidance and regulation standards we cannot get to unless we get some of this across the line. Yeah,
I think we'd agree with that, absolutely, and echo that. I think for us, having looked at the bill in 2016-17, we just feel that actually for our children and our families, it's just vital that it gets through. And then whether we need to unpick some of it and we need to look at regulations and practice and how we're going to structure things, but that can be done outside of actually getting the bill through. I just feel we've got a cohort of children that are coming through that will really benefit from a lot of the bill if we can get it through. So we'd be delighted.
And really quickly, I suppose, just some live examples. This week I spoke with 2 adoptive parents who are actually paying privately for their children to get assessment for health needs and educational needs because they don't have the services and support there. And that puts financial pressure on that family. They're wondering what is the final cost going to be, but they have to weigh that up with the risk of not having a timely assessment and timely intervention if they are waiting for a year or a year and a half, for example, for an occupational therapist to have input. What impact is that going to have on their child? So that's the kind of tensions that adoptive parents are managing at the minute. So it's really important, that all of that's considered. Thank you.
Yeah, well, Chair, that seems to be as loud as the Santa Claus from Dungannon, so we'll take that message on board. I think. Thank you to everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and actually I think there are some really important and really clear messages coming across from the combined presentation, including that issue of resources. Never mind resources for the future, and I'm very acutely aware of how bad we are at doing assessments of any kind, let alone the vacancy rates that you have indicated there, ranging from 8% to 30% in children's, and that's really worrying. Also note the comments around Clause 143, and we'll take a look at that, and I think there's some very useful pointers there for committee, which we appreciate and which we will take a further and a closer look at on foot of the evidence that you've presented today. So I want to thank you all for attending here. I also want, in light of the seasonal disruption that we've had, very much wish each and every one of you a very peaceful, first of all, more peaceful than I have had this past 10 minutes, but a very peaceful, a very safe and a very happy Christmas. And thank you all for appearing at committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Members, I'm going to take a really quick break there because I'm conscious we've been running for 2 hours now, and I think members may need a comfort break. So I'm just going to take a very brief break and resume again at 4:05 with the safe zones issue. So a 6-minute break, and we'll resume at 4:05. Thank you. Okay, just checking if you can hear me okay, Clark?
Yes, Chair, that's us ready to go again.
Okay, members, so we'll resume right away then in relation to the session. I just want one very brief issue of clarity to say that in relation to the threats that were referred to earlier, that was in relation to another official. However, the measures that we are taking today are in order to protect these two officials who are briefing the committee in relation to any issues of threat. And for that reason, we'll be referring to Official 1 and Official 2 throughout the briefing. And we've already outlined the issues that are causing that to be the case. So I'm going to go then, without further ado, to today's session with the Department of Health. It's the third of our evidence sessions on the Abortion Services Safe Access Zones Bill. The evidence session with the PSNI, which we had planned to hear on Tuesday, will be rescheduled to take place in the new year. I refer members to the Department submission at tab 16.1 of the pack. And I'd now like to welcome both Department of Health officials to the meeting. So first of all, I want to just check sound there for Official 1. Can you hear me there?
Yes, Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you fine, and thank you. And Official 2, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you okay.
Okay, thank you. And I want to welcome you both and thank you both for coming to this afternoon's session and assisting the committee in the scrutiny of this important bill. And I would like to go back then and just ask you to go ahead with opening remarks, and we'll go then to members' questions. So I'll check which of you would like to make the opening remarks, or are you both making some remarks?
I'll kick us off, Chair. Official 1, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead then, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and we do appreciate the arrangements that you've made for us today and for the opportunity to brief the committee. We also know this has been a long day, so I'll keep these opening remarks brief, and then my colleague and I will be happy to take any questions from the committee. First and foremost, we want to state that the Department respects the democratic right to protest, but condemns unequivocally any activity which obstructs or intimidates people from accessing healthcare facilities, whether that is to avail of services which are lawful or as a member of staff of any organisation providing those services. And we are aware of the evidence that the committee has heard on this issue to date. The Health Minister has stated this position repeatedly, and he met with the bill sponsor, Ms Bailey, in October to reiterate that position and to outline his support for the principles and the intentions of the bill following the second reading. The Department does have some fundamental concerns, however, about the current draft bill, in that it would create some obligations which we feel may be difficult to implement and therefore potentially ineffective. The concerns relate to the proposed responsibility for designating safe access zones and for monitoring and reviewing their effectiveness. The Department sought some legal advice around this, which confirmed that effectively this would make the Department of Health responsible for determining where a criminal offence does or does not take place. We are aware of the balance that needs to be struck between any measures being introduced between the rights to safety and dignity and private and family life on the one hand, and the rights to freedom of assembly and expression on the other. These are not, in our view, appropriate functions for the Department of Health to assume, and we do not have competence to make such a determination. It is the Department's view that such matters relating to criminal offences are more appropriately handled by the justice system. At this point, I want to advise members that the Minister and officials discussed these concerns with Ms Bailey at that meeting following the second stage debate, and she did recognise and take on board the practical implications that we outlined and undertook to consider how the bill might be revised accordingly. However, this was obviously not possible to make any revisions in advance of the committee stage. So just turning to the detail of the bill itself, as drafted, this would require the Department of Health to designate safe access zones at the request of any operators, be they private or public operators of premises which provide treatment, advice, information or counselling services, and to do so within 8 weeks. During that time, the Department would have to consult with various individuals and organisations, including the clinic, the premises operator and the police, and then publish details of the safe access zone and an annual report. The practical implications of this are quite problematic. For example, some of these services are delivered in a wide range of settings. Some of those are in town centres, in private premises, adjacent to commercial premises, roads and public walkways. And we find it difficult to envisage how the designation rule, as currently drafted, could be implemented effectively. We understand that an alternative approach of designating the safe access zone within legislation has been suggested in the course of the Assembly and the Committee's consideration of these proposals. And indeed, this was among the suggestions that the Health Minister made to Ms Bailey during that meeting. We in the department have not scoped that suggestion or that proposal in any detail, but on the face of it would appear to be a more practical way of achieving what we understand to be the bill's objective. So in summary, we support the aim of the bill to end intimidation of patients and staff. We recognise that it seeks to achieve this by creating the deterrent of a criminal offence, but we do not believe that the department is the appropriate authority for making that determination. And Chair, just to conclude with some wider context on this, members will be aware that the department is taking forward planning work in relation to the commissioning of abortion services, and that work is progressing at pace and will ultimately require the agreement of the executive. And the Health Minister has stated his intention to bring forward proposals for a commission service to the Executive Committee early in the new year, and that work remains on course. So the focus of that work really is on implementing the requirements of the 2020 abortion regulations, and therefore does not specifically seek to introduce any type of safe access zone. However, we are fully aware of the access issues through our engagement with trusts as part of that process, and we will of course take cognizance of any decisions taken by the Assembly as these plans progress. So I'll leave it there and turn to members for questions.
Okay, thank you. And just from the very outset, I want to reiterate what I said earlier in terms of, and the committee has agreed that we absolutely deplore any threats being made to any officials, and we have indeed written to the official who was threatened to indicate that and to indicate our support and concern. I do also want to say, and I think it's really stark, that if officials come to give evidence to a statutory committee can feel under that level of threat, that then what must it be like for women and girls who are running a gauntlet of these ongoing protests? And I'm very conscious that these are real live issues, and we've heard some harrowing evidence in relation to the impact and the extent and the scale and the complexity of the harassment that is being used here at times. Albeit that the committee recognise, and I think everyone recognised the right to protest. However, there is a line beyond which, and certainly threats to people are certainly beyond that line. So in relation there, you have mentioned the practical implications and the fact that those are problematic. And I guess I was reflecting probably at that stage that the real problems here are for people who are trying to access services in situations where they may be very vulnerable, where they may already be under significant pressure, and that's the purpose of the legislation that we are scrutinising. You had said that the designation role as currently drafted wasn't practical, and that the Minister had discussed other ways of doing that with the sponsor of the bill. What other ways are being proposed, and are those being considered? Is your understanding those are being considered by way of amendment by the sponsor, or are they still just a proposal from the department?
The meeting, Chair, between the Minister and the bill sponsor took place the day after the Assembly debate. So these issues, you'll recall, were discussed in detail. I think during that debate there was some suggestions brought forward about designating a distance or a radius within legislation. And the Minister, in his meeting with Ms Bailey, really picked up on that point. And I mean, it was more of a high-level suggestion, I would say, than a detailed proposal from the Minister. But at that point, our understanding was that the bill's sponsor was aware of that alternative means and was very receptive to considering it further. but we acknowledge that the bill in its current form was moving from the Assembly to the committee and wouldn't be possible to make any revisions to the current version. But our understanding was that she would consider the possibility of building into the legislation an alternative means which would take the responsibility for the designation part of it out of the department's hands, because we understood that she took away from that our practical concerns about whether we could feasibly do that.
Okay. Next question from me then is in relation to what discussions have you taken place with the PSNI in relation to enforcement?
Between ourselves and the department,
yes,
and the PSNI.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of any direct discussions with the PSNI, but I'll turn to my colleague. We have had engagement with the Department of Justice just in the course of our project planning for commission services, and access is one of our considerations there. But apart from our communication with the department officials, I'm not aware of any direct communication with the police from ourselves. It would be between trusts. Obviously, the operational providers of services would be more in the position of that direct contact. But I'll ask my colleague just to confirm or to add anything further.
Yes, so we've engaged with the Department of Justice throughout the commissioning project in terms of ensuring that we keep an interface with the issue, and we continue to engage with trusts. But really, the level of engagement with the police, we haven't had direct engagement with the police on the issue. Really, it's more the trusts in terms of what they require, to deal with the protests on site as such. So it wouldn't be something the department would be involved in.
Okay, and what current discussions then with the trust are going on in relation to the issues they're currently facing?
I'm not aware of the detail of those discussions now that are happening between the trusts. I think that they are engaging with the police as and when required to deal with the protests, but I'm not aware of the nature of the discussions.
Okay, and I am slightly confused or concerned around the lack of engagement with the PSNI, because clearly if you're telling the committee that you feel this is not for you or not your role or difficult or hard, problematic was the word that was used, I would have thought you would be talking to everyone who could address some of those problems or share those concerns and come up with solutions to them. So I just a bit perplexed that conversation is not taking place. This is clearly an active and an ongoing situation, and I think the legislation going forward needs to be considered. So I'm surprised that you aren't coming to us today to say, listen, we have discussed A, B and C with the PSNI. We believe they can do that. They believe they can do that, or whatever. But anyway, I'll move on. Have the department looked at how this has worked in practice in other areas?
Chair, I'll give you an initial answer to that, and just to pick up on your previous point, our communication has been with the Department of Justice for that reason, as the parent or sponsor department for the police, if you like. In general terms, we're assured by them that they have been looking at the issue. I think the Justice Minister had indicated some intention to address this within a justice bill, which had to be curtailed in some ways. So the direct contact to date would have been between the Department of Justice and the police. We think we're happy to look into it further if the committee requests it. But so I just on your second question then, if you could.
Yeah, what work have you done to look at where this is in practice elsewhere, and what lessons might be learned from how it's operating in other areas, safe access zones?
Our focus really has been on the commissioning project. To be perfectly frank.
Well, just to be clear now, I'm not asking around the commissioning, and I understand the commissioning project is going. I'm talking about this legislation that we're scrutinising today, and the department is clearly a key player within this legislation. So I'm asking have the department took a look at how this is done elsewhere? What could be done better? What lessons can we learn?
Okay, so I would say at a fairly high level, we have looked into some of the schemes and proposals that have come forward in in England, and we're aware that the debate brought up sort of examples from other countries, international examples from further afield. I'll ask my colleague again just if there's been any more detailed consideration as part of the current project.
Okay.
I'm not aware of it being any more than a high level.
Yeah, I'll go to official 2 then, please.
Yeah, I mean, there hasn't been any it hasn't been in any great depth. We did some research when we received detail about the bill in terms of the situation in England at Ealing, where they have this arrangement in place, and I know that the sponsor had modelled some of the proposals on Australia, but there hasn't been any great deal of depth. We haven't gone into a great deal of depth in terms of that, what you're suggesting around the practical engagement with other jurisdictions, for example, on the implementation of this. No, we haven't.
Okay, and that does cause me some concern as well, I have to say. So that's and I take on board your point about the Department of Justice and you're negotiating with them. However, you're telling us here that you believe this bill will be problematic, yet I'm not hearing where you're engaging, and you clearly have heard examples of where this has taken place in other areas from the debate that took place yet there has been no interest or activity from the department in exploring how that can address some of the problems you're telling us the legislation would present. So this doesn't match up to me. I'm not sure that we're seeing the sense of urgency with the department in terms of a bill that's coming through the Assembly that is seeking to make safe access zones to provide protection for people who are seeking to access health services. Is there a view in the department that there's no need to undertake this type of due diligence at this point in time?
Chair, I wouldn't say that there's a sense of no need. I mean, we recognise this to be an important issue, and the urgency in terms of the resource that we have at the moment to this particular policy area is to implement a commission service from the 31st of March next year. That presents a range of obstacles, as you can imagine, and I'm sure we'll speak about those at another time. That this private members bill is related but separate. We understood that the bill's sponsor had undertaken quite a lot of research for a number of years on those international examples and other schemes that have been proposed, and that featured in some of her previous consultation and in the development of these proposals. So we did discuss those with her in the meeting with the Minister back in October. I think from what we understood so far, there isn't a one size fits all, and there isn't a clear example that shows a successful way of preventing this type of intimidation to date. So again,
okay, listen, I take that, but this legislation is in place. The commissioning process is one thing and is an important thing. I will just note, in terms of the pressure that you're outlining in the commissioning service, that the Minister decided to suspend those arrangements and that preparatory work, and then resumed it in June of this year. So I will just make that observation. However, there is legislation in front of us here on the issue of protecting women and providing safe zones, and that needs to be taken and addressed seriously alongside the commissioning. It's not one or the other. It's a case of having the commission services, but also having them available to women and girls in a way that is safe and appropriate, and where they're not being subjected to some of the horrendous abuse that this committee has already heard about. Okay, listen, I'm going to move on. I'm certainly not content with those answers, I have to say. I'm going to move on to other members, but I do want to send that message very clearly that I detect a very distinct lack of preparation for implementing this legislation should it be passed. So I'm going to go now to committee members. I'm going first to Paula Bradshaw, then Pam Cameron, and then Deborah Erskine. Thank you.
Thank you, officials, for coming along to committee today, and I would very much concur with the chairman's condemnation of any threat against any official working on any pieces of legislation. My question is to follow on in some regard. We took some evidence last week from some of the trusts, and whenever they moved the services into the site, further into the site, they did find that the numbers pretty much dissipated in terms of protests. I'm wondering in terms of conversations you're having around what commission services are going to look like in the future. Obviously, they will all have to be enhanced from the skeletal provision at the minute. Is there any talk about actually having the services all within hospital sites so that we could, in many ways, design out or eliminate the ability to have protests at all?
Thank you. I'll lead on that and then I'll pass.
I'm happy to. Yeah, sure, no problem.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just going to lead by saying that yes, those suggestions have come forward through the ongoing work that's being done to bring forward a commissioning plan, and Trust have certainly indicated that we're aware that some of the services have moved from their initial locations into a bigger hospital site, and they've reported sort of a reduction in the type of intimidating behaviour. So ultimately, I mean, these are decisions for trusts, they're operational decisions of where trusts decide to place services, but I think those lessons seem to be coming through. So the work that we're doing to develop a commissioning plan is really around the provision of resource and services and staff to deliver them. It is for trusts to determine the appropriate place to do that. But I'll ask my colleague just to fill in any further detail on how those lessons are coming through as part of the planning.
Yeah, so at the moment there's at the moment there's very much a mixed model in terms of hospital and more sort of centralised clinics and family planning centres. So for the first sort of phase of the service commissioning in the early sort of period, it looks as though probably there will continue to be a mixed model. And actually what my colleague has said is correct. It's very much down to the trust to determine the most appropriate locations as well for the services, and it does take into account the protest issue, but not just the protest issue. Obviously there's lots of different things that need to be taken into account when we're determining the best locations for services. So but it remains something that we're cognizant of, and I know that some services have moved to more hospital type sites to get around or to mitigate against the problem. I'm aware of that as well.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. And you're right, there are operational issues, but I'm thinking that the conversation would be flowing both ways. But I just want to make a broad point, not necessarily to yourselves officials, but just to the chair and the clerk. I am concerned about the evidence that we have taken in written format so far from the PSNI in terms of what they see as potential difficulties in terms of management, enforcement, etc., in terms of these going forward. So I'm just wondering, when will we have the bill sponsor back again to sort of go through some of the finer details that are now coming through to us in the evidence sessions?
Yeah, I'll check with the clerk in relation to that.
Thanks, Paula. We're looking to schedule probably either the 11th or 13th of January with Claire as well.
Okay.
So we're hoping that'll be that first week back.
Perfect. Okay, thank you very much, and thanks again, officials.
Okay, thank you. And I'll go then to Pam. Cameron, go ahead, Pam, please.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you to the two officials who are in attendance today, and just to send best wishes to your colleague and to utterly condemn any type of threat, low level or otherwise, made towards officials. It's absolutely despicable. And I also want to put on record yet again that intimidation and harassment is wrong in any circumstance, in any place, and certainly in front of any healthcare facility. But also respect and understand that the right to protest must be protected as well. My question is around the Minister's letter, which was relating to Department of Justice previously indicating the potential for legislative change. Was there any indication of what this might look like and how it would differ from the provisions of this draft bill?
I'm going to ask my colleague to take that one, because that's where the contact has been with the DOJ officials.
I haven't got the detail on what DOJ were proposing, unfortunately. I know that it was removed from the Justice bill, and the scope was reduced on that bill. But I don't have the detail of what it was that was being proposed, although I think it was the policy intent was similar to what Ms. Bailey is proposing.
I wonder, would you be able to get that detail from Justice and forward it to us, maybe in writing?
We can certainly ask the Department of Justice colleagues, but there's no problem with that yet.
Okay, thank you. And my next question would be around what additional resource requirement or dedicated investment from existing resources would be required to implement the provisions of this bill?
At the minute, we don't have a clear estimation of that. I think, the proposals really relate to the trust and making the initial step of reporting the need for a designated safe zone. Practically speaking, that might be one or two officials at the departmental level to do the necessary practicalities, but it's not something that we will have costed in great detail, and I suppose it depends on the volume and level of requests that would come forward as well.
Okay, thank you.
Just to conclude that point, we think it was raised in the Assembly debate as well, just looking at lessons learned from England or from GB, that some of the costs may arise from the defence, the legal defence of challenges around the implementation of the proposals, more so than the actual cost of resource to deliver it.
That's great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pam. And Deborah then, please, go ahead.
Thank you, and I just want to concur first of all with the comments that have been made by my colleagues here on the meeting this afternoon in relation to the threats made. It's totally disgraceful. My first question is, what alternatives to the proposed duty on the department to designate safe access zones and monitor their effectiveness has been discussed with the bill sponsor, and are there draft amendments expected? We maybe did touch a wee bit on that, but just for clarity around that.
Yeah, so just to pick up on that, the nature of the alternative suggestions that were discussed, I said in my earlier response that the discussion was at a fairly high level. It's not that these are well-developed alternative proposals, but the principle behind them was that the responsibility for designation of a safe zone essentially should be taken out of the hands of the Department of Health, and that could be achieved potentially by making the stipulation within legislation of where a zone, or the nature of the size of the radius to be applied. So that's, as I said, that I think was floated in the Assembly debate, and then it was something that the Health Minister and the bill sponsor then discussed as a possible alternative. So, I can't speak to what has been done since then, but Ms. Bailey certainly undertook to give that some further consideration, and that was in our meeting in October.
Okay, and I would just curious around this. Does the department currently have any powers to prohibit specific activities, on, their thoroughfares or anything like that at the moment? Is there anything that the department can do, essentially?
Yeah, I think I understand where you're coming from with that. There aren't specific powers that belong to the department in that regard. The existing powers or laws, if you like, relate to harassment laws, harassment and intimidation. Sorry, the name of the specific act escapes me at the moment, but we have looked at, and we've considered whether that would provide sufficient cover for the objectives that this bill tries to achieve. And there are provisions and there are criminal offences created by harassment, but there are some drawbacks with it as well, from our understanding, that it actually would require harassment to occur twice, or the same person to be in the receiving end of harassment or intimidation on more than one occasion. So that's obviously difficult to prove in a type of scenario where somebody's accessing a clinic possibly once only. So in that sense, the current harassment legislation doesn't really lend itself to the type of prevention or deterrent that Ms. Bailey's trying to achieve here. Whether that can be done through an adjustment to the current harassment legislation is a different question. I think it was again debated at length during the Assembly debate, and I think there's probably some good reasons why that might not lend itself, even with revision, to the specific circumstances around people accessing a healthcare facility. So just to go back to your question, there isn't a specific power or set of measures at the department's disposal in relation to any healthcare facility. It's really just the common law that currently exists around criminalising harassment and intimidation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all the indications that I have there today from members. So I just want to thank you both very, very much for coming to committee and for engaging with us in relation to this legislation and our scrutiny of it. I would also like to wish both of yourselves a very happy and a very peaceful and a very healthy Christmas. And to wish you all the very best, and thank you very much for attending committee this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and same to yourselves.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, members. Thank you for that. We have had quite a lot of business there today and quite a lot of additional items, but I certainly appreciate the diligence and the work that members have put in today, and we have taken a good step forward in relation to a number of those bills there, and that's very, very welcome. I just do need to check, do members have any other business today that they wish to raise? Paula?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted if the clerk could find out what's happening now with the severe fetal impairment bill. I know we've voted down all the clauses, but I'm just wondering, are we going to see a further stage, or is that the bill just totally defeated, for want of a better word?
I'm more than happy to get some advice out to members on that.
Appreciate that, thank you.
Yeah, Colin, were you indicating there? No? Okay.
Just scratching my nose, Chair.
Okay, you're lucky you weren't at an auction. You would have been the proud owner of the lot. But that's okay. Listen, members, that does conclude today's meeting, and I want to thank you all for your perseverance in staying the course today. I also wanted this opportunity to take the opportunity to thank each and every one of you for your contributions and your work throughout the year. And I have to say, I think there's been some really substantial work done throughout this entire year. And it has been a privilege, I have to say, to work with everyone on the committee. It's always been engaged with in a very open spirit and a spirit of cooperation. And I think that is important given the pressures that the health service is under. I think this committee has reflected the urgency and the work that's required of us to try to do all we can. And I want to thank each and every one of you for your support in that, and to indicate that in the coming year, I hope, given the pressures we're under, that we can maintain that approach, and to say to each of you that my door is open to each and any, if you have any concerns or anything that you want to come and talk to the clerk or talk to myself if there are any issues, as well as the conversations that we do have here in our committee sessions. I also want to thank the clerk and all of his staff for the work they have done throughout the year. It's been a really strange year in that we have virtually hardly seen each other, and yet the information keeps flowing and keeps making it as easy as possible for us to break down and to engage with the issues, and that takes huge effort, and I think we all understand that, and it'll be great. I have to say, I can't wait for the day when we can see everyone in the room, in their place, and working together. But I want to send my best wishes to each and every one of you members for a happy Christmas and a peaceful New Year, and the same to the committee staff and to thank you, Keith, for all your work and guidance throughout the year. I want to wish the public out there a very safe Christmas, and to reiterate the message that I said at the start and ask people just to really, really be careful. Don't abide by the guidance as a maximum. Please take it as a minimum and do everything you can to protect yourself and your own family and all of those around you as we go into this period. And hopefully we can have some social interactions and we can see family and all of those things within the limits of safety that unfortunately, it's not anyone's fault. It's a virus and it's out there, and we have to just deal with that, difficult as that may be. So if anyone wants to say a quick word or two before we wrap up, but I'm conscious that we're well over time. So Pam, go ahead, you've indicated there.
Thanks, Chair. And yes, just to say thank you for your comments and to wish all the best to you. I think you've done a great job in chairing the committee. Certainly since this assembly has returned in January 2020, it has been a real storm of a time with the pandemic. And I think all credit to all of the members of this committee for fantastic attendance and their commitment and contributions to every topic that has arisen. And I know we're all tired. I'm certainly very tired. And it just makes me think about our healthcare staff and wonder how difficult it has been for them. I know this is a stressful subject given the pressures on the health service and the impact of the pandemic. But I just wanted to wish everybody a very happy Christmas and a good new year, and I hope you get a break. And thank you so much to Keith and all the staff, and really appreciate and hope that there is no reason for any recalls or anything in the interim, because the staff are I know they're knackered and they're not able to take a break while we are sitting. So it's really important that people are able to down their tools and actually get a little bit of rest in this period ahead. And I want to reiterate your comments around safety. And I think, for us and for all the public, the power's in our hands, literally in our hands, and our hand hygiene and doing all we can, taking up those boosters and being sensible, being cautious, protecting ourselves and protecting those that we love around us. So I think that's really important. So thank you for your comments, Chair, and wish you well going into Christmas.
Yeah, thank you, Pam. And just to say, actually, Pam, in terms of your work and role work with me as Deputy Chair, has been outstanding as well, and I think has really helped the committee to get through an awful lot of the work. And you made a very important point there, and it doesn't probably get said often enough, but the pressure of time largely comes around interest and work that members are doing. So we very usually have full attendance and members all with a full list of questions, and that takes a certain amount of time. But I think that's a very positive pressure. That's what's causing that pressure, but I think we've managed it as best we could within the limits that we had. So the next meeting, members, will be on January the 11th, except if something, and I agree, Pam, staff in particular can only take breaks during recess periods, and we need to allow them to get breaks. So I would suggest at the call of the chair, if you're in agreement that only in exceptional circumstances and only if absolutely necessary. Our next meeting is planned for January the 11th, and the clerk will email around. But I just want to say, Nollaig Hannah Dave Galer, a very happy Christmas to each and every one of you, and I'll see you all in the new year. Gorma Agaf.
Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas.
See you next year.
Bye.